Vikings Saints Central,
your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees are Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightened sport talk from your favorite sports fam. I'm Big Q. I'm up in this thing. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all in joining me for this installment of the Coma. We up in this thing as we will. Let's take a look at some inactives, fam, on the list. First and foremost, of course, you're looking at a few things going on with the black and gold that was said as we found out that, Alvin Kamara will not play in this matchup. Kamara will not be in the contest today for the black and gold. He is out with the rib issue, among others. So let's get into the inactives for the Saints Vikings Week 4 matchup in London. Running back Tony Jones Jr. is not active. Alvin Kamara is inactive. Safety Marcus May for several straight games now is inactive. Andrews Pete, dealing with concussion issues, is inactive. Mike Thomas was shut down. Nick Vannett and quarterback Jameis Winston, just to give you the heads up on that. And of course, the Vikings, Kelvin Booth Jr., the defensive back tackle, Lowe is down. Defensive lineman Adamawo, hope I'm saying that right. Guard Chris Reed and Valan, the linebacker, are all inactive. So out of the most impactful guys, our guys are the guys that are going to be out. So we'll most certainly miss Elvin. Marcus May is the starter for the Saints. Pete, Thomas, and Winston all down. So we'll have to step that thing up and get it popping in this weak side of things. Also, as we keep the ball turning and twisting, the following moves were made on Saturday for the black and gold as the Saints downgraded Winston officially from doubtful to out. And then in addition, the Saints signed QB Jake Luton to the active roster from the practice squad, then waived the fullback, and then elevated J.P. Holtz and Latavius Murray. Now, why get rid of the fullback and bring in J.P. Holtz? Because remember, we talked about this during camp. J.P. Holtz can play tight end. He also can play that H-back position or that fullback position. He could be that guy for you that can come in and do some of that stuff. So that's why they felt like Prentice, let's move him out, put Holtz in, try Holtz, and then the activation of Latavius Murray means family. You know what that means? That means the black and gold will run the ball, hopefully. With Latavius Murray in, Tony Jones Jr. out, Alvin Kamara out, that means the Saints should run the ball, peoples. They should run the ball. So shout out to the Who Dat Nation, man. Appreciate y'all being up in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button. Please feel free to share the show's links on your social media feed as well. If you're on Facebook, please feel free to share this link on Facebook with your friends, as they'll get it on their timeline, and that helps out the stream. So please feel free to do that for your boy. All right. So with that being said, fam, let's jump off into the stream, man, as we getting ready. So like I said, man, some interesting developments. JP Holtz means fullback. That's what Holtz means, fullback. And Latavius Murray means ground game, hopefully. All right. So, but you're missing Tony and Alvin Kamara, which means now your running back core is Ingram, it's Latavius, it's Dwayne Washington. Maybe we run that ball. I'm saying that's most of those are north-south. They are north-south runners. So maybe we could be getting into the pound rushing game that I was kind of babbling about on the previous stream. So shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in this thing, man, as we about to get going in a little bit with the black and gold, man. Up early in the morning on a Sunday. So shout out to the fam as we up in this thing. Let's get these dubs. All right, shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all being up in this thing. Young City, Ninth Ward, I see you, fam. Brother Eric's in the building. LT, I see you, fam. All the family members, it's in this thing. Quavadius, Melissa, I see you, fam. Brother Torres in this thing. Kimberly, what's up, Kimberly? I see you in here. DJ Phil, Code 79. Jeremiah, shout outs for you. Hemisphere, what's happening? All right, good to see you. Brother Marty's in this thing as well. Jermaine, Mike from Hold'em Hook TV, what's up, brother? Applied Pressures in this thing as well. Good to see you. All right, Who That Nation's always better to build your players up, especially when you don't know, you know what, about gladiator sport and injuries that occur while playing such a gladiator game. All right, OG to the third degree. What's popping, bro? Good to see you. My boy Randolph, keeping it real. Shout out to you, brother. Brother Marley Mall's in this thing as well. As we still looking at the footage, is the Saints, Demario Davis, they're running up on the field. So we're going to start momentarily in this thing. So let's see what's Ghost 187. I see you, fam. Appreciate you. Shout out to you and all the family members. Nola Balls. All right. Mean XSXE is in this thing as well. Good to see you. Ant-Man, I see you, my brother. Who That Dana, shout out to you, fam. And Brother Randolph says, we must stick to the running game. Stick to the running game. Even if average is not like what we like, a lot of times it's just as important as many times you attempt to run the ball. When we rush 30 or more times, we win 92% of the time. Thank you, bro. That is the most powerful stat that I've ever seen in the Who That Nation, is the fact that when we run the ball 30 plus times, we win. So that should be a key focal point for the Saints to batter at the ball, break the wall down, let's run it. So the team, you can see it's a different energy with the team with Andy Dalton over, and that's usually the case when you have a QB switch and things change. And of course, Dalton comes out and he'll be guiding the team. So right now, the Saints are just more out on the field, and things will get twisted and turning momentarily. B. Will, I see you, fam. Good to see you. Elijah, shout out to you. Good to see you. Tragic, shout out to you, bro. Good to see you. Brother Jerry's in the building. St. John Butler, shout out to you. My friend Nashville Saint, what's popping, bro? Good to see you. Gundam. All right. Yes, it's top of the morning to you. Yes, indeed. All right, Leslie, shout out to you. Tyson, shout out to you as well. And all the rest of Devin, I see you, fam. Miss Tab, shout out to you. Good to see you. And all the family members. Ricardo, what's up, fam? Good morning to you too, my friend. Mars Javion, shout out to you. Bro, Joe, shout out to you. Good to see you. T Dirty, shout out to you, family. Appreciate you as well. Boomin is in the building as well. Hi, boy, Mel, shout out to you, bro. BJ9, BP Johnson, Jan Doe, shout out to you as well. King Logic, I see you, fam. Appreciate you. UP, shout out to you, my friend. Good to see you in the building as well. Goonie, I see you, Goonie. Shout out to you and all the family members, man. Let's get a score up in this thing, fam. Let's get a score from the Great Saint Think Tank and Who That Nation. How this thing popping and twisting in y'all minds? Let me know as the Saints are doing the coin toss at center field. Y'all let me know what kind of numbers we got here. Give me a score. My prediction will be in this matchup, I'd say 24-17. I'm thinking 24-17 or 24-21, somewhere in that realm. I'm thinking for the Saints, 24-21. What do you guys think? Give me a shout out on the score prediction. All right, Young City says 28-27. Saints, shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you on that thing. All right. Good to see that. All right, I see you. Devin says 21-10 Saints. All right, brother Jermaine 21-14. Brother Donovan, shout out to you, bro. Good to see you. Country Rail, what's popping, bro? Good to see you. All right, much love. All right, DJ Philco says 17-10. Thank you, bro. Ant-Man 23-16. Shout out to you. JT, blessings to you, my brother. 20-10. All right, good shout out. All right, brother Gundam says 24-18. All right. Govatus 23-21 Saints. Yeah, Ghost says I'm saying Saints 27-13. I got you, bro. I got you. All right, Boomin says 21-13. All right, what's up, DJ? What's popping, bro? Shout out to you. Jeremiah 13-10 says the Saints. All right, good. T. Scott says 27-17. All right, thank you. You up? Says prediction is 30-14 black and gold. All right. Brother St. John Butler says 24-23. It's a close one, but the Saints get it. Reginald says 13-10 Saints, a low scoring affair. All right. Dog the writer says 35-10 black and gold. Thank you, bro. Shout out to you as well. King Wizard says 27-14. Saints. All right. Yeah. Yeah, them black helmets is a beast, man. I like them black helmets, man. I like those black helmets. All right. Shedrick is in the building. What's up, brother Chris? Shout out to you as well. Brother Donovan says 27-24 up in this thing. Nola Bars 23-17. Truth Hurt says 20-16 Saints. All right. Shout out Snake Bite. Good to see you. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Shout out to you, Gilly girl. She says she's from Georgia. Shout out. Good to see you. Appreciate you stopping by. All right. 23-17. Appreciate that, Queen. Shout out. All right. 24-17 says DJ. Shout out to you, bro. All right. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. 28-24. All right, John, brother John. Yeah, shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm I know. I see her singing, man. I just got it on mute, man. I see her singing. All right. JT says Q in our camp, our backup offense was better than our starting offense. You see some of the times when Andy Dalton got out there and a lot of people kind of blew that thing up and like, oh, Andy Dalton looks supreme and talented in the Saints system. And I'm not trying to take nothing away from Andy Dalton because I actually like Andy Dalton. I think a lot of times with the Saints, when you dealt with the Saints offense, we got to remember the Saints offense is a QB friendly offense. You know, it's very much QB friendly. Remember when Luke McCown took over several years ago on the back end of the season, and he had like a 400 yard game. They lost the game simply because we didn't have a complete effort from everybody. But man, he had a really good positive he had a pretty good positive influence in that matchup, if y'all remember that. So it's the Saints offense has always been an offense that has been QB friendly, you know. So, and Andy Dalton's a veteran. He was with the Bengals for years. He made the move on over to the Cowboys, had success there. Not so much success last year with the not too much success last year with the I'm sorry, I'm just doing two things at once. All right, he not too success with the Chicago Bears because their offense wasn't all that talented, so he didn't have the kind of success. But when you look at what the Saints are fielding, and you take a look at all of the stuff that they're doing and how they have, Jarvis. Even though Mike is not going to play in this game, and hopefully we'll have him back real soon. Jarvis Landry is going to play in this matchup. We don't have Elvin, but we do have a power running game, and I think these guys heard that. I think the Saints heard that. Man, they still got two singers singing up here. Man, what's going on here? All right, so yeah, they're doing the British thing, and then they're doing the American thing. I got you. So, all right, so the interesting aspect of what the Saints have got to do to win this contest is pretty simple, fam. We got to handle the business. Bottom line, we got to get up off our ass and we got to ground pound this team. We got to run it, and I think the Saints are going to be committed to doing that simply because if you look at who they activated Latavius Murray. They cut and released their fullback Adam Prentice and brought in J.P. Holtz. You remember we talked about J.P. Holtz, and I was saying, man, J.P. Holtz should be a guy that challenges Prentice. Y'all remember this? For the fullback position, he should be the guy because he brings you a little bit more value than a traditional fullback. This, Prentice. I mean, Prentice is just a traditional fullback as it gets. He's not elusive. He's a fullback. but JP Holtz is bigger than him. JP Holtz plays the tight end position. He's actually a tight end by trade who can play the fullback position, who can be an H-back for you. So he gives you a lot more value and versatility at that fullback position. And then when the Saints signed Latavius Murray and then they deactivated Tony Jones, I think Tony Jones Jr. was having some success for whatever reason. The Saints chose to go away from him. But you have Ingram, you have Latavius Murray, and you have Dwayne Washington as your backs there. So the Saints should have some success. And due to the fact that the Saints did sign Jake Luton, who's our practice squad quarterback, as an active participant for this particular game, means something for Taysom Hill, that you'll still see Taysom Hill in his relative utility role. Sometimes, maybe perhaps at the quarterback position, you'll see him out there, but having Taysom Hill, having the third quarterback and Jake Luton on the team means the Saints want to still be able to have access to the full Taysom Hill playbook. So, and like we talked about with Terrence Copper was on the broadcast early on, we need to make sure, man, that we balance his Taysom. We do him a disservice when you don't get him to throw the ball. If he goes up to the line of scrimmage, get him to throw the damn ball. Why don't you? You could take advantage of that. These people are thinking about, hey, man, we dealing with this whole situation right here where we know that Taysom Hill comes in the game, then the defense gets up to the line of scrimmage, and then next thing you know, he's trying to run up against a steel wall. It's nowhere to go. So at some point, you have to be able to utilize his passing ability as well to balance his playbook and make it, because he could take shots down the field, man, to Chris Olave. I know Chris Olave gonna run up under them Taysom Hill punts. Let me tell you something. Chris Olave gonna go get that Taysom Hill punt. All right. So anyway, shout out to the rest of the family in the building. Joe, good to see you, fam, brother. Troll's in the building as well. Good to see you. Yeah. You're right, King Wizard. That's who, and Tamaya, he was really happy with that guy. He looked really crisp and clean in the pocket, but still in all, it's hard. We have to put everything in context, and you can't really, okay, I had the dog looking better. I mean, Jameis Winston coming off a major injury. He got vertebrae stuff all up in his back and ankle stuff tore up. Let's see how he looks down the season. I think this is a good move for the Saints to sit him down for what possibly could be a month worth of games and see how he feels at that time. So I think we should have done this last time. All right, so here we go, fam. Here's the kickoff. And the Saints kick it off to the Vikings from left to right on the screen. Let's get this thing going. Shout out, brother Damien. Good to see you, brother William, and the rest. Benjamin, shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you tuning in, my brother. Appreciate you. And all the great Saint thing. Hit the like button, family. Please feel free to share the show on your social media feed as well, or even on Facebook. It helps us out. All right, so here we about to get it going and popping up in this thing, man. And, man, I tell you, man, the Saints need a win up in this thing, and hopefully they can get it popping. Hope we can get this win. Let's get this dub. All right, so here we go. The Vikings with the ball from their own 25-yard line. Kirk Cousins under center. He snaps the ball, then kind of throws it down the sideline to, oh, my goodness, to Jefferson, and Marshawn Lattimore just rips him and slams him out of bounds, but not before he gets that first down. Damn, that was a good cup of coffee to wake your ass up. Darisaw, Cleveland, Bradbury, Ingram, and O'Neal is the offensive line. Cook, Ham, Jefferson, Thielen, and Smith is their skill players. All right, Kirk Cousins marching up to the line of scrimmage at the Vikings 35-yard line under center. Got a bit of a bunch formation of wide receivers to the right, one to the left. Running back Delvin Cook's behind the man in motion from right to left. They hand it to Cook. Cook gets in, picks up about a yard or two before running into a wall of Saints defenders. So not nothing cooking too much, maybe a gain of 2 or 3 yards on the play by Delvin Cook running to the left side. Saints line, Jordan, Onyemata, Tuttle, and Davenport. Linebackers are Ellis, Davis, Werner, and of course our secondary guys are Adebo, PJ Williams, Tyrann Mathieu, and Marshawn Laddie Daddy. All right, so that'll be 2nd and 7 again. The 3, Kirk Cousins in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the right, man in motion from right to left. There's the snap. Ball's out, ball's thrown, and it's overthrown. He's going to number 17, and he's overthrown. All right, Kirk Cousins got to get a feel. So that'll be 3rd and 7 on the incompletion by somebody else's cousins, because he's not my goddamn cousin. All right, let's keep it shaking and baking on the thing as the OC for the Vikings looking to get something done. All right, Kirk Cousins popped up out of the huddle, and he's looking for another attempt to try to move the ball as he's pointing to his wide receivers. Okay, Three wide receivers bunch, two bunch to the left, three bunch to the right. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun, all by his lonesome, waiting for the snap. There's the snap. Saints come with pressure. The ball's out and it's thrown to number 84, and he got the first down, picks up the first down, and he got to a little too late. The defender was on him, but he was able to take a angle to lean himself forward and pick up the first down, so the Vikings convert on the first down. All right, so there's the play. And yeah, he just dumped just a simple crossing pattern. He finds Irv Smith Jr. and he actually caught the ball and was able to fend off Tyrann Mathieu, who was on him. All right, they go to appears to be a power wide formation from the 48-yard line. It's a play action ball, and it's setting up the screen. And then, of course, Adam Thielen catches it for a first down. So not a bad play right there by the Minnesota Vikings offense, as they look like they're trying to get a little rhythm going right here. The Vikings look pretty decent. They go with the play action to the right, but then he cuts it to Delvin Cook and then swings it back to Adam Thielen. All right, they go into a power wide formation right here for the Vikings in Saints territory at the Saints 43-yard line. Kirk Cousins pops up and look like he's audible as he's sliding protection from the right side to the left. All right, then let's see him. They got 10 seconds on the play clock. He turns and hands the ball off to Delvin Cook. Cook dances a little bit and picks up maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. So it'll be second and maybe 7, maybe 8, as Cook trots off to the sideline. All right, only a gain of 2 on the play as the Saints stuff that up. And Darvin Ham and Cook, they got Ham with Cook. That's whoever put that shit together must have been hungry, man. Let's see if we got Delvin Cook. Now let's see if we can find a fullback with a food name. How about Beef? Oh, we got Ham. Bring him on in. All right, here we go. Shotgun for the Vikings at the Saints 40-yard line. They got 2 guys back there with Kirk Cousins to his left and right. Saints come with pressure, and the ball's out to Jefferson. He's pushed out of bounds by Werner. So the Vikings are moving the ball. Another first down, it appears, as they get another 10 yards with the pass to the left side of the field to Jefferson. Werner was on him. And you can see it right there. He just cuts right there. And no, I'm sorry, that's not Jefferson. That was that was Jefferson. Yep, that was Jefferson. Boy, what a mismatch that is. But Pete Werner was able to push him out of bounds, but not. But what they saying is 3rd and 1. Okay, he's shy of the first down. Looked like he went over that. But we'll take it. 3rd and 1 now for the Vikings. The Saints have an opportunity to stop it. They're at the Saints, what it appears to be the Saints 33 or 34. And they'll do like a QB rush and pick up the first down, man. And there's a flag down. It's a flag down or QB sneak, it appears, that Kirk Cousins called his own number and went forward. And then there's a flag. Did somebody move? All right, it's against the Saints. They're saying encroachment by the Saints, and they'll add that to the first down. So they're saying one of the Saints guys moved. Yeah, and he did. They called him. Yep, they did. They called him. And that David Onyemata? No, it was Shy Tuttle. Shy Tuttle move, jumped a little bit there. So they'll take it. So the Vikings moving the ball, man, down the field since opening up the drive. Kirk Cousins under center. 3 receivers. Damn, that guy came on the field late. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back in the backfield. Man in motion from right to left, play action. Kirk Cousins dumps the ball over, almost intercepted on the play. It's Laddie Dad, and then a flag is down. A flag is down again. So let's see these damn referees. Get your ass out of the way, referees. All right, here we come with it. And they're going to hit a person. They're going to see a holding. It's against the Saints. So that's 2 penalties in back-to-back situations. They say pass interference against the Saints. And that'll help the Vikings move the ball again. So that's 2 penalties, the encroachment situation, and then they say pass interference on the Saints there. So, and they say it's a holding situation. How he caught that shit, man? But they got good eyes when it's on you. All right, 1st and 10. They helping the Vikings move along. They at the Saints 22-yard line. Cousins under center turns and hands the ball off to Cook, and Cook is wrestled down for maybe a gain of 1 or 2 yards by Mr. Pete Werner on the stop. So it'll be 2nd and 8, as the Saints looking pretty spiffy with those black helmets on. 2nd and 8. That's right. Only a gain of 2 is the Saints neutralizing Delvin Cook's rushing ability, but they're still able to pass. The Vikings go to a new huddle, it appears, and Kirk Cousins with a play action, he finds number 84, Irv Smith, to the right side of the field and has success. So the Saints on a tizzy right now, man. They got the Saints head spinning a little bit. They got that play action going on the black and gold, man, and it's causing problems for the defense. And the defense is taking a little bit before they kind of figure out what's going on so they can stop it. But the Vikings have a pretty good offense going on right now. They running the ball, not having much success running the ball, but using whatever little success they're having running the football to pass the ball in the play action set. So they're doing a good job of that. Kirk Cousins moving his people around right there. He's in the shotgun, wide receivers, 3 of them to the left, 2 to the right. There's a snap. He's back there. The Saints come with 4 pressure. Nobody gets to him, and the ball is dumped down to Delvin Cook, who's wrestled out of bounds by Pete Werner. Another gain of yards by the Vikings. If it's going to be Delvin Cook against Pete Werner, that's a big advantage for them every time. As you can see, Werner guarding Delvin Cook. He's in the trailing position from the word go. You know, that's a tough cover for Pete Werner because that's not his skill set. You know, that's not what he does. And the Vikings look like they're taking advantage of that right now with Delvin Cook there. So they bring him on the sideline. So it'll be 1st and goal now for the Vikings. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. You got 2 wide receivers to the right. One is in motion to the left. Running back is in the shotgun next to him in the left. And they give the ball to the running back, and he's stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Nothing shaking on that. The Saints smelt that and said it smelled bad and threw it away. So it'll be 2nd and goal for the Vikings. 8:55. The Vikings are eating the hell out of this clock. Big time. They marched up the field. They've been holding on to the damn thing for all this time. My goodness, 8:45 and counting down. And the Vikings, man, my goodness, they've held on to the ball this whole quarter. Damn near this, half the quarter. All right, so here we go. Kirk Cousins under center. You got 1 wide receiver to the left, 2 to the left, 1 to the right, running back behind him, and the man goes in motion from left to right. The pressure comes, and Cousins just throws it out the back of the end zone. Man running at him in his face, knocks his ass on the ground, and he just throws it away out the back of the end zone. So there you go on the play right there. So Kirk Cousins gets blitzed. Nobody picks the blitz up. He comes right on. Well, actually, he got beat, and then he got his ass knocked down. I want to say that was Davenport on the play who got to him. Yep, it was. Oh, my goodness, Davenport. Damn. He beat the guy, and Davenport Davenport put every pound of his body on top of Kirk Cousins in that play. All right, let's see. Let's go back. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right. There's the snap. And the ball's out wide open. Wide receiver is touchdown, and it's another flag down. It appeared the flag came out by the officials to the back of the end zone, and there you go, fam. There's a flag out, so we'll see who the touchdown is, too. And that's to Alexander Madison, I want to say it is. And, of course, it's going to be against as they saying, against the Vikings. It's pass interference against the Vikings. He got pushed off, so that will not count. All right, Justin Jefferson got hit with the pass interference right there. And, yeah, you can't block the man. Yeah, that's a good call, ref. Thank you, ref. As Osborne makes the catch. They're going to pull that off. That's why he was wide open. You can't. He blocked out the guy and cleared and then went to his route. Like, no, man, you can't do that, man. All right, so here we go. Kirk Cousins gets back up in that thing, man, for another opportunity. Hopefully the black and gold can stop him. All right, 3rd and goal as it backs him up a little bit. 3 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. There's a screen situation, and he will run right in. There's Madison, gets right on in, the backup running back for the Vikings on the screen, and he was able to get right on into the end zone pretty effortlessly standing up. So they go to the little screen game on the play, and he went in standing up on the 15-yard TD reception. So the Vikings had a long ass drive that culminated with a touchdown, man. The long ass drive that culminated in a touchdown. And yeah, nobody touched him. Nobody touched him on that thing. So they go up 7-0 in this thing. Yeah, this is really intriguing. Of course, the extra points kick right on through. And the Vikings march and score 7-0 on a long drive, man. That was a long drive. So it was 13 plays, family, for that drive. 13 plays, 75 yards, and then people ate up almost 7 minutes off the play clock. Almost 7 minutes off the play clock that they marched down the field on the play. So that was a huge drive by the Vikings to start that thing. 13 plays, 75 yards, almost 7 minutes on the drive. So the Saints were reeling And that most certainly is not the type of drive that you want to see them have against your team, but we'll adjust. We will adjust. And when you have long drives like that, when the defense, if the Vikings are marching down the field on you, what that do is that restrict a lot of the plays, or a lot of the plays that you want, and that puts pressure on the offense to get it right the first time. You see what I'm saying? So, and then another thing is the Saints offense will have to have a lengthy drive as well to allow the defense to rest up, because when they were out there for 7 minutes getting ran on and through on, the offense can't go in there and go three and out. They can't go back in there and go 3 and out and then get a ball back to the Vikings. And then the Saints defense, they need some rest now. So the Saints offense has got to get going up in this thing. So yes, a long drive, but man, let's see how the Saints offense respond to that long ass drive right there. All right, shout out to the fam. Good morning to y'all. Appreciate y'all being in the building. True Louisiana, shout out to you, fam. Much love to you. Nola said that wasn't a skill drive, that was a scheme drive. Them crossing routes torching us again. All right, Saints for life. Saints Vikings dominated Saints defensive line. Can't get nothing going. The Saints couldn't get any pressure on Kirk Cousins either. And what they were doing, if you notice, they were sending just four defensive linemen trying to create pressure with the front four. And they weren't getting to Kirk Cousins. You had the Davenport play where he was able to split and beat his defender to get in there and get Cousins down, but Cousins astutely threw it out the back of the end zone. But you have to be able, the Saints formed a wall around him, where the Minnesota Vikings were able to keep a circular wall around Kirk Cousins to protect him the majority of that 7-minute drive for the Vikings. Let's see how the Saints respond to that, man. That'll be the big thing. All right, so shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all. All right, Chris, shout out to you, fam. He said, let's go. Here comes Andy Dalton. All right, shout out to you. Oh, shout out, bro. Uneducated Sport Talk. What's up, fam? Appreciate you, bro. Say, what's up, Godfather? What's good for Who That Nation? Rough start, but we got this. Let's go. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Much love to you. And thank you for the super chat, bro. Shout out to you. All right. And the Red Rifle is about to make his appearance in the thing. Proud and loud to be in America. Says, so what happens if the Texas Ginger gets hurt? That's a whole nother set of circumstances that I cannot to discuss right now. Like some of these press secretaries, where they get stumped with a question that they don't want to answer. He says, well, I'll see if I can get the answer for you. Next question. That's a whole situation, bro. That's a whole area that I'm not even going to focus on, bro, because man, that just wouldn't be a pretty look. Actually, it'd be Taysom Hill right there. That'll be answer. All right, shout out. All right, here come Andy Dalton on the field, man. Ball on the Saints 25-yard line. He's in the shotgun. Saints have 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Running back there. The ball is dunked off to Mark Ingram, who I don't think he got back to the line of scrimmage. If that, probably right to it. It'll be second down and not much shaking on the play as he just fires the ball down the line of scrimmage to Mark Ingram, coming out like a little curl out of the backfield. Hurst, Throckmorton, McCoy, Ruiz, and Ramczyk is the Saints O-line for the start of the game. Ingram, Prentice, and Prentice is not there. It's JP Holtz, Landry, Callaway, and Troutman. All right, Dalton under center, 3 wide receivers to the left. Running back behind him, they're going to get a ball to Mark Ingram, and he doesn't get very much at all, maybe a gain of 2 yards. It'll be 3rd and 8 on the opening drive, and Ingram was running into the hole, and he didn't look confident that something was there. He kind of paused, and then that's not a good thing. So we also know the list of our inactives of some of our better players. Kamara, Thomas, Winston is out, and Andrews Pete is inactive for the matchup against the Vikings. But the Saints need to have a lengthy offensive possession to rest the defense. Dalton in the shotgun from their own 29-yard line, 2 wide receivers, and then there's a false start. Looked like somebody jumped, and it might be against the Saints. The Vikings are pointing at the Saints as the Saints, and I think it might have been Throckmorton. Looked like it was either the left side against the Saints, and this false start is going to be against the Saints. So there you go, and it's a false start. Is that Kelvin Throckmorton? It's Kelvin Throckmorton. Kelvin Throckmorton on the false start. Kelvin Throckmorton. Paige and Kelvin Throckmorton. Get your head out. You know what? Paige and Kelvin Throckmorton. All right, that's going to be big. Throckmorton, you got to get up off your big ass and do something. All right, here we go after that penalty, 3rd and 11, the shotgun. There's a snap, pressure coming, and it's a screen play set up, and Mark Ingram gets the first down. So not a bad play as Ingram with the little dump off screen to Ingram to the right side of the field. Ingram behind some good blocking. Looked like there was Jawan Johnson out there who had a real good block that kind of opened it up for him. I want to say that was him. Was that him? No, that was actually Cesar Ruiz out there. Good play by C, and we got a flag down. The back the Saints up. Boy, these bastards is coming up often and early with the ineligible receiver downfield. So the Saints get backed up on that play. So here we go. The flags come out, and they come out early and often against the black and gold in the first quarter. A lot of penalties on the Saints early and often. All right, 6:36 and counting down on the clock. The Saints backed up to their 19. It is now 3rd and 21. Dalton in the shotgun. There's a snap. Dalton's just going to check it down to Troutman, and Troutman is just going to do the best he can do, and he's way short of the first down, and the Saints will have to punt the ball. So undisciplined football early on as the ineligible receiver was downfield, and that was a drive that was penalty laden. The Saints couldn't do enough to get it, and they sent out the punting unit here. And like I said, you messing with disaster when you don't, you got to have a long drive to kind of help. The defense was out there for 7 minutes, and the Saints, and we'll see how the defense reacts as Blake Gillikin is out for the punt. The Saints were 4 yards shy of the first down, 4th and 4, and there's the punt, and it's away. All right, and it's away. Wow, what a great punt. No, actually, it takes the Saints bounce and rolls right out of bounds at the 21-yard line, I want to say, for the black and gold. So the Vikings will retrieve it around the 21 or the 22-yard line. And this thing, so undisciplined football, defense, head on the tizzy, the offense, penalty laden, calls, false start, ineligible guys down the field, basically kill what could have been a promising drive for the Saints. So there it is. More of the same right now than was a part of the despondency in the Saints offense was the fact that you have penalties, you have all this stuff going on, and man, it didn't look like you want to see some stuff going on there as well. But the false start situation was definitely the Vikings, and they're replaying that play where they get the Saints false start play, and the Viking defender actually moved. He moved, and they called Throckmorton with it, but the guy actually moved, and they pinned the broadcast I'm watching. They're actually pretty honest, and they showed the Minnesota Viking dude jumping, but then the referee called the Saints guy for it. So I'm not expecting fair play. It just looks like to me in this matchup that all the penalty flags is coming out early against the Saints, especially on the defense. We had several on the offense. It's just pathetic, man. So the Saints got to get their ass in gear, man. Regardless of these bastard referees or whatever we face, we gotta win the game, man. All right, so anyway, let's keep it going. Shout out to the fam, man. What y'all think about the first drive there? Seminole says penalty after penalty after penalty after. But they just showed a really good view of the penalty, the false start penalty against Kelvin Throckmorton, and Throckmorton jumped and pointed at the Viking defender that was in front of him, and it really wasn't him. It was a guy further down the line of scrimmage that actually jumped into the neutral zone, and then he moved, which the referee said, no, it's going to be against the Saints. You know what? Every time it's going to be against the Saints. So yeah, it sucks. All right, what's up, CeeLo? Shout out to you, fam. All right, much love to you. Yeah, Kelvin I just watched the replay on that. It actually showed that the guy jumped in the neutral zone. The referees made the bad call, though. They made the wrong call. So that one ain't, even though Throckmorton jumped, he was promoted, or I guess he was instigated to jump because the Viking defender was a linebacker, jumped into the neutral zone, and then he popped up, but he just pointed at the wrong dude. All right, so here we go. The Minnesota Vikings get back on the field for their side, man, and hopefully the defense can get something going here from their own 22-yard line. Kurt, somebody else's cousin, is under center, turns and hands the ball off to Delvin Cook, and Cook got a wall of guys blocking, and he was able to make it 7 yards, man, before anybody was able to get to him off to the right side. We can't have that happen, man. The Saints defense, we got to do something defense, because it's Is the defensive line, man, and then they running like a no huddle offense against the Saints. They know they tired. All right, here's the shotgun again for Kirk Cousins after a gain of 6 yards. He throws the ball, missiles it out, and is caught by Adam Thielen with a depot in trailing. So the Vikings continue their positive offensive flow as Kirk Cousins is getting in the rhythm. You don't want to let Cousins get in the rhythm, and he starts barking. You can see he's feeling a little confident. The Saints need to knock his ass down. The Vikings are in the power wide formation from their own 44-yard line. Kirk, somebody else's cousin, under center. He steps away, looking, and he starts to adjust the play, throwing up an audible right there. He got Ham and Cooks behind him in the power wide formation, turns and hands the ball. No, it's a play action. Saints can't get to him. The ball is ripped out and caught once again by Adam Thielen with Demario Davis in coverage. And Thielen something's wrong. Thielen's stuck on the sideline. Might have looked like he got up. He might have been gotten hurt because Demario Davis was on the play to bring him down. And Demario just threw him out of bounds. All right, and Thielen's hurt. Yeah, he's bent over, and something wrong with Thielen. Power wide formation, then get to the Saints 41-yard line. Kirk Cousins is under center, and the referees kind of hold the play up as they're trying to go no huddle on the Saints to get them scoring, and they're moving the ball pretty effortless against this Saints defense, man. All right, power wide formation. Kurt, somebody else's cousin, play action fake. Saints come with the pressure. They screen it. And Tyrann Mathieu says, I've seen this play before. He gets him and stops him for a minimal gain, maybe a pickup of 1, maybe 2 yards with 3:49 in counting down. Yeah, Thielen recognized something was wrong. He hunched over, and they might have something might have went wrong. I don't know with Adam Thielen, but he got up and stood up real stiff, and he's back out there now. So 2nd and 9 now as he gets back out there, man. So I don't know what happened and what these guys here. I don't know what kind of stuff they taking. But anyway, wide receivers to the left, 2 to the left, 3 to the right. Kirk Cousins is in the shotgun by himself. Saints come with the pressure. No, they can't get to him, and the ball's thrown to the left side of the out of bounds to the left side. Kirk Cousins kind of joined at his wide receiver. I guess he was supposed to make a up and out toward the sideline is what Kirk Cousins was expecting. 3rd and 9 now, as the Saints have an opportunity to slam the door on the Vikings trying to move the ball. All right, 3rd and 9 here. All right, there in the pocket, and Kirk and Saints got to do something. Defense, we need something, man, because the Saints defense is not getting to Kirk Cousins. The offensive line for the Minnesota Vikings are forming a perfect circular wall around him to allow him to stay clean. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Cousins is in the pocket by himself, and the Saints get him and bring him down. The Saints get the sack, and it's Katavius Street introduces Kurt, somebody else's cousins, to the ground. So Street gets the sack on Kirk Cousins. All right, so yeah, he comes in there and he splits the double team, throws the guy at ball, he rips him and gets him down to the ground. And that's the first sack right there that we get is, and like I said, prior to that, the Vikings were doing a very good job of keeping the Saints off of Kirk Cousins in the pocket. And with that sack, kind of knocks them out of field goal range. Here come the punt unit, and there's the punt by the Vikings punter, and a fair catch is caught at the 11 by Deontay Harty. 2:27 on the first quarter clock in London, 7-0 Vikings on the Saints. 2:27. Saints have to march the field of the defense gets them off of the field, and now it's up to the Saints offense to do something about this here thing. All right. Big shout out to the fam. CeeLo said Q looks like the B team is on the field shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. You got a new quarterback in there. So once again, how much of this is going to be a rust factor? Is Andy Dalton rusty? He hadn't played football in the starting capacity for some time. We know he's been getting the first team reps, but he still has to make that count in live game action. The speed of the game is different. Everything has to kind of a new syncing process has to happen between Andy Dalton and the rest of the Saints offense there. So Jarvis Landry out there, we got to get it going, man. We got to, and let's see what Carmichael and them can come up with. All right, what's up, Gina? Shout out to you. Appreciate you being here, Queen. Shout out to the fam. Good to see y'all, man. Up early in the morning. All right, so big shout out. All right, Easy for Me says we need to sound a siren. Sign that down. That's that. Bring out the siren, huh? I didn't feel it, in my spirit to bring out the siren, because I felt like, okay, I think the Saints, so they feel comfortable going to London and playing over there. Perhaps, we can kind of have more of a positive thing, with happening out there. So I didn't feel in my spirit to bring the alarm in. But maybe I should have, goddamn it. Maybe I should have. All right. So anyway, man, listen, we got to do something, man. Defense did itself a service by getting them off the field. We was able to finally get Kurt, somebody else's cousins, down on the ground. And now we need to focus on kind of making this thing pop and twist and shake so we can move on and have some success. That's what we need to kind of get this thing going, fam. So we'll see how it all goes, man. But at the end of the day, we need to get a score. We need a touchdown, fam. We need one as soon as possible. All right. Yep. Street. That's right, TP. It was Street that put Kurt, somebody else's cousins, on the ground. Did you catch that? Street, ground. All right. So shout out, fam. What's up, Gary? Shout out. 302 Real. Yep. Hardy back in that thing. All right. So let's get it, man. Let's see what goes on here. All right, for the black and gold, man. Here we go. Ball on their own 12-yard lines. The Saints open up. Andy Dalton under center, man in motion. And they hand it off to Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram cuts left and running hard, and he picks up, it looked like about 6 yards on the rush by Mark Ingram, cutting to the left, running behind Hurst on that side, and he gets a good gain, maybe 5 or 6 yards on the run. So looking good. So let's hope the Saints can kind of keep this thing going here. And maybe they could pick up the pace and get some offense going, man. They need some rhythm here. All right. 2 minutes and counting down. Andy Dalton in the shotgun as they peer to the sideline with a picture of Jameis. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's the ball thrown and caught. Noise dropped by Callaway. The shot was thrown. The ball was thrown to Callaway, and it was a drop. So 3rd and 3 for the Saints. And Andy Dalton fires the ball out of there, and that should have been a catch. That's got to be a catch if you're Marquez Callaway. Dalton put it right in his chest. Right in his chest. And he had a guy swiping away at his arm after he made it. The ball was in his chest. That should have been a catch, man. 3rd and 3 to drop by Callaway. Dalton in the shotgun with Ingram back there next to him to his left. 3 wide receivers to Dalton's right. There's the snap out the shotgun. Pressure coming. Dalton steps up and he gets wrapped up and he goes down as the guy puts him down, and they end the drive there on the play. Number 55 get the sack on the Saints. Saints still looking shitty offensively and still despondent, still lack of rhythm and timing once again. And, of course, things were covered up. They came with the blitz, and the guy split it, and then next thing you know, he came from behind and had Dalton, but they had a guy in his face, and Dalton just took it down. I don't know. He wasn't going to run the ball. He wasn't going – I mean, what you thought? You think he Jaden Daniels? All right, so it's 4th and 7 after the sack. The Vikings sack the Saints and kick out their drive again, puts the defense back out there. So once again, shitty offensive play. There's Blake Gillikin with the deep punt back and the kick return up. He returns it all back, goes back to the 25. You got a block in the back. Referee didn't even call the goddamn play, and the guy gets all the way around to almost the 50-yard line. Referee standing right there. The guy blocks him in the back. The referee don't even make the play. He don't even throw the flag. That was a clear block in the back. Referee standing there looking at it, no flag. No flag on the block in the back. No flag on the block in the back. Oh, it's just trash, man. Trash ass, fake ass referee bastards, man. Clear block in the back that's freed the guy to have that long ass run. Goodness. Yeah, clear block it. That was clear block in the back, man. Clear block in the back. A textbook case of it. And the referee standing right there and I don't see nothing. It is what it is, man. Let's keep it going, man. The Saints, even though you got funky, rotten, stanky, dirty, corrupt ass bastard referees operating in this game, the reality is still in all the Saints' reason for their own foolishness is strictly because of their ineptitude. They're the wrong plays. They don't have any rhythm. It's the same thing the first 3 possessions. Once again, the first quarter about to come to an end. I don't see any difference in how the offense, you got a new quarterback at the helm. It's supposed to be some excitement. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, family, so far. So we're going to do some observation in the second and third once again. But it's the same thing. The Saints need to pick up the tempo. God damn these people. It's not hard. Lift the tempo of the offense. Even the Vikings came out and started going into no huddle, and they didn't have a problem. But they was using no huddle to keep the Saints off, to keep them off-centered, off balance. I mean, damn, lift the damn tempo of the offense. Why don't you? My goodness, man. Wow. All right. Saints for Life said Throckmorton is garbage. He says why is Dennis Allen keeping him is beyond me. Kelvin Throckmorton is one of the dudes, man, that I can't really say too much. He's a turnstile, bro. Now I've said that before. He's a turnstile. What can I say? He's a turnstile. I mean, the guy is massive. But if you're offensive line and if you talk correctly, you talk to push guys, maul guys out. You don't stand up there and pity pat with them. You maul those guys and push them out until the whistle sounds off and then you stop. And that's what we seen with Trevor Penning, what he would do. He would maul your ass until the whistle. He'll maul you until the whistle. But some of these guys don't have the same temperament. If you're 6'5" or 6 or however big, Throckmorton is huge. But he don't play like a big physical offensive lineman. He plays like he's a 5 foot. I ain't gonna even say 5'11" because they got some guys out there knock you on your ass 5'11". But as an offensive lineman, he's supposed to be way more physical than what he is, man. And I think reason why he's here is because Lamp is hurt. And the Saints had a bunch of injuries that happened to the backups. And yeah, Kelvin Throckmorton, man, it's nothing special about Kelvin Throckmorton to me, bro, just to keep it a buck with you. Devin says Vikings got too many weapons on offense for us to play this kind of game. Yeah, and Jefferson, we talk about Jefferson. We talk about, what's the kid name? Osborne. We talked about these guys before, family, that you have to watch out for these guys. You see, Thielen is always a guy that's there for you. He's always a guy that's going to make catches. You got Delvin Cook healthy running around there. So you got Cook, you got Jefferson, you got Thielen. The Irv Smith, if he decides to catch the ball, it's going to be an issue. But we still got a lot of football left. So let's watch how things are moving forward. Now, it's about the first quarter is about the end. But based on what I've seen so far with 54 seconds remaining in the first quarter, I'm not impressed at all with the Saints offense. They need more tempo. They need more plays that lift the tempo up. They need some better stuff here, and it just don't look right. All right, Brother Thomas, thank you, bro. Says defense might have to create some turnovers for our bad offensive play. We still got, the defense is start kind of stiffing up as we got an offense. We got a player for the Vikings getting carted off, man. Sorry to say that. See that brother getting carted off there on the field, as that's what the holdup is right now. But this is 4 weeks in, and we still seeing the same type of stuff here. And then, of course, the blame goes on Jameis. But Andy Dalton is nothing wrong with his health. So we have to lift up the tempo of this offense, man. We really do. So we shall see. We shall see, family. All right. So shout out to you. Thank you, bro, for your super chat, man. There's still a lot of time left, family, in this game. It's still a lot of time left. We still have 3 quarters of football remaining. There's just 7-0 right now. And we knew that it was ultimately going to be a low-scoring affair, family. We knew that it potentially could be a low-scoring affair. The Vikings had that first promising drive where they ate up almost 7 minutes of the clock, and then the Saints came out there. They go off the field. The Vikings come back out. The Saints were able to sack them, kick them out of field goal range, because that was a field goal at the very least, which is a positive. And then, of course, now the second drive the Saints had was less encouraging than the first. So let's see what happened here and keep this thing going. So, all right. So anyway, let's keep it going here, family. The Vikings get out there with a bunch formation, 3 wide receivers to the left. Then Thielen goes in motion from left to right. Somebody else Cousins under center with Delvin Cook behind him. There is the run to Delvin Cook. Cook is wrapped up, not much shaking and baking. Made a gain of 2 as Cam Jordan and Pete Werner's on that side as well. All right, so nothing shaking on the play. He's wrapped up, and that was Madison. Madison on actually to run that side of things. All right, Kirk Cousins goes into the huddle as 30-something seconds are ticking down. It's 2nd and 8 now for the Vikings. Let's see what happens here. All right, Kirk Cousins in the shotgun, bunch wide receivers, 3 to the left, 1 to the right as Jefferson goes in motion from left to right with Cousins in the shotgun with the running back next to him. Cousins looking, the ball's out, the ball's picked off by, that's right, the Honey Badger. The Honey Badger picks the ball off, and Kirk Cousins, dumbass, didn't even see the Badger right there, and the Saints get the pick. The Saints get the pick. Tyrann Mathieu, an unprovoked interception by Kirk Cousins, somebody else's Cousins. Mo, I mean, boy, I mean, did you not see him sitting there? Look at it right here. Boom! Give me that. That was easy, easy, easy. Kirk Cousins, unprovoked interception, just threw the ball, and look at it. I mean, he's right there the whole time. I mean, Kirk Cousins just threw the ball, and the Honey Badger was just sitting there. All right, here we go. From the Saints 40-yard line, Andy Dalton under center, man, and moves from left to right. The handoff is to, who's that running the ball? It looked like Latavius. Is that Latavius in that thing? We got a Latavius Murray sighting. We do have a Latavius Murray sighting. Latavius Murray gets into the contest for the black and gold. Good to see him in there getting going as Kurt, somebody else's Cousins, throws a unprovoked interception as we go into the commercial break. So that was a big one right there. The Saints picked the ball off, and you, like I said, during the preview stream, family, is that if you we got to take the ball out of the hands of Kurt, somebody else's Cousins, and put it directly in the, take the ball out of Delvin Cook, who knows how to cook, and give it to Kurt, somebody else's Cousins, you're going to have success. And Kurt, somebody else's Cousins, threw that damn ball right to Tyrann Mathieu, man. Tyrann wasn't doing nothing special. He was sitting right there. And he just leaned over and stepped right into it. You can't get no easier than that. And then Kirk Cousins pumping his fist like that, saying, man, how did I do that? Because you're a dumbass. That man was sitting right there. Let's see if the Saints can make it a positive play after the defense gave us a pick. Let's hope the Saints can operate off of that good vibration, that good interception, and turn something and do something positive with it. All right. So fam, we're gonna in just a minute, I'm gonna just go over the halftime. Let's go over the first halftime report here as we get ready. I mean, not halftime. Some of the numbers. Right now, I'm looking at some of the numbers on the first down. The Saints must improve. They're 0 for 2 in third down. Can't do that. 8 plays, only 30 yards right now. Here, and they got 4 penalties in the first quarter for 21 yards. So that's not going to shake and bake. That's not going to work for us. We got to definitely change that time. All right. So anyway, let's keep it going up in this thing, man, as they're on commercial right now, talking on my stream here. And as we about to get going with the second quarter of play. So a positive play for the Saints getting the pick, and hopefully we can lead our offense, can kind of salvage that energy right there and turn it into a touchdown, man, because we need to get a score on this thing, because the defense starting to look like they're figuring out what the Vikings are doing. And that first drive, they had to figure it out, 13 plays, 75 yards, almost 7 minutes. And then the Saints had to figure out something to do about that thing, and they really did. And then, of course, the preceding drives after that, you notice the defense started getting after the Vikings. You had the sack that killed the second one, and the second time they were there in the drive. And then the third one was the pick. So the Saints are figuring out whatever the Vikings are doing. So, well, let's see. Okay, here we go. Saints back out on the field right here from their own 40-something yard line, and the ball's handed to Taysom Hill, and he gets to midfield right here for the black and gold. So they got 2nd and 3 right there. 1st and goal now as Taysom is in the game. He gets to midfield for the Saints to pick up the first. All right, as Taysom Hill runs off to the sideline, full 42 on my clock. Tyrann Mathieu gets his first pick. The Honey Badger gets his first pick as a Saint, and there'll be many more for him in the black and gold uniform. I promise you that much. All right, there's the Red Rifle, Andy Dalton back there in the shotgun. One wide receiver to the left or right. They hand the ball over to, what is that, Latavius Murray? It is Latavius Murray, the battering ram. Latavius Murray running against his former team. So he upset. Latavius Murray going up against his former team. we could have really used Latavius Murray last week. Where the Saints' brains at, man? We could have really used, especially if he wasn't going to run Dwayne Washington or Tony Jones. We could have used Latavius last week. All right, Troutman lining up like a fullback back there. No, then he splits to the left side on the opposite side, the left tackle there, and he got a man in motion. They toss it to Latavius, and no blocking occurred to the left side. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but Troutman, and nothing happened, and they were able to bust up whatever little run they was trying to get to the side. Is that he couldn't get north to south. He was east to west, and then they penetrated and they got him in the backfield. 2 or 3 guys got him right there in the backfield, and he didn't have it. Troutman blew the block. That's what the hell happened. I don't know what Troutman was doing. We got to get him off the field and put Juwan Johnson out there. All right, shotgun for Andy Dalton. 2 wide receivers to the left and right. There's the snap. They're coming with pressure. Dalton fires the ball, and it's caught. Who is it? Who makes the catch? It is going to be Chris Olave. Makes the grab of about maybe 10 or 12 yards as the Saints get further into Viking territory. All right, so there's Chris Olave making the grab there. And he just breaks it down like a little hook route or a comeback route is pretty much all it was. And Dalton was able to place the ball right on him. So there you go. Boy, Chris Olave, man, he's been fantastic, man. Almost making a lot of these people that was complaining about giving up multiple first-round picks to give them, they real quiet right now. Andy Dalton in the shotgun from the Vikings 38. Plenty of time to throw it. He finds, who's that over there? He finds Juwan Johnson for the first down and a pickup of 12 yards for the first down for Juwan Johnson as the Saints offense is starting to have somewhat of a rhythm here. Saints having rhythm now. All right, you can see Andy. I thought he was reaching to the first level, but he was able to find Juwan Johnson, who makes a great handsy catch and play. Wow. And like when I said take Troutman out because he's missing blocks and shit, they get Juwan Johnson makes a catch. All right, so here we go. They at the Vikings 24, and there's Taysom Hill there. And oh my goodness, Taysom Hill trips forward and slams into a defender, man. It looked like that guy got a concussion or something, but Taysom Hill ran into that defender, and that guy is still on the ground. You had a defender came through, tripped Taysom up, and Taysom flew like a missile into that guy. And looked like that guy, okay, yeah, they're running out the trainers that guy was still on the damn ground. I seen that hit. I was like, whoa. Because Taysom was running forward. The guy, one of the defenders came in, tripped Taysom up. It was only a 2-yard gain. And Taysom flew like a missile into that defender, and that guy is still on the ground. So they try to get that brother up, but they when those type of plays happen, then you got the cameraman start spanning all kind of ways, start looking all into the crowd. They don't want to show you what's on the field, so they start spanning into the crowd, or they start look at that bird up there, start spanning into the sky and shit. But they keep the camera off the field, you know. So anyway, man, it looks the Saints offense this time around is picking up a little bit more rhythm in this, man. This is a lot more positive. This drive feeding off the interception energy right now as they looking to try to get the guy off the field. Yeah, there he is. Now he's up. They must have gave him some. Oh, that's Kendricks. Okay, Kendricks, man. He's walking to the tent. Look like he's about to go in the tent. Yeah, that's one of their better linebackers there. He's off. All right, shotgun for the Saints. Dalton gets the ball out fast and he throws it to who is that? Is that Jarvis? Look like the Jarvis on the catch third. And is that, that's Jarvis. Okay, Jarvis Landry makes the catch. It'll be third down for the Saints. And maybe 2 or 3 yards after the little crossing route. It appeared to be like a little crossing route. All right. So the Saints are at, 3rd and 2 now for the black and gold. They're at the Vikings 12-yard line. I want to say that is. They're at the 12. All right. So 3 first downs this drive to help out. No, they're at the 15. All right, there we go. Shotgun Saints. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. There's the shotgun. He hands the ball to Mark Ingram, who cuts right, picks up some yardage. First down plus more. He gets down to the 10-yard line for Mark Ingram as the Saints are marching, feeding off that interception. This is more like it. All right. We're marching. Andy Dalton keeping. Now, Adam Troutman freed up the block. So I got to give Troutman some credit because Troutman went from left to right and opened up and took out the blocker there. So it's freed up Ingram to get to the next level. So I got to give Adam Troutman a shout out on that play. All right, there's Dalton under center, man, and moves from left to right. He turns and hands the ball off to Ingram, gets straight there, and Ingram not much shaking on it, maybe 2 yards on the straight that they ran right up the center of the defense, and Sullivan, the defensive back, was able to get in there, kind of wrangle them up, and it's a gain of 2, not much shaking. All right, so here we go. As let's get some Latavius Murray, man. We need a big north-south runner. Jawan Johnson's out there. Marquez Callaway comes out there. Jarvis Landry, of course, is in there. They pop up out of the huddle. All right, Dalton's in the shotgun. Ingram to his left. We got wide receivers to the left and right for the black and gold. All right, Dalton looking for the shotgun snap. There's the snap. We got protection. The ball is thrown, and it's to Ingram on the check down, and Ingram breaks the tackle and gets to the 5-yard line. Now is his 3rd and goal for the Saints. All right, let's see the black and gold get up in the end zone. This will start. This will create a whole momentum because listen, the Saints, if they score on this drive right here, what occurs is that the defense is then empowered because that was it. The defense had found out whatever the Vikings was doing. They done found them out right there. They done found them out. And the last 2 drives the Vikings have had didn't end positive. All right, here we go on the shotgun. Andy Dalton gets the snap. He's looking. Ball fired and caught. Touchdown. Who is that? That is Chris Olave. Is that Chris Olave? It is Chris Olave. My goodness, this cameraman is terrible, man. Come on, man. Is that Chris Olave? This damn cameraman is they terrible, man. Yeah, that's Chris Olave. All right. That's what I'm talking about, man. Touchdown for the black and gold. We get it as Andy Dalton finds Chris Olave for the touchdown. So, you know, when we do that, fam, we got to celebrate. We get us a touchdown as Chris Olave gets the touchdown from Andy Dalton.
Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Post coma, yeah, this is where we do that. 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. In marching in.
Yeah, touchdown.
I was selling out the chain for the
Big up to the Saints, man. We get that TD, man. We gotta make it shake, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, family. I'm noticing something here. I'm telling y'all something. I'm telling y'all, I noticed something.
Ain't seen fishing and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Where we do that. Where we do that. Where we do that.
All right now. All right now.
Like this, and
all right now. All right now. So they're trying to review it. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to review the play, but that's definitely a touchdown because Chris Olave catches the ball and has the ball cradled, and you can clearly see the ball penetrating the end zone line. It's in there. So they're going to review that thing, and they're taking a little time, but this should be a touchdown for the black and gold, no doubt about it. Because the way Chris Olave caught it, he fell forward. They have a perfect angle that shows that the ball is across the line. So you can't, bro, you got to chill out into Chris Olave. Try to jump in the stands, bro. Calm down, bro. Chill out, bro. We don't need you getting hurt, too. Don't jump your big silly ass up there. All right, so anyway, it's still standing right now, man. It should be still a touchdown, to be honest with you, because the way Chris Olave cradled it, the ball, he fell forward and the ball was past the line. So they're not going to take this off of us, man. This is a touchdown there. All right, that'd be too obvious. All right, shout out to the fam. Thank you, brother Rich. Shout out to you, man. I got you, bro. I got you. Listen, touchdown, family. That's a second quarter touchdown. Let's make light of that. That's a second quarter touchdown. Did we get that? Let's get that in our psyche. Second quarter touchdown that the Saints just had, and it just now with Andy Dalton finding Chris Olave in the end zone. Second quarter, not fourth, but second quarter. All right, shout out to you, bro. Thank you. All right, Roderick, shout out to you, bro. So I thank Latavius Murray and Dalton. Yes, indeed, bro. Yes, indeed. Latavius Murray should have been activated last week. He should have been activated last week because they did not use Tony Jones at all. And if you're gonna have those running backs, you're not using them, get Latavius Murray in there, who's a veteran. He's not some young back that you don't know. You need that type of north-south runner there to make things pop and shake for you. So shout out to the fam as the Saints will kick through the field goal there and make it official as they took their own little sweet time to try to make sure they take that touchdown off the board against the Saints. That kind of play didn't even warrant them looking at it that much. So you can see right now they're trying to find something to stop it. So the Saints need to get on the tear on it because this referee staff is not on. They had 4 penalties in the first quarter, 4 of them. So we got to make sure we punch these stupid ass referees and the Viking people up in their face respectfully and move past this, man, because you can see the Saints have to take this game over. So congratulations to the Saints offense early on. They got a touchdown in the second quarter. That's a positive. All right, so that's really good. And then once again, Chris Olave. Boy, is Chris Olave, man. What are y'all thoughts on Chris Olave? He's been such a special player for the Saints. We missing Mike right now. You know, Jarvis had a little issue, but Chris Olave has been every bit of everything that we thought he was going to be. Chris Olave has been more than special for the Saints offense. He's a tailor-made fit for what we're doing here and really handling the business, man. I'm telling you, he's brought a lot to the Saints wide receiver core, man. Chris Olave has been a hell spawn to the rest of the NFL. We got to utilize him a little bit more. All right, he go to Saints. Will Lutz kicking off to the Vikings. From my screen from right to left, and that looked like it'll be kicked through the back of the end zone. The Vikings will not return. They'll pick it up from their own 25. Now, listen, this is my observation, family, so far in the game, dealing with what I've seen. The last 2 drives by the Vikings, to the Viking family members out there that's listening to the stream, the last 2 drives by the Minnesota Vikings offense have not been very positive drives. The first drive, which was almost 7 minutes, it was picture perfect textbook. They had the play action going. It was running the ball and throwing the ball. Saints were had their head on the swivel. That all changed. I'll get back to that in a second. All right, they're back with 25-yard line. They hand the ball off to Delvin Cook. Saints right there wrap Cook up for another short game, maybe a gain of 1 or 2. As Pete Werner, Cam Jordan, David Onyemata, all on the stoppage there for the Vikings. On the Vikings. So here go Kirk Cousins, kind of trying to pick up the pace, go no huddle here. All right, 2nd and 8 on a gain of 2. Cousins in the shotgun with wide receivers to the left and right. Saints come with pressure. The ball is flipped out. It's caught by Adam Thielen. He trips down. And it's a pretty good game right there by Adam Thielen, finding a big, nice little chunk of gain for the Vikings as they get up toward their own 40-yard line. After the throw by Kirk Cousins, they go on no huddle offense against the Saints. Now, this is what you're supposed to do, Saints offense. All right, 1st and 10 after the positive gain right there. It gets them up to their own 43 or 44-yard line. It's a 43, actually. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. He's audible in the play. You can see wide receivers to the left and right, running back behind him. All right, he's under center. As the snap turns and hands the ball off, and boom, Delvin Cook. Looked like, boy, if he'd have stayed on his feet, Delvin Cook would still be running. He got tripped up at the line of scrimmage, fall forwards, maybe a gain of 5. I want to say they say 6 yards. But, boy, my goodness, Delvin Cook got tripped up. He was headed for a touchdown on that play. And watch right. Yeah, he got tripped up some kind of way. So at their own 49-yard line, Kirk Cousins on the center, wide receivers to the left and right, hands the ball off to Cook, and Cook goes nowhere. And, yeah, he was snuffed out on the play right there. Nothing shaking. It's 3rd and 3. The Saints are keeping Delvin Cook under control. They're not giving him any vegetables, any utensils to cook with. Right now, he's frustrated standing in the kitchen. He's not picking up. They ain't letting him have nothing to cook with. And matter of fact, they done turned the gas off to the stove, and he just standing there perplexed that the stove doesn't work. That's what's going on with Delvin Cook. Ain't nothing shaking on that. All right, the Vikings are 3 out of 4 on the 3rd down. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. He got a bunch of wide receiver formation to the right, 2 wide receivers to the left, then a wide receiver to the left, far left, cycles into the slot position. Saints come with pressure. They wrap him up, and he goes down. It's Davenport. Davenport on the play, fires forward, gets around, and was able to wrap up somebody else's Cousins, and put his sorry ass on the ground. All right, now Cam came free too, which Cam on a swim move right there was able to knock that big sorry offensive lineman down. But Davenport and him had a meeting at the depth. Cam and Davenport had a meeting at the quarterback, and they got him down as Cam is yelling, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." That's what I'm talking about. They get him on the ground. Now remember what I said, family. The first drive was the only drive. All these drives since with the Vikings have been complete disaster zones. All right, there's the punt by the Vikings, and it takes a Viking bounce all the way to the Saints, appears to be 8-yard line or whatnot. And it was this stream that I'm watching it on. Man, the camera people are so terrible. They didn't even wait to see where the ball stopped before they went to the commercial. He bats say, "I gotta pay the bills. We gotta pay the bills, Q." The hell with that ball rolling too. But listen, the first drive. Let me say this while they're on break. The first drive the Vikings had was that 7-minute drive was masterful, right? That probably were their best plays. And they had the Saints on the swivel. They scored the touchdown. The second time the Vikings came out, the Saints neutralized them. Remember, that was a sack that knocked them out of field goal range. The third time around was the interception from Tyrann Mathieu that set up a touchdown. And then the fourth drive was Davenport and Cam meeting at the quarterback for a sack. You see what I'm saying? So the last 3 drives that the Vikings have had have all been bad. Why? Has it just been spookism? No, what it is the Saints have figured out what the Vikings have done and have neutralized them. Now the Vikings must now make an adjustment to the Saints adjustment to see if they can gather offense. And all of a sudden, the Vikings offense don't look like they know what they're doing right now, right? That's because of the Saints. The Saints figured out what they was doing and neutralized them. And that's what happens. And notice a big part of it is Delvin Cook running the ball. Delvin Cook is the heart and soul of that team, not Cousins, but it's Cook. If you put the ball in Kirk Cousins' hands and take it away from Delvin Cook, is what the Saints are doing. What happens is sooner or later, Delvin Cook gonna give you a couple of treats like he gave Tyrann Mathieu. He'll start holding the ball and picking up sacks. So that sacks that ended both drives, the last 2 drives outside the interception, the Saints defense have figured out the Minnesota Vikings offense and have neutralized them completely. Let's keep this twisting and turning. Let's see if our offense now can duplicate success and give us another touchdown in the second quarter to kind of break open this game. So let's keep this thing shaking and baking, man. I love what I'm seeing right now in the matchup because right now the Saints are doing a good job on Delvin Cook. 7 rushes for 23 yards. Ain't nothing shaking on that, family. 7 carries for 23 yards. Nothing shaking on that. Nothing. All right, so anyway, here come the red rifle back out there. The Saints, they're looking pretty slither in the black helmets. I got to give it to them, man. Can't wait to see when we rock the black helmet with the black gear. That look like the Darth Vader uniform. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right, so shout out to the fam. All right, so anyway, let's keep this going here as they neutralize them. All right, so here we go. Saints back at their own 6-yard line. Andy Dalton turns and hands the ball off to the running back, and he'll pick up a couple of yards on that drive. So on the 2 yards pick up by the Saints, as the Vikings do a good job of stopping them right there. Ingram, not much shaking. 2nd and 8. Ingram 6 rushes for 18 yards on the play. Actually, has a little bit more than that. I think he's 6 for 23 right now. All right, so let's keep it going right here. As Kendricks is on the play. 2nd and 8. Saints pick up 2. They pick up 2. All right, 5:28 on my clock. Andy Dalton under center. As we got wide receivers to the left and right, he turns and hands the ball over to Ingram. Ingram runs right, picks up, breaks the tackle, and gets a little bit more. Ingram running hard to the right side and picks up some more yardage. Maybe a gain another 4 or 5 yards for Mark Ingram running to the right side behind Ramczyk. All right, let's keep it going. 4:58 and counting down on the clock as the Saints run out some people and put them back on the field. Vikings put some people out there as well. It's 3rd and 3. Saints need 3 yards for the first down. 4:40 and counting down. All right, let's keep it going, man. Come on. Let's see what they got going on. All right, as Andy Dalton is kind of talking to the wide receivers right here. He's in the shotgun with the running back to his left, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. There's the snap. Ball's out, nothing shaking on the players. The Vikings smelt it out, and they get Jarvis Landry. Nothing was set up pretty well on that. That looked like confusion from the word go. So credit to the Vikings defense. They smelt that out. Sullivan, the defensive back, was able to make a play on that and snuff that out. They was trying to set up a wide receiver screen or something. That most certainly, I don't know what the hell that was because didn't whoever was supposed to block didn't block because I think there was supposed to be like a screen, but Olave blew a block or whatever. There was definitely some miscommunication on the play. And credit to the Vikings for picking it up. They make the snuff. And it's 4th and 2. Saints needed 3. They don't get nothing but 1. It means punt. Blake Gillikin out. All right, there's the punt. And they run into Blake Gillikin. He doesn't fall down. So I don't think that'll be a flag. And, of course, he'll field it right at the Vikings' 44-yard line. So the Vikings get the ball back after the Saints attack of the Kirk Cousins. Nothing shakes on that moment. The Saints offense stalls out with miscommunication issues once again. Got to figure it out, man. We got to figure it out. It looked like they was trying to set up Jarvis Landry like a little screen to the play, but Olave, I think he had some confusion, like he was trying to go out and simply didn't block there, and it freed up the defensive back Sullivan to get in there and make a play. Got to keep an eye on Sullivan. He a little player for him, man. He did some positive plays for him already. All right. So big shout out to the fam as we keep this thing twisting and turning up in the thing. How y'all feeling about the Saints right now? Still, we got a touchdown in the second half, man. We got an interception there. We starting to knock Kirk Cousins around. That's always a good thing. We gotta still make sure, man, we do better here in terms of getting this stuff going offensively for the black and gold, man. So they're using Mark Ingram to run, which is positive, man. Would like to see a little bit more of Latavius Murray in this thing too, as well. All right, Barbara, shout out to you, baby. Says Gilligan hasn't been the same since the NFL drug tested him. Yeah, that was not a good looking punt by old Blake, man. We know he usually puts him all the way back there. So, he hadn't been the same. All right, they got wise to his game. All right, yeah. All right, so let's keep this thing going, man. And this thing. Shout out to the fam. All right, Jack says now kids don't lay off that red and white blue shirt. We'll see you at the 4th of July. Don't spill. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about there, Jack. I popped in on the wrong thing. Willie says the old line is horrible. Got to use quick throw so our QB don't get killed like Drew used to do. Elmo say the play calling is bad. Yeah, we got some confusion there, man. It's still too much confusion going on with the Saints offense into the 4th game of the season, man. Still too much confusion. Terry says we won the toss, get the ball first after halftime. B. Thomas says we shouldn't run a screen with Olave to be blocking. Yeah. All right. Jerry, what's up, bro? Says get the running game, Ingram and Murray. Indeed. All right, Big Ant says play calling definitely needs to step it up. Yes. All right, brother. Thomas only scored from the defense turning the ball over for us. All right, yeah, they're feeding off that tempo, the energy of the pick. All right, Big Low, shout out to you, bro. Good to see my dog Big Low up in this thing. All right, Jermaine says, I just don't like when the defense got to keep getting back on the field. Yes, Saints offense still trying to figure this thing out, man. All right, Jandos NFL won't let them do black on black. Yeah, that'd be hell spawn, right? TP says Pete should have had Hill. One thing cannot lie about. Yeah, he's a good blocker. That's indeed. All right, so here we go back out there, the Vikings with the ball. And an attempt by Kirk Cousins to find CJ Ham, and that pork didn't fly on that play. As that was a bad throw by Kirk Cousins. He seemed to be deteriorating from before our very eyes. And he threw that ball out there, and it was real low. And Darvin Ham, I don't think your fullback can make a grab like that. Yeah, it was it was on the tip of Ham's hands, but, he probably had a little grease on there from eating them pork chops, so he dropped it. All right, so anyway, Kirk Cousins, shotgun, man. Delvin Cook next to him in that thing. All right. No, that looked like, is that Cook? Yeah. And they hand the ball off to him. The Saints sniff it out right off the bat, man. Nothing shaking on it. It probably a gain of 1 on the play as Cook tried to scramble, and the Saints seen it to be 3rd and 2 yards. 3rd and 8, only a gain of 2 with 3:20 and counting down on the clock. So it's tied ball game right now. Not too long before we hit this halftime mark. Kirk Cousins comes out of the huddle, and let's see what the Minnesota Vikings do on this 3rd and 8. All right, he's in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right of the formation. You got a man in motion from left to right that comes next to and sit next to Kirk Cousins. Saints come with pressure. All right, the ball's out and is caught by none else than Adam Thielen for the first down. That's what Adam Thielen does, man. They're going to respect his mind one day. Adam Thielen, that's what Adam Thielen does, man. You got to cover him. And it looked like Laddie Daddy had him. And then he kind of and what happened with Thielen pushed off at the last minute when he made that cut. So a swift move right there by him. All right, here we go. The Vikings move the ball to the Saints 44. Kirk, somebody else's Cousins, is under center, and he turns and play action fakes. Saints come with the pressure. Ball is out, and it's to Jefferson, and look like the catch is made, and it is. So it'll be first down for the Minnesota Vikings to Justin Jefferson with Lattimore on his side, and they got a little join going on right there. and Jefferson just an up and out route there, and just a crisp, nice little pattern route right there. And Lattimore got took a little bit by it and was late to get there. All right, they get to there near the 30-yard line. There's the snap, and there's a throw by Cousins to find Jefferson again across the field for another first down. And right now, the Saints need to ratchet up that temper. They need to rush up that tempo for the defense, man, as we hit the 2-minute warning. The Saints need more. They're sending 4 in there, man, but the 4 not getting there. They're going to have to ratchet up that blitz pressure, man. Kirk Cousins had an opportunity to scan left and right and then find Jefferson cutting across the center of the field. So, yeah, that ain't gonna work. They gotta ratchet up that blitz, man, big time. Got to get that blitz going, man. You need more pressure than that. If Kirk Cousins sitting his ass up there and looking left or right, then scan back and then find a guy across the center, now you need to get that pressure up, man, for real. All right, anyway, much love to the fam, man, in this thing as we getting going. 2 minutes before halftime in the matchup here, and it ain't even 10 o'clock on my clock, man. Up early in the morning watching football in London. So we need to get this popping. All right, man. Let's keep it going. All right, Big Bull says, man, Kirk dancing, LOL, daddy, get abused that last play. Yeah, that was a slick route running by Jefferson. Yeah, and he just Laddie Daddy bit a little bit, and Jefferson was able to get that ball to the sideline and get that tippy toe up in that thing. So yeah, these guys are good, man. Justin Jefferson is a natural, just like our Chris Olave is. Adam Thielen is a guy that people continually, just overlooks, and all Thielen do is catch his passes for first downs. That's all he does, and make plays for you. So we got a good Minnesota Viking offense that we taking on. They got all their people there. It's just a matter of the Saints needing, and then of course the pass. Like I said, when they found Jefferson across the center of the field, man, the Saints had zero goddamn pressure on Kirk Cousins. That can't happen. You letting him stand back there. And the offense, and once again, the Minnesota Vikings offensive line, which is not a well-known offensive line, there's nothing really popping or nothing really special about their offensive line. But once again, a no-name ass offensive line is handling up on the Saints defensive line. Once again, you see plays where they're not allowing nothing. I'm like, damn. We had the backup ass Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive line. They were doing their business. The Panthers no-name ass offensive line was handling business. And now here go these people no-name ass offensive line in there handling business. So the Saints, sometimes they're losing battles and getting out-physicaled by no-name offensive lines, man. Come on, man. All right, here we go from the Saints on 19-yard line. Kirk Cousins, the shotgun, and he hands the ball to Delvin Cook. Delvin Cook has a lot better rushing performance this time around, as he gets maybe about 6 or 7, and it'll be second maybe in 3 right there, as he finds some positive success up the center of the Saints defensive line. So they're still sticking with the run. They're saying, listen, we can't win this thing on Cousins alone. We got to take the ball out of his hands and give it to Delvin Cook in the 2nd and 2. He picked up 8 on that play. So as they working the clock down, Saints defense, we need you to stand up tall, man. Interception, fumble, whatever you got to do as they get down to the Saints 12-yard line. Kirk Cousins under center, 2 wide receivers to the left. You got 1 to the right, and it's a running play once again. Cook, and he's chopped down, and he's going to be about a yard shy of the first down, maybe a gain of 1 3rd and 1 for Delvin Cook as the Saints come through and knock his ass to the ground on the play. Looked like that was Shy Tuttle on the play, getting to him. 3rd and 1. Let's see what the Vikings can do here. As the Saints right now and Cam doing a little join. Let's see the black and gold defense force the Vikings to get off the damn field. All right, so let's keep it going right here. Let's see what happens for the squad. That's the come on. Let's make it pop. Let's see what's happening. But it's interesting, man. To be honest with you. Dealing with what's happening with the black and gold defense, man. Let's see if they harden up and get these damn people off the field. All right, here we go. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. He got a bunch formation to the right. It's a running play. No, it is. It's in a drop play. It's a drop there by Munt, the backup tight end, drops the ball. They went to his big sorry ass, and he dropped the ball. So, let's see what happened. Kirk Cousins, it had it going, too. And then Munt right there found the ball, and he just went right through, just went right through his arms. You're like, boom. Yeah, see that's just like, yeah, no, that's why we don't throw to you, bro. That's why we don't throw to you. That's like how you would that's how you would miss a catch if you played in play school. It's like that the way that backup tight end missed that ball, it went right through. It's like his arms were cradled like this, and it just went right through that, you know. The way he missed that pass is like, you know, you got preschoolers that's learning how to catch for the first time. That's what that looked like. All right, so there you go. But they take the field goal, and had that guy caught the ball, man, they probably would have went on to score. So thank you, Munt, the backup tight end. We'll make sure you send. We'll make sure you send. We'll send you our box of beignets for dropping that pass. So thank you. All right, maybe you could take the beignet powder and sprinkle it on your goddamn gloves or on your arms so you can you can catch the damn ball. Oh, I've seen a lot of drop passes, man, or missed balls, but I never seen one look like a preschooler trying to catch it, man. All right, 104 on the clock there for the black and gold, man, as they get the ball back. 104. Do the Saints go no huddle? This is a supreme opportunity for the Saints to go no huddle offense here and try to get something shaking right now. So Deontay Harty is waiting from the kick from the Minnesota Vikings. They were able to kick the field goal. They're up 10-7 with 1:04 on the clock. There's the kick from left to right. Harty is going to let it bounce through the back of the end zone, and the Saints shall retrieve it at the 25-yard line. So, hey, man, it's 10-7 right now. A lot of people expected it to be a low-scoring game, and I agree that I kind of anticipate that would be the thing as well. And it is what it is right now. All right, Willis says, man, Dalton got sacked and fumbled the ball. I told you. All right. Okay, we got a fumble. Y'all guys are a little bit ahead of me on this thing right here. Y'all are a little bit ahead of me on that. All right, here's the snap from the 25-yard line. Andy Dalton in the shotgun looking, and he turns and keeps the ball down. The ball's out. The Vikings do get the ball, like the family member said, and it's picked up by the Minnesota Vikings. So Dalton should have just threw the damn ball away, man. And Andy Dalton holding the ball too long. He should have just threw it away. And he trying to run. You know he can't move that well, and ultimately gets sacked. The ball comes out, and it appears to be a fumble on the play. So, oh no, look like he's down, man. Look, and the ball pops out. No, Andy Dalton's down, man. No, it's a fumble. It's a fumble. Look like the ball came out before the knees touched. Yeah, that's a fumble. The ball dropped right out of there. It looked like he had both his damn hands on the ball. How did he fumbled it with both hands on the ball? He had both hands on it. Holding the ball too long. We can't have these excessive turnovers. Every damn game is a fumble. It's the fourth straight game the Saints offense have fumbled the ball off. Puts the defense back out there on the short field after they got the Vikings off. So we at their own 20-yard line now. Kirk Cousins under center is a play action to the left, goes back to the right. And the guy, number 18, chopped down by a very imposing Paulson Adebo on the play. Adebo came through and rips his ass down. So not much shaking on the play there. So the defense will have to hold up again. So he did find Jefferson and Paulson. Adebo just came right through there and just ripped Jefferson down, man. No hesitation at all. All right, here we go. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun, 2nd and 10 for the team there. Wide receivers to the left and right, running back to Kirk Cousins' right. There's the snap. The Saints coming with some pressure, and the ball is out and thrown away. And is there anybody in that vicinity? And it is. Looked like he had a guy 5 yards away. And really, that's what Kirk Cousins did. What the hell Andy Dalton was supposed to do? Just throw the goddamn ball away. And you can see Cousins was going down. He was going to get that sack, but he did throw it in the vicinity where there were some players. Yeah, he just threw it away. And that's what you're supposed to do. Just throw it away. And then Shy Tuttle pushed him in his face. Shy Tuttle, you can't do that dumb shit, Shy Tuttle. Saints got away with one because Tuttle shoved him in his face. You can't do that, stupid. All right, so here we go, shotgun, and that should be a flag right there. Look like false start by the offense. Should be false start Vikings. All right, let's hear it. False start Minnesota Vikings. They'll back them up and do that. So that'll repeat third down. 16 seconds remaining. The Vikings imploding. They can't get it going. The Saints getting pressure on them and forcing them back. So that's hopefully the Saints can get something positive here. So we'll see. They're marching the wrong way. All right, so 16 seconds remaining on my clock right here. The Vikings are 4 out of 7 on third down so far in the game. All right, here we go. 3 wide receivers to the left and Cousins in the shotgun. He has time. The ball's out, and it is caught by Irv Smith Jr. He goes down around the 18-yard line, and the clock will keep running. And the Vikings look like they won't stop the clock. All the Vikings, yeah, they do. They finally call a timeout with 3 seconds remaining, and they get them set up for a field goal to kind of do it. So the Saints defense is doing what they're supposed to do, which is basically just stop the Minnesota Vikings offense from scoring touchdowns, except for the initial touchdown that started the game. They've pretty much shut the Vikings down in terms of what they're scoring touchdowns and just forcing them to take field goals in a matchup. So they'll run their field goal kicker out there and see if they can get the field goal through and kind of put them in the game. But this field goal is because of Andy Dalton's incompetence with the ball. 36-yard attempt for the Minnesota Vikings. And look like they're going to push that thing through for them. Yep, they're going to push it through. And it'll be now 13-7. So the Vikings up by 6 going into halftime, man, as that kicks us right into halftime, family. So there you go. All right, let's get off into the halftime statistics, family, right now. Halftime early in London with the Saints and Vikings getting it on right now. As you can see, after the field goal makes it a 13-7 situation after the fumble. That's 4 straight games that the Saints offense have fumbled the ball. 4 straight games, man. It's amazing. It was the 2 on Kamara. Then the next one was, the other one was this guy, that guy. Nah, it's just, I just tired of seeing that. You know what I'm saying, fam? I'm sick of seeing that. Anyway, let's get into the statistics. The first down, the Vikings have 13 first downs versus only 5 by the black and gold. That's something else. 4 of 8 on third down for 50% for the Vikings. The Saints are the same, 3 of 6 there. Total plays, you can see a big disparity there, 37-22. 180 on the yards for the Vikings versus 82 by the Saints. 6 drives to 5. Vikings averaging 5 yards per play. Saints just shy of 4. Passing yards, you see 44. They got 100 yards more passing yardage than the Saints currently. 144 versus 44. Rushing attack is just about the same, 36-38 right there. 3 yards per carry. The Saints 12. As you can see, the Saints 11 carries for 3.5 for 38 versus the Vikings 12 attempts for 3 flat, 36 yards. Red zone, the Vikings been there 3 times, only 1 of the 3. Saints 1 time, 1-1. The penalties throughout the first quarter, only 2 penalties against the Vikings, 2 for 15. Saints had 4 in the first quarter, 4 for 21 yards. And of course, you see the turnover right there with the interception was thrown by the Vikings. And of course, the fumble by Andy Dalton, which they got 3 points out of. Time of possession, the Vikings running that thing, 17 minutes and 20 seconds versus 12 minutes and 40 seconds for the black and gold. Let's get individual, family, and talk about the individual statistics. And man, I tell you, we did get a first half touchdown, which is a positive, but we got so much work to do. Andy Dalton despite the fumble, he's doing a pretty decent job. 8 of 9 for 53 yards, 6 yards per throw, 1 touchdown. He has been sacked a couple of times for 9 yards, and his rating is 128.2 outside of the fumble that he had. Got to pick it up. So there is positive production there. Mark Ingram, 6 carries for 23 yards, just shy of 4 yards per rush. Latavius Murray came in at 3 times, got 3 yards. Taysom Hill, 2 for 6, 11 for 38 right now for the Saints rushing attack. So right now the Saints have 11 carries for the half. Does that change? So the run versus pass situation, 9 attempts by the passing game, 11 rushing attempts. And remember, the Saints dealing with a shortage in terms of the clock because the Minnesota Vikings did a pretty good job of operating with the clock. So the Saints have had to deal with having a bit of restriction in terms of having the ball because of how the Vikings have done a pretty decent job of holding on to the ball when they do have it. Chris Olave, 2 for 15 and a touchdown right there on 2 targets. Not much else shaking. You see Juwan Johnson, 1 for 13, 1 for 12 for Troutman. Jarvis Landry, 2 catches for 7 yards. Ingram out the backfield, 2 for 6. They targeted Callaway once. All right, and of course, we know the fumble is Andy Dalton's. Demario Davis and Tyrann Mathieu, the top tacklers as it stands. The Saints have two sacks on Kurt, somebody else's cousins, one by Kentavious Street, and Cam and Davenport split the other one. So hopefully we get some more sacks into the second half of the matchup. You see Tyrann Mathieu with 6 tackles in the pick for the black and gold up in this thing. Pete Werner with 5, Laddie Daddy with 5, Adebo with 4 to kind of round that group out. And of course, we see Blake Gilligan 3 punts for 152, despite that shank he had. He's still averaging over almost 51 yards per punt. And his longest of the game was a 63-yard boomer. Going to the Vikings side of things, Kirk Cousins, 16 of 23 for 156 yards for them. He averaging almost 7 yards per throw. He had a touchdown and an interception. He's been sacked twice. 84.7 on the rating for Kirk Cousins. Delvin Cook, 10 carries so far for 34 yards, less than 3.5 yards per rush. His longest was an 8-yard run. The Saints got to keep that up. 12 carries for 36 yards between both of those guys, Cook and Madison. That's damn good. And they got to keep that up because the Vikings are going to still try to run Cook and Madison to set up the balance for the attack. They don't want to have Kirk Cousins throwing the ball 40 times in the game. That's a recipe for disaster. So the Saints basically right now neutralize the Vikings rushing attack. They have to continue that and put the ball in Kirk Cousins' hands, put pressure on him. He'll give you some more sacks and he's going to give you some turnovers. Trust me. Adam Thielen, 5 catches on 5 targets for 66 yards. He done this every time Adam Thielen catches the ball is more than the first down. 13.2 is his average through this game. Justin Jefferson, 5 catches on 5 targets, 42 yards. So every time he throws to Thielen and Jefferson, it's 100%. 5 targets, 5 catches, 5 for both of those guys. And they have been positive. And Irv Smith Jr., who usually drops a lot of stuff, was targeted 4 times, has 3 catches for 23 yards. Madison has that 1 touchdown there. 1 catch, 15 yards on the screen that was set up as well. So, of course, you look at Harrison Phillips was the one that recovered the fumble for them, and their top tackler is DJ Wonnum and Jordan Hicks with 5 apiece in the game. And the sacks came from Devin Tomlinson and Zadarius Smith. Got him a little sackage up in that thing. So outside of that, and of course, you look at their kicker, Greg Joseph. It's right now he's the reason why the Vikings are ahead. He had 2 field goals for their squad to put them up by 6 right now. So the Minnesota Vikings looking to kind of keep ahead in the NFC North right now. They lead in the North over Green Bay and Chicago, and they want to keep that lead. The Saints are trying to go back to 500 and not fall down in the cellar as we try to keep up with the first place team right now, which is Tampa Bay at 2-1. So anyway, this is a bit of the information that we're dealing with right now, fam. And the Saints are doing a pretty swell job, to be honest with you, of basically one-dimensionalizing the team, not allowing the Minnesota Vikings to run the ball because, you know, that's what they really want to do. They want the Minnesota Vikings to run the ball to set up the balance like they had that first drive where they were able to keep the Saints' head on the swivel, moving them around. So very positive that way. But outside of that, you know, like we said, the Saints figured out, you know, how to shut off whatever the Vikings was doing. They shut them the hell off. They shut them off in that matchup, which is positive, man, to be honest with you. All right, thank you, Tim, for your super chat. Says Pete Werner is the future. Yeah, Pete Werner has done a pretty good job in this game. He had a tough cover with Delvin Cook out of the backfield. Trying to cover Delvin Cook out of the backfield is a scary thing for any linebacker. But he's a guy that's locked in. He's very intelligent. He's not as athletic as you would like him to be, but he gives you everything he got every game. And that's why people got love and for a guy like Pete Werner. He gives you everything he got. Uncle Paula says, Q, why Pete Carmichael not using Latavius Murray today? He is the spark the offense need, and he plays good against the Vikes. He did. He had 3 carries in the matchup, Uncle Paula. He had 3 He had 3 carries in the game. One was the last one. I think wasn't so positive because they didn't block for him. But when he got in there, he did he had an impact. So I agree. I think they need to use him more, especially in the second half when the Minnesota Vikings defense gets a little tired. You want to use a heavy running back like Latavius to kind of pound them in the ground, so to speak. A Barber shout out says, Big Bull, 3 more interceptions and a fumble later. You still be singing Dalton's praises? Of course you will. He's so much better than Winston, right? Well, the thing is, Winston is terribly hurt. Andy Dalton is, like I said, there's got to be a rust factor. When we started the game off, I was asking the question to the family members, there's going to be some issues in terms of Andy Dalton learning the offense, because even though he might have taken reps and he practiced with them during practice, when you get in the game, it's different. It's a lot different. The speed is different. You got to get used to guys. So usually the game plan should be more run centered, and then you set up the play action, then you do what you got to do. But that's something that we have to just keep on working out. But a positive is the fact that the Saints did score a first half touchdown where they would not been able to do that. So that's something new for us here. Well, this season anyway. A Proud and Loud says, besides the 1 quarter in the first game of the year when Jameis steamrolled the offense. Yeah, well, the 4th quarter in the Atlanta matchup. Yeah, I think it'll start to gel, because I see the defense for the Saints is doing good. And I think we'll get an opportunity to kind of set up some stuff. We just need to work on getting our blocking better, man. We need to kind of work on doing better blocking, man. And we'll see what Carmichael delves up this upcoming quarter, man. But we definitely need some more positive running to happen to kind of help us out with the passing attack. Brother Dudley says, are we the New Orleans Saints or Jets or the New Orleans Browns? Please draft another quarterback or fire their coach. Shout out, Brother Dudley. All right, Ken says, somebody call Johnny Manziel. I keep him away from here, bro. That boy would not be able to make it on Bourbon Street, man. That boy be up there in the quarter running around there, boy. You wouldn't be able to find him. He'd be like Kerry Collins was. Y'all remember that? Kerry Collins, they had to get his sorry ass out of there because Kerry Collins couldn't stay out the French Quarter. He coming to games drunk and shit. Y'all remember that? They traded him to Carolina, then he started balling out there for him. But that boy couldn't stay out the quarters, man. Y'all remember that? We don't need no Kerry Collins. Tyson says, I'm so mad because our team's losing. Jameis Winston needs to be off the team, because if he continues to play like this, we're not going to the Super Bowl, and I'm such a huge fan of the Saints. I mean, remember, in our expectations to put everything on Jameis, Andy Dalton's in that thing, and how much greater that, I mean, Jameis is a guy that was playing hurt a lot. So, I mean, he had vertebrae in his back, ankle messed up, and really the Saints should have benched him against the Carolina Panthers and brought Andy Dalton in. They should have done a lot of stuff. They kind of, and I'm realizing through 4 games, the Saints, the Saints are slow on the draw with a lot of decisions. Their decisions are usually a game late. You know what I'm saying? They're late on the draw with a lot of these decisions. A lot of this stuff that the Saints are doing, they're late on the draw. They really are. They're late on the draw. But like Jameis should have been benched last week against the Panthers. He was noticeably hurt, couldn't make the throws, couldn't make the plays, but he was there. Why was not Latavius Murray activated last week? We could have used him against the Panthers. You didn't do anything with Tony Jones Jr. So they're late. They're really late. They're like a game or so late to doing, making these calls. They gotta step this shit up, man. All right, Spec says Dalton been practicing with the ones the entire year. I expect him to be sharper. Yeah, he's been practicing with the ones, but once again, practice and real-time action, that's a different effect. Like if you look at the game right now, you see Dalton don't look as sharp as you expect him to be because he was practicing with him. Because when you get in that live game, bro, that's a whole other situation than practicing. It's a speed element. Everything is radically different. It helps, don't get me wrong, but notice he's holding on to the ball a little long. The play where he got sacked, both sacks, one of which he should have got rid of the ball, threw the ball away. The other one, he's fumbling, he fumbled on the play. So, I mean, it just takes time. Ken says they need a scheme, a consistent scheme, Q point blank. I hear you, bro. You can see them trying, man. They trying these things. It's like watching, a rusty wheel try to kick in, trying to work the rust out. It's it's real weird to watch. You have all this talent. Okay, if you ain't have the talent, I can understand why you having all of this going on. But my goodness, it just doesn't look right. Then they'll get going, and then you would think that they can, okay, we got something, we caught on something. And then next thing you know, they go back to what they was. So I'm like, it's really strange because you see them get going and then they'll stop. You see them get going, then they'll stop. And then notice the Saints have not yet gone into the 2-minute offense. They refuse to utilize that no huddle offense. The Minnesota Vikings have smartly and intelligently all game long used the no huddle. Now the Saints stopped them, but they did have success in moving using the no huddle offense. Talking about the Vikings offense. The Saints are not using the no huddle offense. They're not using it. They're still going into a base offense, and they'll get a little bit going, and then it'll stop. They'll get a little bit going, and they stop. So it's strange. It's real strange watching these people, man. But anyway, the keys to victory, the Saints offense got to get going, man. They got to get going in this one. Yeah, 50 says DA is a rookie, Q, but he really not. You're a rookie, but he really not. But, you know, my thinking is this on Dennis Allen. You know, I think Dennis Allen does have some input on the Saints offense, but I think roughly a lot of that he allows Pete Carmichael to channel that offense and operate that offense, to move the offense. That's what I see. But Pete Carmichael, man, they got to figure out something. They got to figure out the plays that the offense knows the best. It's always 10 or 12 plays that the offense knows that they really like to run. We got to figure out what those plays are and get it going. And also outside of just scheme, because we could talk about scheme all we want. But if guys ain't in there winning the individual matchups, the one-on-one, the defensive line ain't dominating their offensive line, or our O-line ain't dominating their line. You could talk scheme all day. It ain't going to make nothing. It don't mean nothing if we're not dominating and being fundamental when it counts. You see what I'm saying? So here we go, family, as we get back into it. They're kicking off to the Saints, and look like Deontay Harty goes nowhere. He gets bowled over, no blocking, no nothing. And he gets tackled at the 19-yard line. My goodness. And I've said this before against the Saints return game. The return game, the kick return and punt return blocking units they need radical improvement, man. They need to be radically improved. The return, like when you get the kickoffs returns and the punt return, the blockers, they need to do a way better job. They are sorry, man. All right, the Saints pick up the ball from the 20-yard line. Andy Dalton with the play action to the running back. He got time. He's looking, and the ball is strong right there, and it's caught at the 40-yard line by Chris Olave, and the guy looked like he hit him in the helmet, and Chris Olave slow getting up. This sorry son of a bitch hit him in his helmet, and the flag is down. They got to be helmet to helmet. Some bitch came in and hit him in the helmet. You need to throw him out of there. You need to be thrown out of the game, man. You throw that, if that was a helmet to helmet, looked like Smith came in and looked like he went helmet to helmet with him on my replay. No, it didn't. He just dropped low. Okay, I see it. All right, and there's the run right there, and nothing happened as Troutman couldn't even block the guy. Troutman, you got to block your guy out, bro. You got to block your guy out, Troutman. You can't play with him, bro. The Saints run to the left on the play to give the ball to Mark Ingram. And then first of all, Troutman missed one block and then a second block. Troutman missed 2 blocks on the same play. My goodness, Troutman. Come on, bro. Come on, Troutman. You missed one, ran right past one dude, and then missed the other guy. All right, here we go. Second, and that cost the Saints 4 yards on Troutman's folly. All right, wide receivers to the left and right with Dalton in the shotgun. The snap is here. The ball is thrown out, and the ball almost intercepted. Poorly thrown ball, almost picked off by the Vikings defender. I don't know where the hell Andy Dalton was throwing that goddamn ball at. Andy Dalton threw that ball in there. I don't know where he was trying to go through because Dantzler almost picked it off. He threw that ball right in the double coverage, man. I don't know where Dalton was throwing the damn ball at. He threw the ball. That shit was almost picked off. He threw it right in the double coverage. All right, 3rd and 14, Dalton in the shotgun, wide receivers to the right and one to the left. You can see the running back there by Dalton to his left. All right, Saints 3rd and 14 on that play. This drive's not looking encouraging. All right, there's the snap. All right, he got time to throw, steps up, and he's going to check it down. And Mark Ingram is going to tackle. He's going to be tackled by multiple guys. And, of course, let's see, and that'll bring up the 4th down. So it'll be 4th and 7 for the Saints. So that wasn't a really good offensive series right there. On the play, Dalton almost throwing an interception. On the play, the Saints blocking was bad because it was just Adam Troutman on the play where Troutman missed 2 blockers. First, he missed the one blocker. Then the other guy on the outside, he missed them too. So, I mean, my goodness, Troutman. Good Lord, man. All right, so the Saints are punting the ball off. Blake Gillikin punting it off. And the guy tries to do something with it. He's wrapped up by JT Gray back in there deep in their own territory. So, yes, indeed, family. So, the first drive of the first offensive series of the second half, is a flub of epic proportion, missed blocks, Dalton almost throwing interceptions in the double. Just not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look. And once again, Adam Troutman, I try to give Troutman credit when he does something. But, a big part of the negative of that drive, which you lost 4 yards, was because of his poor blocking. He missed 2 blocks on the same play. Yeah, man, this is most concerning because they're not supposed to look this bad, offensive wise, and you're a month into football. This is problematic. All right, Saints lead the NFL in penalties, so you can get nothing going when you keep making the same mistakes. Offense, defense are playing vanilla style, no adjustments, just waiting for something to happen. Yeah, this offense is it's problemsome, man. It's cumbersome. Robert says Andy Dalton looks terrible. Bring Taysom more plays before it's too late. Saints for life say offensive line plays like trash every week. Penalties, turnovers. You can't win games this way. Barbara says proud. I don't. You know what you said. I choose to come. Okay, Barbara lighting somebody up in there. Alpha says they running to the left when their best run. Yeah, you know who's to the left right now? You know who's running to the left? If they're running to the left, you know who's on the left side? It's Throckmorton and Hurst. Ryan Ramczyk is right. You're right. Ryan Ramczyk is on the right-hand side. So, yes, Alpha, you have something there, sir. Big Wick says, we so spoiled from the Saints and Breeze era. I don't know, Big Wick. It ain't about being spoiled, bro. Because, it's this term about being spoiled. Like in life, you're supposed to be successful. We set out to be successful at everything we do. Now, you're going to fail. But the failures, if you're smart, only it teaches you how to be more successful. It's usually an obstacle. And once you figure out the obstacle, you have the success. You can enjoy it more. I think that's how it's set up. That's like saying that the most successful teams are spoiled. No, you're supposed to want to have success. So you're supposed to be content with failure all the time? No. I don't think spoiling have nothing to do with it. You have a high level, a high floor, which you expect your team to play by, and that's it. And this is less than average football for anybody. So whether you see people as spoiled or not, this shitty football, bro. No matter how it look, bro. And you damn right, bro. I expect you to do a lot better than what I'm seeing. So I don't know about the spoil stuff, bro. All right, Rich says, Q, where the jet sweep or the deep ball, bro? Bro, listen, thank you for the super chat, bro. I hear you. All right, here we go, fam. 2nd and 8. The Vikings get 2 on that last one. There's Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. Wide receivers, multiple wide receivers to the left, one to the right. He got his running back to his right. There's the snap. Saints come with pressure. Ball's out and is severely overthrown on the play by Kirk Cousins. I don't know where Kirk Cousins was throwing that ball at, but there was nobody there. Kirk Cousins is looking worse and worse as the game progresses. All right. The Jack says, yeah, Ricky, we can pick up the chair. We got short yard. Okay, I see your family. All right. So, yeah, keeping the ball out in the hands of Kirk Cousins, man, is a good stratagem. I told you. That's what it comes down to, is keeping it out of Delvin Cook's hands and keeping it in the hands of Kirk Cousins. He'll give you the ball. All right, Cousins under center. He backs up into the shotgun. keeps talking to the offensive line. 2 seconds left on the clock, and it should have been a delay of game, but they let them roll with it. The Saints come with pressure. That should be a holding. The call is not made, and Kirk Cousins just throws it out of bounds. But it should have been a holding penalty against Minnesota. The referee seen a man grab him, but he just, whatever. So the Saints defense positively get the Vikings offense off the field. So the Saints bring the pressure. They come with the pressure of the 4. Cousins was able just sling it out of bounds, smartly throws it out of bounds and lives for another day. So 4th and 9 as the Vikings will look to punt the ball off. And like I said, allow Kirk Cousins to keep the ball. Let him handle the ball. He'll turn it over to you. All right, and there's the punt by the Vikings. They're punting it from their 1-yard line. Nice punt right there to Deontay Harty. No blocking going on. He's tackled by 3 people, man. Where is the blocking? And then they're saying it's a fumble. Vikings all pointing to a fumble, and the referees, they're saying it's a fumble. Is it a fumble? The Viking comes out with the ball. Is it a fumble? And the referee said it's a fumble. So the Saints put the ball on the ground again. So we'll take a look at the replay to see the Saints just keep killing themselves, man. I mean, and once again, I keep telling y'all about these pathetic ass blockers on punt return. Deontay had nowhere to go. And was he down? No, he wasn't. The defender poked the ball out. He was going down to the ground with one arm, and he was trying to brace himself, and it is a fumble. I watched it, and once again, they get the fumble. They get the fumble. So once again, the Saints killing themselves. Stupid ass turnovers. Andy Dalton and now the special team starting to hurt themselves again with the fumble on the play. And the blocking's pathetic. It's terrible. Deontay gets tackled by 3 people. The ball gets poked out. Vikings get the ball. Saints defense back on the field. My goodness, man. My goodness. You talk about bullshit, garbage football. All right, so here you go. And they're at the Saints, 44-yard line. Cousins under center, turns and play actions to the running back. Saints coming with pressure. Cousins throws the ball, and it's a wide open Jefferson running down the field, wide open, and he gets pushed out of bounds right at the 4-yard line. He gets all the way down there. Jefferson wide open, running downfield. Wide open Jefferson running downfield, and Kirk Cousins finds him as he gets all the way down to the 4-yard line inside the Saints red zone. I mean, my goodness. And there was a collision that happened on a crossing pattern of the period where Adebo was taken out. Or was it Laddie that was taken out, and he got up and ran down to chase Jefferson out. And there you go. So it's all the way down the pass. The Saints give the ball to the Vikings. They get all the way down to the 4. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. You got wide receivers to the left and right with the running back with him. And then there's a penalty right there. So is it a delay of game? And it's going to be against the Minnesota Vikings. It should be a delay of game. They'll back them up for 5 yards. So the Saints can't get out of their own way with all of this stupid, sloppy, garbage football. Fumbling every damn game. Every damn game this season, the Saints are fumbling. Every game, they fumbling. Every damn game. You know, and once again on this spoil thing that one of the family members using, I'm going to mention that in just a second. All right, and there's the play action pass right there. The Saints chop Cooks down as he gets about a yard there. So it's 2nd and goal. Once again on this spoil thing, when we win, you expected to win, you're spoiled because you don't win. But when you lose, it's the energy and the terminology is not consistent with that. Because if it's supposed to go one way, it's supposed to go the other. Why don't people say when you losing, oh, you guys are spoiled to losing? Why don't they say that then? Because that's some bullshit. That's why. All right, shotgun for the Vikings. Wide receivers left and right. There's a snap around the 10. Pressure comes right up the center, and the ball's thrown. And Jefferson, badly thrown ball, but Jefferson tried to make the grab, Laddie Daddy on him, and he couldn't make it. So it'll be 3rd and goal. Yeah, Kirk Cousins had to force the ball into Jefferson. I don't look like he wasn't expecting it. He stared him down pretty much. He just stared him down. And Jefferson tried to adjust. I think that's what it was. Yeah, he threw it behind him. That's what it was. He threw it behind him, and he couldn't bring it in. So 3rd and goal now for the Vikings in the shotgun, wide receivers left and right. Cook is back there with Kirk Cousins to his right. All right, man goes in motion from left to right, and there's the snap. All right, pressure's there. The ball's thrown, and Thielen catches it and is knocked down pretty brashly. The Saints defense stop him. Laddie Daddy on the tackle, 4th and goal, as the Saints get him up off of him. So Saints defense once again will force the team to, and they gave him that, like they covered up everything and forced the Vikings to take whatever they gave them, and the Saints came up and made the stop. So the defense once again gets the Vikings out of there. Now the problem is the offense has to start scoring touchdowns, and the damn special teams has to do something besides fumble the goddamn ball away. So this is 3 field goals. This is a chip shot by their kicker from 24 yards out, and he kicks it right in there, and they go up 16-7 right now. All right. So yeah, this is right now with 16-7, like I said, it's just more of the same. We did get the early touchdown, but the Saints have not been able to manufacture anything positive offensive wise with the team as it goes. So can you keep on blaming Jameis? You know, now you got another guy in there doing it. So, I mean, it's just crazy, man. Anyway, Willis said, who knows how this game will go with the Saints fumbles and the Vikings drop passes. It's up in the air. Right now, the Vikings is doing their thing, bro. The Vikings are doing their thing. And like I said, the Saints are special teams wise from a blocking perspective. When they get those kick returns and those punt returns, they can't block to save their goddamn life. I'm just going to say it. Deontay Harty was tackled by 3 Minnesota Vikings. How the F did that happen? Huh? If you got sorry-ass blockers that's not doing their job. 3 guys back there tackled the damn man. So, I mean, it's just, you can see them on the return. 2 of them were guys that make the tackle got around them sorry-ass dogs. So, like I said, we got, that has to change. Rizzy has got to fix that, man. Rizzy, the special teams coordinator, has got to get that right, because if we can have some decent blocking, you got a Pro Bowl style kick returner in Harty that can get you some yards. If these sorry ass blockers get up off their ass and handle their business and stop getting beat out all the time. I mean, my goodness, man. All right, PDI says you seem like a cool guy. Thank you, what's that, Dids? Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for your super chat, fam. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm just telling it like it is, fam. Brother Thomas says our coaching staff making Peyton look real good, Q. I hear you, bro. 1 month into football, bro, we got to do something, man. And like I said, a lot of people don't talk about the kick return and punt return blocking for the Saints. It is a major problem, family. People don't talk about it. I'm the only one really talking about that. But I'm telling you, it's a major problem. It's a major problem because they are sorry as hell, man. They are sorry. All right, shout out. What's up, Coach Ronnie? How you doing? Shout out to you, Q, for getting up early to call this game. We've been listening while getting dressed for our game. Much love to everyone in the chat. Salute to Coach Ronnie and my dog Big Low. Much love to the family out there. Thank you for your chat. And being that this is my dog Big Low's wife, I'm compelled to say, dun, 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 that's a Superman chat. So shout out to Coach Ronnie. I appreciate you, Coach Ron, and shout out to my dog Low. All right, so anyway, here we go, family, as the Saints get the kick. All right, it's all the way back. Deontay Hart, once again, the sorry-ass Saints blockers missed multiple tackles, and Deontay running for his life. My goodness, did y'all see that time? Did y'all see the sorry-ass blocking? I keep telling y'all about it. Did y'all see what just happened when the Saints got the kick returning? That 2 more blockers were beat, forcing Deontay to cut further out toward to the right sideline. It's a problem, family. It's a problem. Among many other problems, but still a problem nonetheless. All right, so anyway, let's get back into the game, family, as we roll in this thing. Okay, the Saints got the ball at their own 22. It's a handoff to look like that's Mark Ingram, and he picks up maybe about 5 yards on the run right there as he cut to the left, then the right, went up the center. And there's that. No, that's Latavius. Okay, Latavius Murray's in the game. All right, cool. All right, for the Saints, we need to get it popping and shaking and snapping exponentially, man, for real. We need it all moving and jiving all at the same time. We got 8:50 something on the clock. We need to get a score. They got Latavius Murray in the game with Andy Dalton under center. You got people left and right. And Latavius is back there by itself. There's a play action there, and Dalton throws the ball, and he finds Marquez Callaway, who slides and make the grab and puts them over into around the 40-yard line for the black and gold. So a positive game right there by the Saints as we keep it popping and moving. All right, so hold on here. Yeah, and that was a good play right there too, man. All right, so McCallaway on the play. All right, so here we go. 1st and 10 now. Hold on here, fam. I'm having a little problem on my stream now. All right. All right. Hold on, fam. We're having a little difficulty right here with the stream. Just give me just a second here. All right, here we go. All right. All right. So anyway, 1st and 10 for the black and gold. 7:43 on the clock right there, man. We need to get it going and popping as the Saints are at midfield right there. Latavius Murray is back there, and Latavius gets the carry running to the right side. He finds a lane, and then Latavius gets maybe about 5 or 6. Well, no, that's Ingram on the play. I'm sorry. No, that's Murray. I'm sorry. Latavius Murray gets about 5 or 6 on the pickup there for the Saints. So Latavius Murray gives you some positive yardage right there. And really, the Saints are not using nothing but 2 running backs. They still have Dwayne Washington on the roster, but the Saints refuse to go 3 deep at times, which is troublesome because north-south runners work well against this defense. And Dwayne Washington is a north-south runner, and they seldomly use him. And when they do, he gives positive results. So here go to play for the Saints, 2nd and 4. The ball's out to Dalton, and the ball's knocked away by number 7 as it was going to Jawan Johnson to bring up a 3rd and 4 for the black and gold. So once again, the Saints offense just not looking good, man. It's not jiving, man. It's not jiving like I would like it is. 3rd and 4, no rhythm, and maybe they need to pick it up. Boy, it's like they scared of the no-huddle offense. It's like the Saints scared if we go into the no-huddle offense, the portal from hell gonna open up and swallow us all. They just don't want to use the no-huddle offense. All right, they got wide receivers to left and right for the Saints. Dalton in the shotgun running back to his left. All right, there's the snap. Dalton looking the pressure zone. Dalton makes the throw, and it's not caught. It's knocked away as he was going to Chris Olave. So that'll bring up 4th and 4. Why didn't the Saints mix a run or something in there, man? Why we needed to take a shot right there? Could we just get some more downs before we do? Well, see, yeah, he just underthrew the ball. That's what it was. That was a terrible and a great play by number 7. It just a underthrown ball by Andy Dalton. My goodness, man. My goodness. All right, 4th and 4 for the black and gold on the play on the underthrown ball by Andy Dalton to Chris Olave, knocked away by the defensive back for the Minnesota Vikings. And of course, Dalton will go and talk to Carmichael and find out what we need to do. And of course, you got a player is kind of shaking up. I think that's Dantzler, if I'm not mistaken, for the Minnesota Vikings, number 3, and he's kind of gingerly walking off the field on his own power. While that's going on, Dalton's talking to Pete Carmichael to see if they can figure it out. The Saints are going to try to go for it on 4th and 4 here. So 6:51 on the clock remaining. Andy Dalton's walking out on the field. The Saints, you look into the stands, the Saints people are like, man, give us something to cheer for. This is bullshit. 4th and 4, Dalton walking out there. Saints offense needs to get going ASAP. You know, fire up the no-huddle offense. Fire it up. All right, here go Andy Dalton in the shotgun. 4th and 4 for the black and gold. They're going to just try to make them jump offside. They're going to actually try to go for it. No, it's a snap. They're going for it. Pressure coming. The ball's out, and it's caught. And boy, is it close to the first down, man. It's called Callaway's close, and the referees running look like they got it. So Dalton to Callaway, and they got just enough to get the first down. Boy, that was close. And Marquez Callaway with the catch for 4 yards, and he gets the first down. Big play by Marquez Callaway. So the Saints get the no downs. And this is the time we need to jump into that no-huddle offense, bro. Let's get the no-huddle offense going. All right, boy, that was a big play. All right, Saints with the shotgun, man, and motion from left to right. All right, and then, of course, right to left, and then Taysom Hill is in, and Taysom gets swallowed up right shy of the line of scrimmage there on the play. The Vikings seen him, and they stopped Taysom Hill, and they lost a yard on the play, like I keep saying over and over again on this Taysom Hill thing. If you don't balance his call sheet and let them know that he can throw the ball, then you telegraphed into the defense that Taysom Hill is about to run. So, I mean, good grief. All right, here we go. 2nd and 11 off the 1 yard loss. Dalton's back out there in the shotgun. Wide receivers to the left and right, running back there. And then here come another flag down. Flag down. And it's going to be false start against the Saints. The referee says, okay, let's get involved. False start, black and gold, back them up again. It's against big sorry-ass Kelvin Throckmorton. Big sorry-ass trifling Kelvin big sorry-ass tab vending machine turnstile Kelvin Throckmorton picks up the flag. So to back the Saints up is now 2nd and 16 now? Damn. All right, 5:21. There's a snap out the shotgun. Don't look, throwing the ball in is tough catch. And Callaway comes down with it with a big catch from ball. What a hell of a catch that was by Marquez Callaway. Gets it all the way down inside the Saints 10-yard line. Man, what a hell of a grab that was by Marquez Callaway. Guy all over him, but Callaway stops, jumps, and back. Well, actually turns around, adjusts with the nice catch and makes the grab. Nice catch. They get to the 8-yard line with the play inside the Viking territory. Shotgun. Dalton throws the ball, and it goes to, who is that on the catches? Jawan Johnson. He's wrapped up for a small gain there as inside the 5-yard line. That was a hell of a grab by Marquez Callaway because he turns around and just, boom, just makes a terrific back shoulder catch right there and just rings it in right there toward the sideline, gets his feet in. Callaway, baby. Great play. All right, with 2nd and goal at the Vikings 4-yard line. Dalton in the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right for the team, and his running back to his left. There's the handoff there. Dalton calls his own number. Calls his own number and gets to the 1. It's 3rd down and 1. If Andy Dalton was a hair faster, he would have had the touchdown. He called his own number on the play. And I think it was a throw, but he's seen some there, and he's like, you know what? And Danielle Hunter says, you know what, bro? Come on, what you doing, bro? What you doing? You ain't fast. And he grabbed him down. All right, 3rd and goal for the Saints now. Lining up positive plays here. Let's see if they can get up in that thing. All right, goal line, ball handed off to Latavius Murray. And Latavius, man, carries everybody up in there, man. Guy on his back, and Latavius comes back to the Vikings and sticks it to him as Latavius Murray gets the rushing touchdown for the black and gold. We up in this thing, man. Where the music at, baby? Where the music at?
Who that? Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon.
Put that meme mug on him.
In marching in, that was way for the ring. That was yelling out your shame for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much
What's that smile on that?
Vision really belong to us now. Too much hate on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that.
I'm looking for them who that's out there. Where y'all at?
Coma, this is where
Where y'all at out there?
Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that.
All my who that's, baby.
We like this, and I'm a who that. Coma, this is where we do that, do that.
All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Shout out to the Who Dat Nation. What's up, brother Chris? Thank you, Chris. Christopher Waterman listening to the stream. He says, God save the team. Go Saints. Shout out to Christopher Waterman for your cash app, my friend. Thank you once again, and shout out to you. Appreciate you. All right, man. We got the score, man. The Saints in the building, the 16-14. The Vikings right now have been snuffed out on all of their drives. The only thing they can do is kick field goals, and we marching. Saints marching. That's 2 touchdowns, family, before the 4th quarter. That is a positive sign. Now, listen, you know, I'm an optimist a bit, and I'm a guy that loves to keep it real. Just call me Pharaoh. I'm a realist. I'm going to be honest with you because, listen, 16-14 here, the Saints scored 2 pre-4th quarter touchdowns, which is something that we haven't seen very much of at all this season. So Dalton on the plate, making things shake for the Saints. This is a positive here. This is a big positive. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man, as we keep this thing moving and grooving as the Saints get up in this thing. All right, shout out to the fam, man. What's up? A lot of trees in the building as well. Purple Marcus in this thing, brother. Avis in the building. Marcus as well. Shout out to you. Audemars, who that to you, fam. LM Tab is up in this thing. True Louisiana Animal. Shout out to y'all, man. EMAC is in this thing as well. Much love to the fam. Jamaica, what's up, Queen? What's popping with you? Good to see you. Demi, shout out to you. Eats is in the building. Princess Lewis is in the building. Shout out to you. Valika, what's popping? What's popping with you? Tyrone, big ups to you as well. Riley as well. So much love to the Black and Gold family, man. The Saints marching on that drive. Marquez Callaway was a big part of that drive, by the way, making several really. He got the first down grab that helped set up the first down to give you. Then he had that excellent back shoulder catch inside of the 10-yard line that put the Saints in the red zone and ultimately helped them have Latavius Murray to punch that thing through for a touchdown. So yes, man, this is very positive, very positive, very positive. Also, shout out to the family members. If y'all hadn't hit the like button yet, feel free to hit upon the damn like button. It's early in the morning. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. We are 3/4 into pro football, Saints football. Saints trailing 16-14. And it's on, man. We're getting to that money side of the game. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share the show's link on Facebook, on Instagram, on Reddit, everywhere. Let's get it popping. All right. And there we go as the Saints right here kick off to them. But guess what? The return team doesn't do a good job of getting them, as the Vikings returner had a good return. They're off after the kickoff, and the flag is out by the officials. And we'll see what the call is. Is it a holding? Hopefully it's a holding against the Vikings. Let's see what's popping. All right. Personal foul. They're going to call it against the Saints. They're going to tack on 15 yards. I mean, to tell you, man, this referee staff has been just given the business. And usually, what they usually would do is they would give the home team, and this obvious the Saints is the home team, but they're not getting any preferential treatment. Right now, the penalties is 6 penalties to 41. The Vikings is 3 for 20. So you see where that's swinging. All right, there they get the ball at the 45-yard line, hands the ball off to the running back. He gets chopped down. Not much shaking as the defense keeping it going. Paulson to Debo on the stop there. Nothing gained after after Delvin Cook didn't get anything popping. Saints defense continue to stop the Minnesota Vikings as they go into a no-huddle offense. Cousins in the shotgun, wide receivers left to right. Cook next to him to his left. There's the snap. And then there's the ball, and they're kind of setting up a screenplay right there. And nothing popping, maybe a yard gain out of that. Nothing going on with Minnesota's offense right now. They can't find nothing. But Kirk Cousins wants to keep the no-huddle offense going to try to keep the Saints off goal. He's trying to run and operate the no-huddle offense. Third down for them as he's trying to get the no-huddle offense going for the Vikings. All right, let's keep it going. Cousins in the shotgun, looking around to see what he can come up with for the team. Now, hold on here, family. We're having a little issue here. Hold on just a second. All right. All right. Yep, and then the Saints get them off the field, 4th and 2. They were shy on the play, and they got to get off the damn field, 4th and 2. So the Vikings right now, so it nothing worked on the play. As you seen, Kirk Cousins, nothing positive shaking the head that get off the field, not enough, 4th and 2 as their punt unit comes out there. And it's a fake punt, and did he make the catch? They said that he made a catch on the fake punt. So the Vikings sneak the Saints on a fake ass punt. The Saints fall for it and make the play. So yeah, that was sneaky by the Vikings. Credit to the Vikings having the gumption to do that, man, to get to kind of set up the fake punt, man. And they set it up and they instituted. The guy was wide open. I just want to know, did he make the catch? Because the ball was kind of thrown kind of poriously. Yeah, he did make the catch. So that the Vikings, they move it. There it is. So the Vikings couldn't move it any other way. They use a fake punt and get extra yardage. Very smart move by the Vikings. They're down the Saints 35-yard line. Delvin Cook gets outside. Should be a hole somewhere. That was too much opening right there. Usually when you see that, somebody getting held. No call though by the officials. They said we ain't see nothing. Keep it running. 1st and 10 is he get a full 10 yards running to the right side there. But my replays will not replay that. They won't replay that shit. All right, and they keep going to the no huddle offense. Kirk Cousins under center, running back behind him, got wide receivers to the right and left of the formation. And Cousins audible in the play, look like he's shouting out. He goes back under center, and then he turns and play actions. The ball, Saints come with the pressure. The ball tossed in the air, nobody over there, and it should be an intentional grounding. Is that in grounding? Is it intentional grounding? Because nobody was over there but Kirk Cousins. There should be intentional grounding. And are the referees looking at that? Is that intentional grounding? And it's going to be intentional grounding. Thank you. All right, thank you, Brother Thomas, for your super chat, fam. Shout out to you. Say, Saint special teams coach has to go. Rizzy got to get this cleaned up because this don't make no sense, fam. But yeah, it's this. He got to get it cleaned up. He's a good special teams coach, but the punt blocking and the return blocking, that shit sucks. And we can't have the special teams stinking it up like this, man. You got to be prepared for everything. All right, so on the play right here, you see the pressure comes from the Saints. Cam Jordan was in there, pushes him down, and then Cousins just strolls it to an empty side of the field. Nobody over there, and the referee's got to have a union meeting to figure out if it's intentional ground. And of course it is. There's nobody over there. Is that intentional ground? Should we call it? You know, we're trying to help the Vikings win. Oh, we got to. They're watching us. All right, here you go. Third down. It's 2nd and 20 now. It's Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. You got 2 running backs behind him right there. There's a snap. Looking to throw pressure there, and there's a flag down on the play. As the flag stops the play, and let's see what it is. It's going to be false start against the Vikings, so it backs them up again. Repeat 2nd down, and it'll make them, what is it, 2nd and 25 now? I think it is now. 2nd and 25. So we'll see what's popping. Is Kirk Cousins goes into the huddle, he meets with him, it backs him up a long ways now. And the Saints looking pretty good now. 2nd and 25, backing them up to almost their 40. There's the shotgun. Well, Cousins, the ball is thrown, and it's Thielen who gets popped and knocked down, and maybe a gain of 5 yards or so as he's slow getting up. Thielen's hurt, man. He's hurt. He definitely hurt. And he's trying to tough it through. But something wrong with Adam Thielen. He's gingerly getting up, and he's trying to run it all. But yeah, Thielen's been hurt this whole game, man. He's just a tough look at him. He's trying to work it through. They should get that man off the field. 3rd and 20 right there. He goes into motion from left to right, goes to the right side, and positions himself right there. And less than 10 seconds on the play clock. Cousins under center, and look like they're going to just let it tick on out and end the quarter that way. Yeah, they're not going to run any plays. They're going to let the clock run out and get Thielen off the field, man. Thielen is you need to get him checked out, man. So special teams doing what they do, man, messing up for us right now. And of course, the Saints offense did score another touchdown. Now we're in the comfortable aspect of the 4th quarter where the Saints like to be. So we got 2 pre-4th quarter touchdowns, which is a positive. And, so the Saints should be in a comfort zone now coming into the 4th quarter. The defense appears to be holding and doing some positive stuff right here. So we just got to keep this thing going. The big positive I like about the Saints defense is the fact that they're not allowing Delvin Cook to get going, family. And I think that's a very positive thing, coming into this thing. Very positive. Delvin Cook right now, through 3 quarters of football, has 14 carries for 47 yards. So the Saints are limiting him and doing a terrific job. Now, remember, Kirk Cousins right now is 21 of 32. He has 32 attempts versus their 14 rushing. Well, that's just Delvin Cook, the starting running back. And I know Madison got a few rushing attempts with that thing said. Matter of fact, the way it looks is, hold on, let me make sure I get my my rushing statistics here. So, yeah, altogether is 17 attempts by the Minnesota Vikings. 17 attempts for 56 yards, and third is 3.3 yards per rush. That's basically the Saints neutralizing the Minnesota Vikings rushing attack and forcing them to use Kirk Cousins to throw the ball. Now, Kirk Cousins is getting pressured now. He's getting knocked down now. I expect them to get the Saints to pick up at least a couple of more sacks in the 4th quarter. Kirk Cousins is going to give you another pick before this game is over with, because there's no, that's the game plan, is to do to kind of keep him out of the way. The Minnesota offense right now, they can't score. They can't score. All they can do is get their special teams unit in field position for field goals. So if the Saints going to win a game, they're going to have to score a touchdown, and the defense has to save it on the back end. So we got a full quarter of football, and let's get it popping, snapping, and shaking, and everything gyrating and moving at the same time. You hear me? All right, so shout out to the fam. Appreciate all y'all for being up in this. Almost 600 people in the stream. Please feel free to smack the absolute lily hell out the like button, and also hit the share button right now and share. You know, sharing is caring. You know, sharing is caring at the Sports Coma. Share the links on Facebook with your friends. Let them know we up in this thing. We talking real deal, Holyfield Saints football. All right, here we go. The Vikings back out on the field in Saint territory right there. And, of course, there's the handoff. They give it to Cook. Cook is chopped down. He picks up maybe, about 4 or 5 yards on it, but it's not enough. It'll be a 4th down on the give-up play, and they're going to just take the points. So right now, the player of the game for the Vikings is their field goal kicker. If it wasn't for their kicker is what, 4-4, and he's about to kick this one through for him and give him that 19-14 lead. But listen, the game is well in hand for the Saints. The Saints need to get in this thing. They need to handle the business and get another score. That's what the Saints need to do, man. We need to get that touchdown. We need to handle the business. All right, so anyway, fam, as we know that the kicker from 46 yards, he's going to boot it through, and he gets it. Vikings go up 19-14. So there we go. All right, so in the game right now, fam, 19-14, family, the Saints. This is starting to build like one of those fourth quarter games now, where the Saints just merely have to get in that thing. We need another touchdown, family, to get ahead of the Vikings, because the Vikings offense can't score. They can't score. All right, so let's keep it good, man. Much love to the fam as well in the matchup. All right, Jamal says, since we blame people, I like to blame Mike McKenzie. Mike McKenzie for what? All right. Shout out to the fam. All right. People blaming blaming people in there. What are y'all blaming people for? What's going on here? All right, Bobby says, big opportunity here for the offense. Indeed, bro. Our comfort zone through the season up to this point, right? You know, we got the 2 pre-fourth quarter touchdowns. Is, you know, the fact that the Saints are comfortable in the fourth quarter. So we need to make something shake. All right, Brother Malik said, I had a good return. He said, I had a good return, then a 15-yard penalty, took them to almost midfield, then the fake punt for another 3 points. They didn't earn. That's 6 unearned points by the Minnesota Vikings. Indeed. All right. Saints need a touchdown. 302 real. Shout out to you, bro. All right. Much love. All right. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it going. All right. So eliminate the turnovers. We are winning. Right. That's absolutely right. Brother Elvin, shout out to you. All right. Tramal says, Q, we taking cheap shots at everybody. Okay. cheap shots. Okay. All right. I ain't going to get in y'all way, man. Y'all go ahead and do y'all thing. All right. Brother Malik said the fumble by Dalton, then the bad return and penalty to midfield, followed by a fake punt, has led to 6 points, which isn't killer unless your offense sucks. Indeed, bro, because the Saints can, surmount that, bro, that obstacle by scoring a touchdown, and that'll make all that void. And we know that the defense has been doing this thing as well, but we just got to keep doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Keep the positive energy that we have and keep the offense going. If we can muster up 2 more scores in this game, I think the Saints will definitely run away with it, because the Vikings can't score any touchdowns. They're a field goal unit team now. So we need that to happen. Brother Randolph says offense must score on this drive. Number 3 and out on. He says no 3 and out or turnovers. Indeed, bro. They did enough of that early in the game. We got 2 positive drives that led to touchdowns. That's 14 points for the Saints. Another touchdown here. 2 scores puts the Saints. I'm talking about the touchdown. It'd be good to get 2 touchdowns to kibosh the game and go away from London with the win and getting back to 500 that way, and then approaching Seattle next week. But I'm thinking in the matchup right here, we need 2 scores as they're getting ready to kick the ball off. Vikings from left to right on my screen. Deontay Harty is waiting for the return, and he won't get it because it'll kick it right out the back of the end zone. Saints will retrieve at the 25-yard line. Let's see what Dalton can do. Let's see what Dalton could do for you. All right. Apply pressure says, cue the music. Cue here come the TD. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready with it. I got it ready, baby. All right. LSU Sports Fanatic says, run the ball, baby. Who that to you? And go Tigers. We got a big win yesterday. We are winners of 4 in a row
in that and for the purple and gold, baby. All right, here we go from the 25-yard line. Dalton under center turns, play action to Dalton goes, to Latavius Murray, goes back to Latavius, and Latavius gets tripped down, and he gets about 8 yards on the pickup out the backfield. So Dalton looked around and didn't see something. Then he went to Latavius Murray out the backfield, who made the grab. And boy, he would still be running, but the guy grabbed Latavius's foot in midair and grabbed it right there and pulled him down. And he kind of fell hard, but looked like he's all right. All right, so a gain of 7 by Latavius Murray on the pass from Dalton. Dalton under center, puts man in motion from left to right. And there's a handoff right there. And who is that running? It's Latavius Murray. And he gets the first down and then some for the black and gold. So we're just keeping that thing moving and shaking, man, for the most part for the Saints. So a lot of positive plays so far. They're going to Latavius Murray and back-to-back plays and have had success as he gets the first down. So let's just keep it going. Dalton under center turns, hands the ball to Latavius again, and Latavius moves forward and picks up another gain of maybe 6 or 7 yards, and the Saints are sticking with Latavius Murray. That's what I'm talking about. Keep riding the bell cow. Now Latavius comes out. Ingram goes in. So Ingram, do not fumble the damn ball. 2nd and 3 now for the black and gold as the Saints are utilizing the rushing attack. No, Taysom Hill comes in the game now. 2nd and 3. And is this a run? It's Taysom's in a shotgun. And yes, it is a run. So and Taysom runs and picks up a big gain, and he gets all the way down to the Vikings 41-yard line. And everybody in the stadium in the whole world that watch Saints football know that Taysom Hill in a shotgun, and he still got positive yards. And the Minnesota they backing up like Taysom about to throw the ball. You fools, you. But Taysom got Taysom was in a shotgun, and they backing up, the safeties backing up like Taysom was going to throw. And Taysom ran the ball, picked up the first down. You fools. All right, 1st and 10 from the 41, the Vikings. Dalton, another running play, this time to Mark Ingram, and he doesn't get nothing, maybe about 2 yards on the pickoff. A pickup by Mark Ingram running to the right side behind Ramczyk. Not much shaking on that play. 2nd and 8 by the black and gold. Do respect the fact that the Saints are committed to the running attack on this drive, so that's different. All right, Taysom Hill back in the game, family. They run Taysom out there. 2nd and 8. All right, let's see what happens here as Andy Dalton's out there with Taysom Hill out there. Taysom is lined up like a tight end right there and pointing to the right side. Let's see what happens here. All right, here we go. Well, we got Andy Dalton under center. He turns, play actions the ball. Dalton looking, taking a shot downfield, and it's caught by Traquan Smith. We got a Traquan Smith sighting as Traquan makes the grab deep downfield for the black and gold. And Traquan looks stiff as hell, man, like he's walking bent over a little bit. And he makes the catch on Sullivan toward the sideline right there. And nice play by Traquan Smith. And he gets out of bounds. So Andy Dalton finds Traquan Smith, the Saints offense moving along behind the running attack. All right, here we go to the 21-yard line of the Vikings. Dalton under center. Turns and hands the ball off to Ingram, cuts to the right. Running, Ingram lowers his shoulder and falls forward, battles his way forward for 8 yards. Mark Ingram. Let's go. Let's go, Ingram. All right, Ingram powering forward. The Vikings people are quiet. 2nd and 2 for the black and gold as we are moving this thing, man. Saints moving it. They got rhythm here, and they powering it on through as the Saints running attack is shining before everybody. Everybody. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Andy Dalton under center. We got the running back in the backfield, wide receivers to the left and right. Play action to him. The defense, it's a screen play to Troutman. Troutman still with the ball, running, barreling down. He gets down to the 2 or 3 yard line. Andy Troutman, Merman, finds his way down to this 2 or maybe the 3 or the 2 or 3 yard line as Troutman comes out on a little tight end screen right there and finds his way downfield on the play there to the 3 yard line as Troutman makes the catch. So there you go. So the Saints positive plays here. Andy Dalton, the Saints got a rhythm. The Saints offense has a rhythm. They have a rhythm and they're marching to score. All right, 9:40 on the clock for the Saints. Taysom Hill, is that Taysom? Taysom's in there with a running back to his side. You know when Taysom in the game is going to be a running play. Taysom's running the ball, and Taysom goes into the end zone standing up. You fools. You're tasting in the game. What you thought he was gonna do, man? Throw the ball, you fools.
Who that?
Let's bust this, man. Saints get the touchdown.
Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Post coma, yeah. This
Y'all
is where we
dance
do
with
that. Where we do 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 that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like
Put that mean mug on.
Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get
Mean mug the Minnesota Vikings.
That was way for the ring. That was yelling out your shame for the championship. The fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could
2-point conversion, fam. 2-point conversion. Andy Dalton looking.
Fishing and you probably
And he
smell.
throws it. And the 2-point conversion is good. Jarvis Landry on the 2-point conversion. The Saints get the 2-point conversion too, family. Dalton and Jarvis Landry on the 2-point conversion. Saints go up 22-19 in this thing.
We do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the sport.
Yeah.
With Big Q and the guys.
Let me hear you.
RO Media
That's what I'm
Network.
talking about, man. We got this Jarvis Landry all by itself in the corner of the end zone with the 2-point conversion from Andy Dalton. We got it popping, shaking, snapping, and moving and grooving up in this thing. The Saints take the lead for the first time in the matchup 22-19 as we keep it shaking, popping, snapping, moving, and grooving, baby. And let me tell you something. The Saints defense have not allowed the Vikings to do anything. They've been kicking field goals this whole time. With the Saints scoring 3 touchdowns in this game, they go up 22-19. Let's hope that the Saints can keep that momentum going for the rest of the contest. Andy Dalton, as it stands right now, 17 of 21 for 174 yards and 1 touchdown. We talked about this prior for the family members that listen to the Sports Coma when we do our preview streams. Just a bit of note right here is that over the last 2 games, we had 40 attempts per contest by the Saints offense, right? Check. Now, this time around, we made astute observations on the preview streams for both previous weekend matchups that the snap counts for the quarterback should be between 20 to 25 snaps. That's within the realm of where we are right now. The Saints currently on their rushing attack, used the rushing attack the last drive to carry the ball. Latavius Murray has 9 carries for 45 yards and the touchdown currently. The Saints rushing attack, for the people that want to know what's the count, the Saints have 24 carries right now for 98 yards, and they're averaging 4 yards, over 4 yards per rush. That helped set up this drive the last time with Taysom Hill going in, standing up. So let me tell you something. If there was identity crisis, which I think they were early on, that don't exist here. Use the power of the running attack to make this stuff shake, pop, and move. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to see some positive success because it appears that the Saints have found their way, family. The Saints have found their way here. So anyway, let's keep on moving and grooving. Shout out to the fam. No, we do not, Don. We don't have it, bro. No, bro. It's no QB controversy here, my friend. Thank you. All right, Brother Thomas says, Q, you called it. Run the ball is key. Yeah, we talked about it in when the 2 previous streams, and I was burnt, but I was burnt like somebody turned the toast up too high. I was roasted because it was foolhardy to me for you to be throwing the ball 40 times a game with a guy with a broken up back and ankle issues. That made no sense. This is more of a commonsensical game plan. They obviously made the adjustments. And they're coming out with it. This was the same stuff we said that they should do. We called this stuff, family. All right, here we go back on the field, kicking off from right to left. The Saints kick it out. The Minnesota Vikings will let it go out the back of the end zone. They'll retrieve the ball from their own 25-yard line as Kurt, somebody else's cousins, is running out on the field to try to get the Vikings in doing that thing. You know what I'm saying? All right, so anyway, Coach Tab says, I'm out, fam. I'm a Saints fan, but I hate during the time of us getting on track. I'd bashed. Okay, all right. Thank you, Coach Tab. Shout out to you. All right, anyway, let's keep it going, man. Kirk, somebody else's cousins, is under center for him from their own 25-yard line. Man in motion from left to right. Wide receiver lines up to the right side of their offensive line. 2 left. Wide receivers left, and the pressure's coming with the play action. The ball darted out, and it's incomplete as Kirk Cousins had a man in his face, and he tried to find Adam Thielen, and Thielen had to tried to make a difficult pass attempt, and ultimately it was batted down and he was roughed up pretty rough on the play. Adam Thielen has been getting some tough shots, man, in this game. He really been getting knocked out. And then, of course, they got a montage of bad throws that Kirk Cousins is doing right now. A lot of bad throws in this game. Cousins on the center once again on the 2nd and 10. Wide receivers to the left, one to the right. There's the snap. He hands the ball off to Cook, and Cook runs, picks up some yards this time before the Saints wrangle him. Maybe a game of 6 yards. We'll give up a 3rd and 4, perhaps, for Cook. The Saints game plan involves keys to success for the rest of the game for the black and gold family, involves them keeping a kibosh on the Minnesota Vikings rushing attack, in particular, Kelvin Cook and Madison. These guys have to be wrangled. You cannot allow them to break free right now and spark the Vikings offense. Right now, we got them one-dimensionalized. We have to keep that going. 3rd and 3, a pickup 7 by Delvin Cook on that play. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. Wide receivers to the left and wide receivers to the right. Running back to his right in the shotgun. Waiting for the snap. All right, and wait for the snap. There's a snap by him, and the Saints come with pressure, knocks him down. The ball's out. And is it caught? It looks like, and they're saying it is caught Jefferson, but you got a flag down. There's a flag down, a late flag down, and let's see what the flag is by the officials. And let's see what they're going to call here. It's a late flag by the officials. All right, late flag by the officials. Who is it going to be across? And it's holding against the Saints. Of course, it's against the Saints. It's against the Saints, against Roby. They're saying it's against Roby on the hole. So that's they catch Roby on the hole right there. And Roby does trip him down, though. He was beat. He was beat. Kirk Cousins would have found that boy. That boy would still be running. All right, so 3 wide receivers to the right for Kirk Cousins, and the guy cycling to the right side of the offensive line there. One to the left on the wide receiver count. Cousins under center, running back behind him. He's going to go with a play action. Saints come pressure. Demario Davis gets him down on the ground. Demario Davis right up the center of the Minnesota Vikings offensive line. He blitzing there and takes Kirk Cousins down to the ground on the play. So he sacked Cousins and pushed him all the way back. So whatever the referees thought they was going to give him has been nullified. Saints came with a jailbreak, man. They had 2 other guys that were free too on the jailbreak, man. If Demario wouldn't have got him, Pete Werner would have got him. He had Tanu Passanio back there. It was a jailbreak. All right, here we go. 2nd and 21, pushing them back. 3 wide receivers for the Vikings to the right, 1 to the left, and Cousins in the shotgun. Pressure coming, and the ball is thrown. It's caught by Jefferson, and he's wrangled out of bounds. And boy, he got almost all of that stuff back, almost, and he's about 4-yard shot. So it'll be about 3rd and 4, maybe 5 for the Minnesota Vikings on that play by Kirk Cousins. So all of that, he almost got it all back on one play. You know, too much, and that's way too much. And look at that, boy. I don't know what Lattimore was doing, but boy, Jefferson has been putting some stepping on Lattimore today, man. Lattimore getting twisted all out of the frame up there. All right, 3rd and 4 right now for Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. Man in motion is stealing from left to right, and they're going to go with the pass, and he gets the first down as he finds Osborne with a Debo in coverage, and they find the speedy Osborne, the 3rd wide receiver, picks up the first down for the Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins jarring his arms up and down, which means they're going to try to keep the no-huddle offense going. And they've been doing that all game long. I wish the Saints would take a page out of their book, out of the Minnesota Vikings playbook, and neutralize no-huddle hurry-up offense. All right, Kirk Cousins under center. Look like he's going to try to change out of the play. He's doing a lot of audibling. And 2 wide receivers left and right, running back behind him is Darvin Cook. And worked once again. Kirk Cousins once again is changing the play again with 5 seconds remaining on the clock. He's trying to tell everybody to play. Watch how messed up this is. He turns and fake play actions. The ball, no pressure. The ball is thrown, and it's incomplete as he tries to throw it to Justin Jefferson. Lattimore on the play to help him break up the ball to be 2nd and 10. Kirk Cousins audible twice and almost ran out of time, and I was like, man, it's going to be a jacked up play for him. And Laddie Daddy, as he just tried to wing it to Jefferson, and Lattimore was all over him and made him break the play up. So good play right there by Laddie Daddy getting in there on the play. Jefferson is a tough cover, man. He really is. Very tough cover for Laddie Daddy, but he's doing a pretty decent job. Jefferson got him a few times with some foot movement, but outside of that, Lattimore's been pretty much on him. Shotgun for Kirk Cousins. 2 wide receivers, 3 of them to the left, and then, of course, it's a running play to Delvin Cook. Nowhere. The Saints eat him up for breakfast at the line of scrimmage. No game. As the Saints defense trying to get them up out of there. Cam Jordan, Demario Davis there to make the stop. 3rd and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings. Is the Saints defense stiffening. And Cam dropped out. Cam jumped off the line. Oh my goodness, boy, did Cam blast the lily, you know what, out of Delvin Cook, man. He blasted the absolute purple off of his back in that one. 3rd and 10 for the Saints. For the Vikings. In the shotgun is Cousins. You got wide receivers to the right, one to the left. Saints coming with pressure. And right here, and he's going to throw the ball upfield, and it's incomplete, knocked away, flag out. They got a flag out. It's probably going to be against Adebo on the play because Adebo didn't turn around for the ball, it appears. And that flag out came out real fast. Let's see what it's against. Let's see what the referee's trying to do. What is it going to be, refs? I thought the home team's supposed to get home cooking. Who's it against? Who you waiting? Get the call right. And it's against the Saints. There it is. They call the Saints, they get the Vikings a new set of downs once again. Illegal hands to the face against the Saints. So here it come. Illegal hands to the face. Tyrann Mathieu shaking his head, say, what the hell are you talking about? Illegal hands to the face. Let's see the replay. Illegal hands to the face. That's what they called it on Tyrann Mathieu. He jams him, and they called that illegal hands to the face. That was not illegal hands to the face. That was the ball. Let's keep it going, though. All right, anyway, the Saints see it. They stop him. They try to go to a run with Delvin Cook to the left. Saints defense eat it for breakfast. Neutralize it. No gain. Once again, that was some bullshit calling by the referees. That's another funky-ass referee play with them trying to get involved. That was not hands to the face. They're trying to keep them alive. Defense, we got to put them in the ground because you're fighting the Vikings and the refs. All right, there you go. Play action with Kirk Cousins to the left. He got nowhere to go, and he's going to dart the ball to Adam Thielen, and it's a gain of maybe a yard, maybe 2 yards. So it's 3rd down and long for the Minnesota Vikings. No hands to the face on that. He jammed them up near his shoulder pads, but I didn't see no hands to no face. That's the referees trying to get involved. Let me look at my penalty count for the referees. Saints got 8 penalties for 51 yards right now. All right, here we go. From the 44-yard line of the Saints, the Minnesota Vikings in the shotgun. Wide receivers to the left, one to the right. There's a snap. Saints coming with pressure. Line holding up pretty well. He's taking a shot downfield, and the ball almost knocked away. Another penalty. Another flag by the referee is down, and they're gonna put it against the Saints. Another penalty. The referees getting involved. Referees, several penalty, a bullshit hand to the face penalty, and now another penalty involved with the referees. Several penalties on this drive, assisting the Vikings downfield against the Saints. PJ Williams right there. You see, they both looking back at the ball. They both looking at the ball, and then, of course, there's PJ hits the ball, should have picked it off, and then there was a flag thrown in there and talking about pass interference, and they both was looking at the ball. That should be picked up. That's not pass interference. He was looking for the ball. And then they're going to talk about holding. Both penalties. So they say, okay, we get rid of one holding, so they're going to get you one way coming. So if I can't get you with the hold, I'm going to hit you with the pass interference. I got a hold and a pass interference on you. And they both was jostling for the ball. He turns around, looks for the ball, and they have the right for the ball. The guy actually grabs Lattimore's face mask and pulls him out of the way. No call on that. But if I can't get you with the penalty, with the pass interference, if I can't get you with the hold, I'm going to get you with the pass interference. I'm going to get you one way or the other. I'm going to help them get down the field. One way or the other, I'm going to help them get down the field. If I can't get you with the hold, I'm going to get you with the pass interference. Inside the 5-yard line, the referees get some down there. And, of course, they're going to hand the ball off, and then they're saying Jefferson with the touchdown. Nobody's seen Jefferson with the touchdown, and he gets an easy score right there. The Vikings, assisted by the referees, gets downfield. Nobody paid attention to Jordan Jefferson with the ball, and he gets into one of his easiest touchdowns you can possibly imagine. The assistant referees assisted them downfield that entire drive. That entire drive, they assisted them down the field. Now you know what you're dealing with. It's the same thing every damn game is these bastards calling these suspect plays. All right, and here we go right here. They help the Vikings down there. The Vikings get the touchdown. Nobody sees Jefferson. He walks in standing up. And, of course, they go up 25. It's a miss. They missed the extra point that helps out the Saints. You can't cheat God, you bastards. We're going to still get this game. It's 4 minutes left to go in the game. And you see right there, Adam Thielen grabs Lattimore's face mask to pull him out of the way. The referee didn't see that. He didn't see that at all, but he's seen everything the Saints do. Everything the Saints do. Hometown team, Saints got 9 penalties for 91 yards, 5 penalties for the Minnesota Vikings. 9 penalties for 91 yards. 3 penalties on that drive alone to help the Vikings get in the position to score. It just sucks, but that's all right. The bastards missed that field goal, and the Saints gonna come away with this game to the chagrin of them rotten ass referees. That's why I blast them like that. They're not really referees. I told you, these corrupt bastards, mindless dumb drones that are used to manipulate the line to keep to meet their line so they can get their paymasters paid. That's what these mindless bastards are. So how you see all that but don't see the man grab his face mask to pull him out of the way? He grabbed his face mask to pull Marshawn Lattimore in front of him, but you didn't see that though. Pathetic, man. I'm upset by that because this is to be expected by these type of people, man. They scum, they trash. They have no integrity. The only thing they care about is getting their paymasters paid. We got to beat them bastards as well as the Minnesota Vikings. Because if you're supposed to be the home team, home cooking is involved, not except with you. You don't get nothing. You got 9 penalties for 91 yards in the game. All set up because you had a bullshit hand to the face penalty. They both jostling for the ball on the pass interference, but I call, listen, if I couldn't get them with the hole, I'm going to get them with the pass interference. Both penalties with them. I'm going to continue to call you bastards out. That's what I do. I hate you. I despise you. You corrupt bastards, and I'm going to continue to call you out. And I'm going to continue to spotlight you. All right, 504 says, Q, I'm really thinking about stop watching NFL, brother. Refs, I mean, this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. For anybody that don't have a malaise over their eyes, is not under a spell, that's not hypnotized by the programming, can see that this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Both guys, and I'm a fair dude, and I'll say, hey, that's on us. I'm very fair. But for you to be calling that type of stuff like that at that point of the game, man, that's repugnant, man. Repugnant. They're trying to help these boys up the field, but that's all right. You can't cheat God, you bastards. So in the end, we gonna handle this game. We got a drive. We got to come true with it. Bottom line, Saints trail 25-22 up in this thing. All right, let's make it shake. Let's make it pop. Let's make it do what it do. All right, we're about to get ready to get it kicked off, family, in the game. Just a second, family. Just a second here. Just a second. All right, fam, I'm back with y'all up in this thing. I'm sorry I'm getting all fired up, man, but y'all know how I feel. Is that Vikings kick the ball from left to right into the Saints end zone. They'll retrieve it at the 25-yard line. 4:15 remaining on the clock. And, of course, they bring out Mike Pereira to try to discuss what happened with this rules. You can obviously see that Adam Thielen grabbed Lattimore's mask. That wasn't even called in the play. Reached up there, face masked him, and then the cold-blooded part about it, the referee was looking dead at it and threw the flag against the Saints. How you get a guy face mask you and pull you out the way to make a play at the ball, but you call him with pass interference? I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, the Saints get the ball. Latavius Murray carrying the ball. He picks up about 4 yards on the game, and the flag is down. The flag is down. Let me guess, it's going to be against the Saints. Holding against the Saints. Here they come. Here they come. Every play is against you. They set you up with the Vikings up on the score. And here they come with the holding now. Referees, they hit the Saints with the holding. JP Holtz gets hit with a holding play. Backing the Saints up. Positive gain nullified now for the black and gold. Referees coming with the holding. All right, so here they go. Here come these bastards. All right, shotgun for the Saints now. A 1st and 20 on the play now from their own 15-yard line. Dalton in the shotgun. All right, the ball is out. It's caught right there, and the Saints get the majority of the yardage back as Dalton connects with Jawan Johnson. 3rd down and maybe 2 or 3 remaining. Let's keep it going. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Let's keep it going. Let's get this touchdown, man. I'm more motivated than ever to score a touchdown now because it's blatant what they're doing. They're slamming the door in these bastards' face. 3:43 on the clock. Dalton under center from the Saints 30-yard line. The handoff to the right is to there. And great run by, who is that? Latavius Murray off to the right side. Picks up a chunk of change in the first down for the black and gold, man. Latavius Murray running against his own team if nobody wants to tackle him. And he got a nice gain of yards off to the right side. Saints doing it a great job of run blocking on the play. Let's handle it. All right, Latavius is in that thing again. Dalton under center from the Saints 40, stutter steps, and still falls forward and gets 2 or 3 yards on the run for the black and gold on the play. Latavius Murray. Second, and they're saying it's just 2 yards pickup. So it's 2nd and 8 for the black and gold. All right. 2:52 and counting down on the clock. I want a touchdown. Dalton in the shotgun now. Saints putting a little tempo. The ball's out, and it's caught by Merman. Troutman for the catch, and it's toward the sideline, and he gets out of bounds and stops the clock at 2:43. Merman Adam Troutman on the catch right there, showing some pizzazz. All right, Dalton keeping it moving. 1st and 10 for the Saints. Dalton throws it to Troutman. Troutman gets out of bounds, stops the clock at 2:43. The Saints still have 3 timeouts to go and a 2-minute warning. Let's keep it popping. All right, Andy Dalton, man, in Viking territory from the 43. Man in motion is the tight end. Hands the ball off, and the defender comes in and trips up the running back, Mark Ingram, but he picks up maybe 2 yards, so to be 2nd and 8. Well, they're saying just 1 yard. So it's a 1-yard pickup. So Ingram just can't seem to get nothing. But when Latavius gets in there, he gets it all, man. Latavius Murray comes in there and gets every bit of it. All right, let's keep it going right here. Only 2nd and 9 right now for the black and gold. Is they're checking out Mark Ingram. I guess they kind of rewrapping him or tying his shoes or something. All right, Troutman in the shotgun from the Vikings 42-yard line. There's the snap. Ball is out, a quick toss, overthrown, and it's and Chris Olave saying, where the foul at? Where the pass interference at? Referee standing up there saying, oh, ain't nothing for you. We only got it for the Vikings. Chris Olave jumped up saying, where the PA? Where's the pass interference right there? He had a hold of Olave's arm. He had his arm, had his hand on Olave's arm and pinned it down so he couldn't make the catch. Olave pops up looking for the pass interference. Ref says nothing. 3rd and 9 for the black and gold here. So it's on, man. It's on. 4 down territory. Let's roll. Shotgun for the Saints from the 42-yard line. Again, 3rd and 9. There's the snap. Pressure coming from the Vikings. Ball's out, and it's overthrown. Is it caught by Callaway? No, well, it looked like it's not. Incomplete pass to Callaway. And it'll bring up 4th down for the Saints. So, boy, I tell you, man. Them referees, you are garbage, you rotten bastard, you. That was a pass interference. And you mean to tell me you can see when the Vikings get pass interference, when it helps them out offensively, but the guy pins Olave's arm down so he couldn't make the grab. Referee right there says no pass interference. Oh, you want to hurl your flags when it comes to us, though, on offense, but you can find 2 or 3 of them for the tax the Saints when they're on defense. Oh, I get it. I got it. I hear you. I hear you on that. I hear you. My goodness, man. This is pathetic, man. This is absolute terror. This is garbage, man. Who is these referees? Let me spotlight these referees right quick. Who are these referees for this game? I want to know who these referees are. Who are these referees for the game? Hold on, fam. I'm looking it up. I want all of them. They got Cleet Blakeman or whatever his name is. This is pathetic, man. This is absolutely horrible. It's pathetic. That was a case book. Pass interference. The man grabbed Olave's arm. Referee said no. but they could throw 2 flags on the Saints, one for holding, one for pass interference, and the guy looking at him grabbing the man face mask. It's amazing. Sorry, rotten bastards, man. Sorry, stinking, rotten, trifling, ugly bastards. All right, so yeah, and in the end, man, the Saints got to do it, man. And it's sad, man, to take a look at how this looks, but you can't cheat God, man. The referee's dirty for this one, man, on the back end and getting involved with this. And that's why I love it, because I calls him out. You're not going to sit up here and play games with me or the Who Dat Nation. You're not going to play games with us and pretend like you out there officiating unjust. You're not officiating unjust. You're manipulating the game to give another team an advantage here. That was pass interference. So right now it's a 60-yard field goal attempt that the Saints going to try to kick with Will Lutz. And I think that's probably, isn't that the longest Will Lutz attempt that he ever had, family? 60 yards. I think this is the longest. I don't remember him kicking anything long. He did kick a 60-something. No, I think this is second. He kicked something longer than this. I think against Denver, if I remember correctly. And here it goes. And man, he puts that son bitch right down the center of the upright. 60 yards, and the Saints tie up the game. 25-25 in the match. Wow. Will Lutz booted this 60 yards. Wow. 60 yards with the game on the line. Will Lutz, 60 yards to tie the game up for the black and gold. My goodness. 60-yard attempt. Wow. And he had room too. He had a little bit more room on it too. He could have went a little further back. 60-yarder right down the center of the uprights. My goodness. Will Lutz is Cash City, man. Thank you, DJ Field Goal. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out. All right, so we got the game tied here. There's a minute and some change remaining on the clock right there. Will Lutz ties the game. We need the Saints defense to step up and make some plays right here, because we know that this game is not being officiated correctly. It's not. So the Saints have to be leery. They got to take the game out of these bastards' hands. They got to force a turnover, do something, because they're not going to get help from the Zebras, because the Zebras are working with the Vikings. All right, here we go. Ball getting kicked off from right to left on my screen, and it's kicked into the end zone. And the Minnesota Vikings return man is going to come out, and he meets 2 Saints guys shy of the 20-yard line, and they pop him and roll his ass back. So, and that's Dwayne Washington on the play, does that as well. And good play by the Saints too. Andrew Dowell had the ball in his hands, and the referee called for it. He put the ball on the ground, told him, go get it. Here you go. Get it, you bastard. All right. Kirk Cousins now talking to his offensive line and try to see if they can dial up some plays here. Let's see what goes on. And this really sucks. I really hate the referees, what they're doing in this back end of this game. Is totally unrighteous. All right. In this shotgun is Kirk Cousins from the 19-yard line, their own 19. Wide receivers left and right. It's a running play right here to Delvin Cook, and Cook gets around and gets on his foot. And that's the best run of the game for Delvin Cook. Maybe I gained 13 yards on the play as he gets out of bounds to stop the clock. So a pickup of maybe 13 or 14 yards on the play by Delvin Cook that time around. Picked up some good yardage and pick up the first down on the players. They did a good job. And a missed tackle right there by one of the Saints defenders freed him up, and he was able to get another 5 yards. So 1st and 10 on the gain by them, and he astutely gets out of bounds to save the clock. So it's 138. Kirk Cousins in the shotgun. Got 1 wide receiver to the right, 2 to the left. Running back Cook is next to him in the shotgun. Saints come with pressure. The ball is out, and the ball is caught by Justin Jefferson. He burns Lattimore over the top. Burns Lattimore deeply over the top, and that's the type of shit that you can't see. The Saints come with pressure, and Jefferson just burns Lattimore ahead to make the play for the big gain upfield. And no help, no safety help, and it's just, right over the top. I was looking for the help to see if he had help over the top. It was a good throw by Kirk Cousins. I mean, Lattimore was right there, but I don't. It was just a really good throw by Kirk Cousins to Justin Jefferson. A great throw beats great coverage every time, man. Right over the top, and Lattimore, nothing he could do about that. That ball was right out front of him. So right now, that was a big gain by hold on, fam. Let me get my screen right. Yeah, it's a huge gain by the Minnesota Vikings that time around. $1.24 as the Vikings right there on the play right there. They get a big chunk of change and put Joseph in control. The Saints still have some timeouts as it gets them all the way down the Saint territory at the 29-yard line of the Saints. All right, Thielen goes in motion. Delvin Cook is there. The Saints stop him at the line of scrimmage. Ain't nothing shaking on that play. And the Saints will be forced to burn another timeout. All right, second down there. So the defense gives up a huge play as Laddie Daddy gets burned by Jordan Jefferson downfield, puts the Vikings in territory and field goal kicking territory. For him, and the guy's 4 for 4 today, and he's due for a miss, but we'll see just if that even is going to happen. So Saints had much better offensive production today. Still a little too much undisciplined football. And now it's coming down to the meat and potato moments of the game. Will Lutz put through a 60-yarder. Saints give up a big play down there to put the Vikings in field goal territory. 1:19 on my clock right now as we wait to see what's going to go on here. The Minnesota Vikings field goal kicker Joseph is 4 for 4. He due for a miss, though. All right, man in motion for the Vikings as Kirk Cousins is on the center. Motion goes from left to right and lines up in the slot to the right side of the line. Delvin Cook is behind Cook, and then hands it off to Delvin Cook. Cook is stopped 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. Nothing shaking right there as the clock will continue to twist. Saints have 1 timeout remaining, and they're going to use it right there. So the Saints can't stop the clock anymore on the 3rd and 9 with $1:14 remaining on the clock. With $1:15 remaining on the clock. So back and forth with the Minnesota Vikings. The Saints were down. They came and take the lead. The Vikings take the lead. Now we sit up here with a tie right now in London with the Saints here. A couple of turnovers here could serve to be a moment of contention and regret if we can't pull out the win. $1:14 on the clock. Kirk Cousins now is talking to his people, calling and see what they can do. We need the defense to step up and make a play. Sack, interception, something, a strip fumble, something need to happen here to help us out. All right, there we go. We got wide receivers to the left, one to the right. Man goes in motion from left to right. And it's a handoff, the same play that they did before with Jefferson. They got him the touchdown, but to the opposite side to Osborne. He was chopped down a yard behind the line of scrimmage. That'll bring out 4th and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings as they will line up for a field goal. And that boy Joseph is obviously their player of the game. This man has an opportunity to make 5 for 5 on the field goals today. He misses one. They're in trouble. So we still got a lot of time remaining on the clock. The Saints actually, it's real close now. The Vikings got it all the way down to like 20-something seconds, man. It's in man. It's just one of them things, family. We got it's one of those cases where we let too many opportunities go. Fumbles on kick returns and fumbling quarterbacks. Just too many opportunities ride, man. You got to seize the day. All right, and here we go, man. They got 29 seconds left on my clock. The guy kicking it. Joseph marching up to it. And it's a 41-yard attempt. 47-yard attempt. This guy is 4 for 4. Can he make it 5 for 5 for the Vikings? So that man is the player of the game for him, man. If it wasn't for his production, they wouldn't even have the lead or even be close to it. And there's the snap, and he kicks it, and that thing's going to go right down into the end, and that'll be good. So he hits it again. So 5 of 5 is Joseph today, puts the Vikings out ahead 28-25. With 24 seconds remaining on the clock. The Saints, what could be done here for the black and gold? No timeouts remaining. No timeouts remaining for the Saints. No timeouts remaining for the Saints. And looked like we had a guy, he looked like he fell on, that was running up the center. Usually when you have kicks like that, you would think somebody would get a hand on it. Couldn't get a hand on it to block it. Looked like somebody fell down, rushing it. And he was able to get it through. So the Saints trail at 28-25. Man, with 24 seconds on the clock, man. 24 seconds on the clock. So there you go. We're going to see what the Saints can do here, family, and see if we can get something positive. Let's go, Saints. Let's go black and gold. Let's go Saints. All right, here we go, family. As the Vikings looking to kick the ball off, it's not looking good. 24 seconds. The Saints have no way of stopping the clock with a timeout, that is. And the kickoff is going to be, they're going to let it go out the back of the end zone. And the Saints will retrieve the ball at their own 20-yard line. So my goodness, man. All this today, family. And I can't help but I know the rotten bastard referees had a part in this thing. I can't help but to be upset about that. But the reality is also the Saints have left a lot of opportunities on the field. We have several fumbles as well. Let's see what the black and gold can do here from their own 25-yard line. 24 seconds is all we have. Hopefully to get into field goal range. All right, Dalton in the shotgun for the Saints 25-yard line, 3 wide receiver set. Dalton makes the throw downfield. It's caught and grabbed by Chris Olave. And then of course you got a Minnesota Viking guy rolling around on the thing, and then Chris Olave grabs his leg and goes down and then tries to limp off. And then Smith grabbing his arm and like he got a problem. And see, they be doing that shit to stifle the stop. He went down automatically in the play. Now watch right here. The catch is made and he wraps his arm around. Then he goes down like his arm is hurt. And Chris Olave makes the catch there. And the defensive back comes up on the play, and it's just like, okay, he jumps down on the ground to try to stop the Saints from going into the no huddle offense. They got to do something about that, man. They got to do something about that. So the Saints get all the way down inside Minnesota territory with Chris Olave, and Chris Olave gets hurt on the play, grabs his leg on the play. So that's not a good sign. He looked fine at first, and then he kind of grabbed his leg and started limping on some whatever happened was a delayed reaction. So the Saints, no timeouts remaining. They get into Viking territory. It's 12 seconds remaining. 3 or 4 wide receivers set. And Dalton throws the ball toward the sideline, throws it out of bounds. Stops the clock at 9 seconds. 28-25, Saints get to the Viking side of the only thing they hoping to do now is to try to see if they can get close enough. They can't stop the clock. They have to throw toward the sideline to stop the clock if they have a positive catcher. And Chris Olave's back out on the field, so that's a good sign. So you got 4 wide receivers out there for the Saints in the shotgun. All right, and there's Dalton looking, and he just strolls it up, and it's caught, and out of sideline right there. And the referee comes up and says he's out of bounds. So there's no way we can challenge it because the referee, it's beyond the 2-minute warning. But let's see if they got a good view on the sideline. Chris Olave makes the grab, and we can't tell. No, it looked like he was out. Looked like his feet were out on the play. Yeah. The referee said he was out. Yeah, his left foot was out. His right foot was in, but his left foot was on the sideline. So watch. There, the ball comes in. Good try. Look, that's the catch. 1 foot's in, the other one's out. So they're going to try a 61-yard field goal to try to get the ball in there. And, of course, the Vikings going to try to freeze Will Lutz and make him think about it. So the Saints trying to go for the tie the damn game in this thing. And could Will Lutz get it through for the Saints? It comes down to a last-second field goal. Can the Saints get it in there, or, can they get it and avoid a 3-game losing streak? My goodness, man. My goodness. So here go Will Lutz from 61 yards out. And he tries to kick it to try to tie that thing. And it's far up there. And then no good. And the Vikings will get the win. Vikings come away with the win, family. Vikings come away with the win, and that'll end the game as the Vikings get the win in the matchup. So a tough loss by the black and gold, man. Very tough loss in this thing. The black and gold goes down, man, in the matchup. So the Saints now losers of 3 in a row. The Saints are losers of 3 in a row. Bucks, Panthers, Vikings. The Saints are 1-3. 1-3. 1-3 right now. Let's go over the final statistics for this matchup right here. 28-25, the Vikings improved to 3-1. The Saints go down 1-3. That's not good. And they create a hole for themselves now. For the Saints, 23-19, Vikings with the first downs. As you can see, third down, the Vikings 5 of 14, Saints 4 of 10. Fourth down, both for 1 for 1. Total plays 67 plays versus 57 by the Saints. 344 yards worth of offense for the Vikings versus 338 for the Saints. 11 drives versus 10. 5.1 per yard for the Vikings. Saints almost 6. 263 to 227 on the passing yardage. The rushing attack, the Saints, 27 attempts. They didn't get 30. There were 27 attempts for 111 versus 25 for 180 by the Vikings. The Saints had 10 penalties for 102 yards, and they were the home team in this thing. No home cooking for you. The kitchen was closed as the referees pinged the Saints 10 times for 102 penalties. And while the Vikings got away with 5 penalties for 35 yards, just ridiculous. Turnovers, the Saints had 2 turnovers. That simply didn't help. The dumbass fumbles, that didn't help. The 1 turnover by the Vikings in the game. And, of course, 32-13 was the time of possession by the Vikings, 27-47 by the Saints. You look at the box score and statistics in the matchup for the black and gold. Andy Dalton was right around that 25-20 mark that we talked about. He was 20 for 28 for 236. He averaged 8.4 yards per throw, had a touchdown. He was sacked twice in the first half. They solidified in the second half, and he looked a lot better with a 108.6 rating. Latavius Murray should have been carrying that ball a lot more than what he was. And they finally went to him because Mark Ingram couldn't get nothing going. But every time they gave the ball to Latavius Murray, he made it work. So once again, the Saints are slow in their learning curve. Slow. When you see Latavius Murray early had the rhythm, he was making moves, you stick to him. The Saints went away from him, went to Mark Ingram again, and finally, later on in the third and fourth quarter, they went back to Latavius Murray for positive runs. 11 carries for 57 yards, and the score he averaged over 5 yards a carry. How often we say this about Latavius Murray? 2 rushes, first down. Ingram, 10 carries, 30 yards. He wasn't nearly as effective. Taysom Hill came in there, 5 carries for 21 yards, and a score in the matchup. And, of course, the receiving, and they targeted Chris Olave 7 times for 4 catches, 67 yards, 1 score. Callaway, 3 catches, over 6 targets for 53 yards. Troutman, 3 catches, 3 targets, 37 yards. Juwan Johnson, 3 catches on 4 targets, 33 yards. And you see Traquan had 1. Mark Ingram had 3 out the backfield. Latavius had 1. And Jarvis Landry targeted twice, 2 catches, 2 targets, 7 yards for him. The killer, and we'll go over this after I go over the statistics, Andy Dalton, fumble. Deontay Hardy, fumble. Both those did not help as they both were converted into points. Lattimore led the effort today. He got burnt several times by Jefferson, and one that helped set up the winning field goal. 10 tackles, 7 solo. Pete Warner had 9. DeMario had 9 in a sack today. Paulson had 7. Tyron had 7. Cam had 6.5 a sack today for the Saints defense. Tyron had the interception on Kirk Cousins in the matchup. And, of course, Will Lutz was 1 for 2. He missed the last field goal to tie the game. It banged off the upright. And Blake 4 punts for 194, averaging 48.5 on the punts, 1 of the 4 inside the 20. Longest was a 63-yarder. All right, anyway, and we look at the Viking side of things. Kirk Cousins was 25 of 38 for 273, had a pick and a touchdown, 7.2 on the throw. Saints got at him 3 times. 3 sacks, had 84.7 on the rating. And, of course, we look at Delvin Cook, 20 carries, 76 yards, less than 4 yards per rush. He was pretty much wrangled in. They snuffed out the Minnesota attack. Justin Jefferson was the one that really kind of got it going for them. He had 13 targets. He caught the ball 10 times off of 13 targets for 147 yards. Even though he didn't get a touchdown on Lattimore, but he really kept their offense moving and helped them set up the game winning. So yeah, Justin Jefferson kind of got the best of Lattimore in this matchup. Adam Thielen, 8 catches for 72 yards off of 9 targets. Irv Smith, 3 catches off of 4 targets. And then the rest of them really wasn't in the game. They did a good job. The Saints did on stopping KJ Osborne, which is the guy I was concerned about, the speedster, third guy. But Justin Jefferson was the guy that really facilitated the Minnesota Vikings offense. 10 catches, 147. He got it going. Even though he didn't get a touchdown, he helped set up some plays to help the field goal game getting going in the matchup. Kendricks was the top tackles for the Vikings, 8. Jordan Hicks had 7. Cameron Bynum had 6. Also Harrison Smith. And, of course, sacks by Delvin Tomlinson and Zadarius Smith, the only thing they had on Andy Dalton, the 2 that they gave him. All right, then outside of that, Greg Joseph is really the player of the game for the Minnesota Vikings. Their field goal kicker hit 5 of 5. If he hadn't done that, this team wouldn't have won this game. 16 points for him in this game. So the game ball has got to go to Greg Joseph. He was special for the Minnesota Vikings in the matchup. When the Saints defense stopped the Minnesota Vikings offense, Greg Joseph came in there and got points every time down, and that's what you got to do. Get something when you get down there, and he did 5 times, 5 field goals for them, helped them, and of course he came away with the game-winning field goal. The Vikings improved to 3-1. 3-1. The Saints fall down 1-3. They are 0-2 at home, 1-1 in the dome anyway in this thing. So real distasteful here in the matchup, the Saints. And what's kind of sticks out to us in this family as we go down in this game, and I hear a lot of the family members in the chat are pinpointing the referees in the fourth quarter. The referees definitely had a point of contention in this game. They were totally classless, one-sided, and bullshittish. Now listen, but with that aside, we knew going into games that the referees are going to be against you. This is a clear, obvious thing that we constantly see. You know, and y'all guys stick with me. I'm going to be bringing in these interviews momentarily. We'll hear from Dennis Allen. We'll hear from Andy Dalton. We'll hear from these guys. We'll pipe that in momentarily. But I look at this before we start punching the stupid garbage bastard referees in their freaking faces, is that we got to look at the fact that the Saints turned the ball over twice in this game. They had 2 fumbles that went for scores. So before we blast the bastard referees, which they deserve, the Saints helped to dig their own grave. You had 2 fumbles. Andy Dalton fumbled the ball, and Deontay Harty put the ball on the ground in the special teams that converted to points. So 6 points from 2 fumbles helped contribute to what the Saints lost by, which was 3. So we have responsibility there, offensively speaking, and from a special team standpoint, that has to be factored in. The Saints had turnovers and fumbles that shot themselves in the foot before we get to the referees. Because if the Saints don't turn the football over, they have a chance to win this matchup. But you can't go and think you're going to beat the referees and the Vikings, and you having turnovers and several other drives. You were having despondent offensive series where you were punting the ball off and the defense had to defend your ass because you couldn't make moves. You couldn't do what you're supposed to do. So let's also remember that before we rock upon these bastard referees, because indeed, we know the referees play a major factor in the game, like they were making calls for the Minnesota Vikings, but not for you. When it came down to the back end, when the cornerback grabbed Chris Olave's arm to keep him from catching the ball, the referee was there every step of the way. No flag. When the referee threw the flag on Laddy Daddy, the guy had to come across Lattimore's face, grab his face mask, use it to redirect Lattimore out of his way so he can have a cleaner way at the catch. Now, the whole way's there. The referee is staring at, bucking at him while that, and then throws a flag and says pass interference or holding against you. Clear and obvious. Very clear and obvious. Because it's not just the dogs on the field. It's people that sit up at these monitors from in Secaucus or wherever these bastards are in New York, wherever they're watching these screens for these referees piping in what calls for them to make. They knew both times there was more of a face mask than it was anything, because Lattimore was looking at the ball, and he has every right to the ball than that damn wide receiver do. So when he's looking back, how could it be that if he's looking back at the ball? So, and of course, the non-pass interference call on the next drive when the Saints was down and the guy grabs Chris Olave's arm, stopping him from making a catch deep in their own territory. No call there. So before we even talk, but I'm not going to even make mention of that. Outside of all of that, the Saints still had a supreme opportunity to win this game. They really did. The problem was the black and gold did not capitalize when they were supposed to capitalize. Now we sitting up here with 3 straight losing games. You're 1-3. This is not good. This is not a good look for you, because when you lose these games, like the one win you come from behind to beat the Falcons, the Saints dropped 3 games in a row, 2 to division rivalries, and 1 to an NFC guy down the field in the playoffs that you might see. So it's not a good look. So the Saints got another team up, but they're going to have to figure this out. So some positives here. What's the positives, Q? The positives is that the fact the Saints did score touchdowns in a quarter that is not a first in the fourth quarter. The Saints scored touchdowns in quarters before. They scored a touchdown in the third quarter and in the second quarter before, where they couldn't score touchdowns before when they won in the fourth. They had 11 points total in the fourth quarter. Now, a lot of people saying the Saints, they didn't, the referees, listen, family, listen. Now, listen, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. All the time in the world, we watch the referees play. How often, if you listen to my show, I don't play with the referees. I really don't. I'll let them have it in here, because I do not watch the game like a fan, a fanatic. They call you a fan. You have a fan. I'm not nobody's fanatic. I'm not gonna let you call me no fan. No, you call me a supporter of the team, supporter or whatever, but you won't give me that bullshit fanatic energy. Because when you a fan, you don't look at shit correctly. You emotionally charged in the game to the point where you're not even looking at the game straight. And looking at the game straight means when you see referees making calls, they made 3 calls in that one drive to facilitate the Vikings to score that touchdown. Now, they didn't give them the touchdown. Now, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a $1.15, like I always say. How did they score on that drive where the referees gave them 3 penalties to set them up to score? How did they score? They scored with Jefferson on the reverse coming around, walking into the end zone. Now, with that being said, why didn't the defense get Jefferson? Why was he so widely open? Anytime Jefferson goes in motion, somebody posts a motion with him. Where was the person motioning with him on the play? See, let's keep it a $1.15 on this. I'm not going to sit up here, yeah, we got bastard referees, but that ain't nothing new. Nobody robbed the Saints, man. Where was when Jefferson came back on that end around for that touchdown that they got off the penalties? Why wasn't somebody on Jefferson? See that? That's what I'm saying. When Jefferson came on the end around, there is no robbery there on the Saints. Why wasn't somebody there to get Jefferson and stop him from getting the touchdown to put the Vikings ahead? Where was they at? You see what I'm saying? You see how I think? So even though the referees tried to help, it's up to the Saints defense to allow them to still score the ball. And they couldn't have scored if the Saints would have been on their shit and stopped Jefferson, because he got a wide open end. He wasn't in around. He just went into motion, and then they just handed the ball. And anytime Jefferson go into motion, you got a motion with him. He walked into the end zone without anybody stopping him. And then that's what I'm talking about. Plays like that, when you have an opportunity to stop these people, you got to utilize it. Now, here go Dennis Allen, fan. Put one in the chat if y'all can hear it.
Way to end that. Chances. Thought our guys battled back in the second half. Thought we made too many mistakes in the first half, which put us behind. But I thought our guys battled and competed. We still got to find a way not to hurt ourselves with penalties and the turnovers, and that's got to change. So we got to figure that out.
Yeah, you talked about that a couple weeks ago. How do you fix the turnovers and the penalties?
Well, look, I mean, I think we got to make a point of emphasis about it. I think we also got to look at, who's doing what and where. I wasn't a fan of some of the calls, but it hurt us in the game.
A point of emphasis, like what's that process of making it?
Well, look, we're gonna have to look at who's handling the ball. And problem's been a little bit of so we're gonna have to continue to evaluate that. We're gonna have to put in some more turnover drills and things of that nature, and I've emphasized the point that we got. Yeah, look, I think that some of that's, kind of the consistency of cadence and things of that nature. So I think that's part of it. Consistency of some of the people that are in there is part of it. So we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at the tape and see where we can make corrections. I did. I mean, from where I was standing, I thought it was going to be good. Obviously, I guess get off the left upright and then down on the crossbar. Bounced the wrong way.
Conversations like, I mean, 50 yards you were good with, or was it off the wall?
Well, in that situation, we were in the position where we felt like we could make it. I think the field goal before was probably a little bit more discussion. And look, I give credit to Riz. He felt really good about Will knocking that thing through, and so we kicked the field goal, and Will, hit a beauty and knocked it through.
Coach, the two penalties on the drive that led to Minnesota's at the end of the PI.
That was a tough call.
Outside of the penalties, I know the first drive, I think they were like 4-4.
Yeah. I think we did a better job after the first drive, and then there was a drive there in the fourth quarter that we let them convert a couple that we don't really want to let them convert. So again, we'll look at the tape, we'll make the evaluation what we need to do better. I thought our defensive guys battled their tails off today. I thought they we put them in a couple of tough situations, and I thought they battled. Look, I thought overall pretty good, particularly in the second half. I didn't think we had great rhythm in the first half. I thought we came out and played a little better in the second half. Ran the ball, I think, a little bit better in the second half too. So that's part of it. Yeah, I thought Latavius gave us a little bit of a spark. I thought there were some things that he did well, in the game. So that was good to see.
Obviously, a lot of people will compare. You had a different quarterback when they see some more points on the board this week. But do you think you guys had a better offensive plan this week?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think just our guys kind of taking a look at what we've done over the first 3 weeks, seeing where we can improve. And I thought we did a better job, with some of the things that we were doing, particularly there in the second half, offensively.
What's the plan, Coach, between now and obviously next Sunday, a quick turnaround to your next game? We've got a long journey home. And a lot
We'll get back to New Orleans and try to get rested up a little bit and get ready to go for next week.
Do you guys feel like you're close to turning the tide?
I really do. Look, there was a lot of really good things. I told the team in there, there were some good things that we did today, but it's hard to overcome, some of those costly turnovers. And I think the fake punt and the 2 turnovers I think led to 9 points. And in a game like that, those things are costly.
Should that punt be a fair catch, or are you mad about should he have not returned that, or how do you kind of?
Listen, I'm gonna look at the tape before I make an evaluation on that.
How concerning is 1-3 in and of itself? I mean, do you have to wrestle with things like spirits and confidence and stuff like that?
Look, I think we got a good group of guys in that locker room. We got some good veteran leadership. We'll bounce back from this. We certainly need to play better, and we need to turn some things around. It's a long season. There's a lot of season left, and so we're going to keep battling. We're going to keep fighting.
Into Alvin, the decision with Alvin, was that a setback you had this week?
No, it wasn't a setback. I just think, as evaluate throughout the week. I think there was a little bit more pain and discomfort, really even last week. And again, this is a long season. And so you don't want to go through this cyclical thing where each week, it's an issue. And so, I think we felt like resting him this week, hopefully to be able to have him back for next week, gives him the best chance to be healthy throughout the year.
Was Jameis close at all to playing, or is this something you'll?
Yeah, I thought later in the week, I thought he began to feel a little bit better. But I think there was a point in time where we felt like, well, we got to get Andy ready and have him ready to go.
And I assume that becomes another week-to-week evaluation.
Yeah, we'll see where his health is when we get back.
About this week as a whole in terms of coming over on Monday, how it was.
Yeah, it was a work week. We came over here and worked. Thought we got some good things done. Unfortunately, we didn't get the win.
With the turnover, the team showed resilience to getting back to the game. Do you feel that is a good thing for the team?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, I thought they did show some resilience. Unfortunately, we just didn't make enough plays to win the game.
You guys didn't get to a rhythm offensively at the beginning of the game, but it's kind of been the story of the season. I guess what do you think?
Look, yeah, I mean, listen, I think part of it is, we had a few guys that weren't in there. So you're playing without Alvin, you're playing without Mike Thomas, you're playing without Jameis. So there's some adjustment that has to go along with that. So, look, we're going to keep battling, we're going to keep fighting, we'll figure this thing out, and we'll play better football.
I touched on this earlier, but just regarding the turnovers and the penalties, when that happens, do you reevaluate how you guys are practicing?
We look at everything. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to continue to look at everything that we're doing and see where we can try to improve. Okay, thanks.
All right, that's Dennis Allen, man. Dennis Allen are you feeling any better, about what Dennis Allen was saying, family? A lot of the Who Dat Nation out there in the kind of I'm not going to say a state of disbelief, but at the same time, we do realize that this is not a good look for the Who Dat Nation. I didn't anticipate the Saints starting off this bad. Here's Will Lutz, family. Let's pipe Will Lutz in. Here we go.
Honestly, they were the same two picks. Unfortunately, everyone had one more yard to move than the first one. So, there's no silver line to losing or missing. So, answer that question. I thought they were both in. I hit them both on the screws. Put them right third when the ball was going to move a little left. And the second one just moved a little more left. I was shocked and bouncing, but I don't really know. I mean, it all happened so quick. I heard it hit the first doink on the second one, and then saw them celebrate. So everything going. So we hit picks from every spot that we think is reasonable to happen in a game. So we've hit that kick plenty of times. I hit that kick in warm up both ways. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I hit them both as much as I could. Honestly, not just shocked when they go in. No, I mean, that's kind of understood, to be honest. In that situation, there is no range. It's, well, you got to kick it. There's no option. And when my number's called, I got to give it a chance. Obviously, I gave it a chance, but I didn't get the right bounce. So it's frustrating.
Afterward, you took accountability of the in this game.
Yeah, that's what you sign up for, kicker. Every game's going to go your way. Obviously, it's not the start of the season that I wanted it to be. And I take every week, 1 week at a time, and I didn't have any thoughts of last week, this week. I thought I hit the ball well today. Yeah, I wanted to hit that kick for the team. We needed a win today, and it's frustrating. No, it was about as nice as days you can ask for. Perfect condition. There may have been a slight breeze behind me.
All right. That's Will Lutz, man, talking about it. And what can I tell you, man, on this one, man? A lot of stuff shaking and breaking the wrong way. Here go Latavius Murray family chiming in. Here's Latavius Murray.
Trying to get positive yards, keep the hole, fall forward, try to get the game from them. Honestly, just blessing. Honestly, just 2 weeks ago, being at home, uncertain about my NFL career, and so we had a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it looked good, and then I seen it hit the pool. Just hoping that obviously not to get that. Very confident. I mean, we obviously were able to put one in right before that. So, I was on the other side of one of those last year with our team right. Now this time, we do the house. So we got all the confidence in the world. I thought he played good. I thought he played with boys. He's done it for a long time as well. So we believe him. We know he's capable of. And yeah, I think we've done some good things, and then we've done things that has hurt us. And so I think we just got to continue to work and clean those things up and don't beat ourselves. And I think be a hard team to beat.
You spoke about how nice it was to get back into action. What about returning to this team? How's that been?
It's been great. Obviously, I'm familiar with the system, familiar with everybody. So kind of honestly felt like I didn't leave. So this again, like I said a few weeks ago when I got here, I'm just happy they gave me the opportunity. Look forward to Vikings, yeah. It's just crazy, honestly. Familiar team. It's a lot of fun being able to go out there and compete with some guys on the other side of the ball. So yeah, I'm just happy to be back out here and happy to get back to work too. Going around here. Appreciate you.
All right, family. That was Latavius Murray chiming in, man, on the stream, man. Listen, bro. A lot of the Who-Dats, man, know this is a tough one. 28-25, the Saints go down. Third straight loss of the season. Not a good deal. And 1-3 on the year. It's tough to even surmise such a thing, but it's all self-imposed. Now, we knew about the referees and their guys on Twitter showing the bad calls. But at the end of the day, we supposed to take care of business. Here's Tyron Matthew, fam.
What were the range of emotions like in this kind of seesaw back and forth game in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I felt like we rode, a few ways within the game. I felt like we played hard enough to kind of give ourselves a chance at the end. I think it always comes down to a couple plays. You just want a couple plays back, and if you have those plays back, the game usually can go in your favor. But I thought we fought hard. And I think there's a lot of positives, that we could take away from it. It's just week 4 of like a 17-round bout. So, we have a lot more football left. But yeah, it always comes down to a couple plays.
What does the bounce back look like? Did you think field goal was good? Did you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, I always think it's good. I think that's part of it. Believing in your teammates, all the time. Whether things are going your way or whether they aren't. I thought he had enough leg. Obviously, even when they hit the upright, I thought it still was good. But it always sucks, when you run out of plays, have any left.
The interception early was kind of a turn on you guys early in the game.
Just reading the quarterback. Just got a good jump on it. And then just try to make a play. I didn't think I played well that first series. And so, to come back and make that play for the team, I think that's what it's all about in the moment. Felt like it meant a lot. I think right now it, means very little.
Tyron, what was your vantage point of that penalty that was called in that drive on you?
I don't think I touched him in his face. I don't think I touched him. I know I didn't. So, but the call was made. You got to live with it. Even after that, I thought we continue to fight. I line up with this defense any day.
Dennis said a little while ago that it feels like you're all close to kind of getting this thing right. How do you feel about it?
We are. I think we are close. Obviously, there was a lot of expectations for us coming into the season. Not even outside of our locker room. I think within, just looking across the locker room, it's a lot of great players, on our team. And, it doesn't always start the way you hope, right? Like, and it's kind of like life sometimes, we got a little bit of adversity. And, I think we're going to see what we're all really made of. I think we got a lot of great players in our room. We got a lot of good men on our team. And so, we're like this, you just got to chop wood and carry water. It takes what it takes sometimes. And, you have to put in more work sometimes. So, and work harder. So, that's what we're looking at right now. I think, being able to go back home next week and play in front of our fans, that'll be a breath of fresh air for us. I think that'll give us a lot of energy. And so, just looking forward to taking it one game at a time. All we have to do is win one game. And, we could really get rolling. So, but it starts with just practice, one practice at a time, one day at a time.
We talked earlier in the week about Justin Jefferson and how dangerous he can be. Is it just a matter of in a game like that, eventually they're going to, get theirs? Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, man, he's, like I said earlier in the week, he's a great player, especially in this league, where you can't really touch him. You kind of just, let him run free sometimes. But there's only a couple guys in the whole world that can cover him. I think Marshawn is one of them. So I thought he battled hard, all day. He fought all day long. And so, if we were able to see these guys again, it'll be the same matchup. It'll be 23 across from 18. So, and I'll choose my guy, every time.
The mindset right now, with the
it's interesting you're talking about this team with all the leadership, the veteran players. Is there a fine line between not panicking, like you said, it's a long season, but yet still having that sense of urgency to address some of the details?
Yeah. You know, I think with every loss, you know, I think the sense of urgency has to increase. You know, especially in practice, you know, preparation. You know, once you get to the game, it's usually time to have fun. You know, you study the opponent all week. You know what to expect. But, you know, I think, you know, during the close course of the week, it takes what it takes. You know, you have to get your body, mind, you know, even your spirit, right? Like all these things have to be in a certain place for you to be able to go out there Sunday, you know, or any game day and really like give your best, you know, for your team. So, you know, listen, I thought we fought hard in every game that we played in. And, you know, sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way. Sometimes the calls don't go your way. But, you know, the beautiful thing about this league is, you know, as long as you got another week to play, you know, you should have at least somewhat of a smile on your face, you know, because, you know, you just have that extra chance. You know, now when you run out of chances to play, that's when you really should be, you know, concerned. But, you know, it's still early in the year. Like I said, every game comes down to a couple plays, and I think that's a good perspective to have. But, you know, obviously, you know, you want to be able to, you know, make the most of it, you know, when you get that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's Tyrann Mathieu, man, dropping some of the science. Just a second, family. Andy Dalton will be popping up on the broadcast, so stay right where you are. Andy Dalton will be hearing from him in just a few minutes. And matter of fact, here we go now. Here's Andy Dalton.
Andy, how did it feel?
I felt good. Felt like operated the offense really well. Like we played well, and I think at the end of the day, the two turnovers as the back end and I think go back and look at the game and like he played really well, and go back and look at it again. That's kind of the story of this game. So tough. I thought we definitely. What happened on the I hit it. Yeah, I felt like I had it tucked away, but you know.
A lot of good drives to the when you guys went out on the third drive and again go backwards a couple of times for penalties. I mean, I'm sure you harped on that all week.
Yeah, and then you have the conversion between probably losing and that field. I mean, it's close. We got to make sure that we're not down to it. Put ourselves in a tough situation, but we can't be hurting ourselves. I try to play great. Gave us a chance to win at the end, and Chris is so talented, and we expected him to win. I did. I thought it had the distance, and even once it hit the crossbar, I go, it's going to bounce back through, and fortunately didn't.
Last drive, how much time did I get the ball back to it?
Yeah, we were just trying to get a chunk play to start it, and we did. Great catch by Chris. And then we've got to find a way to get a couple more yards to make that field goal easier. And so it's something that we can go back and look at and see if there's anything that we can do differently. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're trying to get a chunk play to even give yourself a chance.
A lot of drives where you got in a third and short situations and converted. I mean, is that something that was by design?
Where you were willing to use all three downs and try to do that, 4 or 5 yard plays? Because I know that had been a little elusive this season.
Yeah, I think when you look at especially the way this defense plays, as much too high safeties, try to keep everything in front of you. You know, that's kind of how they want to play this game. And for us, you can't get bored being in those situations. And you got to convert on those third downs and keep the drives alive. So I think that's, you know, at times when you look at the drives that we were able to score on, we were able to do that.
Those drives that you did score looked like those good balance of running passing. It's particularly the running you did have out today, which was the Vegas and Mark moving the ball. They give you guys the opportunity.
Yeah, I thought they did a great job, and you know, our line given the opportunity out there. And so I mean, that's how this game works. Next guy steps up. Yeah, I thought those guys did really well. We are. I think. I mean, we haven't been out of any game that we played, and it's come down to one or two plays, and we've got to find a way to make those plays that allow us to win, and not make the plays that hurt us. And looking at today, I said it from the beginning, the 2 turnovers and 6 points, that completely changes the way the flow of this game goes. And, you know, that's starts with me. Thanks, guys.
All right, Andy Dalton, man, talking about it. He's absolutely right. The turnovers, the fumbles. And I think that's the end of the interviews right there. But the big thing is what Andy Dalton was talking about in terms of the fumbles, man, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. 2 fumbles by one by Andy Dalton, another one by Deontay Harty, put the Saints in precarious situation because both of those drives, the Vikings were able to get 6 points combined, those 3-3. Got 6. You remove that 3, that 6 points off the scoreboard, the Saints win the game. Their kicker was 5 for 5, so every time they got close, they were able to get points. Unlike the Saints weren't able to do that. And it's your perspective on how you view the game. It's how you look at and view the game. A lot of people are saying, the referees robbed the Saints and all this kind of stuff. Man, you must have you must don't watch a lot of Saints football if you thinking that the referees robbed the Saints. The referees always make bad calls against the Saints. That's what they do. They always do that. They've been doing that. But the trueness of the statement was the Saints turned the ball over. The Saints should have still won this game. And I always say that. The Saints should always win these games because if they don't go in there and turn the ball over and they do what they're supposed to do, they're going to have success. Andy Dalton pinpointed it on that interview when he says, listen, the fumbles, that hurt us. That was 6 points. You remove 6 off the scoreboard, Saints win. So before we even get to the ref bashing, which I hate that trash. I hate that scum bastards. But without the scums, we know the scums is always present, manipulating. That's what they do. We know they manipulate the game for their paymasters. And they don't have a brain in themselves. There's a vestige of the commissioner. That's how he rolls these people out to manipulate things. But the Saints should have still won this game. And I mentioned before the interviews, the fact that why didn't the Saints stop Jefferson on that end around play or the reverse play where he came and they handed him a ball? Why wasn't the defender there to tackle Jefferson and stop him from having that easy walk-through touchdown? Did the refs block the Saints from having them to do that? No. They only can do so much. They can't give them points. You have to step up and make the stop. The Saints defense allowed Jefferson to score the touchdown. That was another point of contention. They didn't make the call when the guy passed interference, Olave on a deep ball throw, but still in all, the Saints still had opportunities to win this contest. Now, even though they ran pretty good to the tune of, they had 27 rush attempts. They still had more passing attempts than they had rushing attempts. The ratio was 20 pass attempts versus 27 rush attempts. Some people call that a balanced play game, a play sheet, but really we should have relied heavily on the rushing attack. The fact that the Saints are learning, but they're learning so slow. Like the things that we'll say that I say 2 games ago, they finally starting to do it this game. I mean, I was saying this 2 games, like these guys, they adjust. And we ain't talking about the defense, or I'm talking about Dennis Allen and Carmichael. They are adjusting to things like per game, like the game plan going into it, so slow, so slow. Like for instance, in the game with the Rams, I mean with the Rams, with the Vikings, this game we just watched, the Saints could have stuck with the rushing attack, especially with Latavius Murray. They were having a vast amounts of success running the football. They could have stepped with it and just kept utilizing it. There were plays where the Saints would go away from the running the ball to throw the ball down the field, like the play when Andy Dalton was trying to force feed the ball 30 yards down the field to Chris Olave when all you needed was 4 yards for a first down. And of course, they ultimately way on the 4th down convert, because that was the play in which they found Marquez Callaway on a route up the center of on a crossing route up the center of the field. He found it and he was able to get the first down that way. But that was just an example of the type of plays or offensive play calling we're making. Like, why were you doing that? Why are we trying to take that shot there when we just get the downs and then set yourself up that way? Why work backwards like that? They still figuring it out. I could tell. And I expected them to be a lot further along down the track than to do that. But 28-27 is the pass ratio, pass versus rush. Rush should have been a thing. Should have been 30 plus. 30 plus rush attempts in the contest, in the game. Now, the special teams have a part to play in this thing as well as with the fumble issues that set up the Vikings to score. But listen, we have to do a better job of executing and keeping the penalties down. I mean, do our best. The false start penalties and all this kind of nonsense that we were dealing with is ridiculous, you know. Just a second, family. All right, so excuse me, family. I was messaging the Minnesota guys, One Bar and Lumpicus, who we're gonna have them on the recap. Might be, we'll see when they could pop on. Might be Monday on the recap stream. We'll see. Brother Eric says, no rinse, wash, repeat, Q. We keep shooting ourselves in the foot. Can't recover from penalties and turnovers. Remember, and before the people, and it's such a emotional bunch at times. So logic, like that's what the Great Saint Think Tank, we are part of it because logic should rule the day most of the times. And the logic is the Saints in 4 games, in a month worth of games in the NFL season, the Saints have had, what is it now? They've had 5 fumbles. Offensively speaking, the Saints have fumbled in every last game that we've had this year. Twice by Ingram in weeks 1 and 2, one by Elvin Kamara in week 3, and by Dalton in week 4. And then the special teams got in on it with a fumble with Deontay Harty. It's sad, man. It's sad. It's awful. But the reality is, at the end of the day, is the Saints they had every opportunity that they could have to come out with the success here, family, to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. You know, it was bull crap. We should have won this game. When you have turnovers, when you turn the ball over and then they score on your turnovers, that's 6 points. That's a 6-point swing. The game was 28-25. You take 6 points off and then people lose the game. So you can't do that. You got to be able to not make these dumbass fumble issues. And they practicing. And then the thing about it is, it speaks to the mindset of the team. The Saints been practicing fumble issues or having these fumble drills and all this kind of stuff. They've been doing it. It's been doing it since week 1, week 2, week 3. This is not nothing new. The Saints fumble issues are contributing to why they're losing games. They're fumbling the ball away. That's the only turnovers they had in the matchup. The false start penalties. How do you account for the false start penalties? That's happening with the Saints. The man up the field, the illegal player up the field situation. All that comes in part when you have a game as close as this. And then, of course, the referees. But I don't really count the referees, even though they bastards and they garbage and they stink. It's poor. It's poor. It's very poor. It's very poor. Very poorly called game. Very manipulated game. But in the end, did the Saints rob the Saints? I mean, refs rob the Saints? No, they didn't rob the Saints. The Saints robbed themselves with them dumbass penalties and all that bullshit with them false starts and all that nonsense. What about the dysfunctional drives? I don't forget the dysfunctional drives that the Saints had opportunities to score on. I don't forget that. Remember all of the bullshit offensive drives that we had where we couldn't get it going? We had to punt it back to the Vikings. Then they get 3 points out of it. Huh? I don't forget that. I don't forget that. What about those drives you could have scored on to help you out? They don't take advantage fully. And then when they go out there and make these mistakes, the Saints can't recover from the mistakes that they themselves create. And you should know not to keep the game close because the referee is going to get involved. We know that. I know that. We've been watching these people for years. All right. USMC, what's up, bro? Says True Q can't keep giving the opponent help. That's what they're doing. And people say, nah, Q, the referees robbed. No, they didn't, man. No, they didn't. They didn't rob you this time. The Saints did that to themselves. They went up in there and turned the damn ball over. They had several drives offensively that were despondent, that ended in punts. I mean, hell, how many times did Will Lutz punt today? I mean, Will Lutz, he'll tell you, Will Lutz, you look at his statistics to tell you how many dysfunctional drives the Saints had. How many punts did Will Lutz have? Will Lutz had 4. He had 4 punts in the matchup for the Saints today. 4 for 194. So on the 4 drives where the Saints were despondent and couldn't score on those 4 drives, you could have done something. We keep leaving them. We keep leaving plays on the field. That's the problem. And too often, the Saints are having funky issues with their offense where they're not gelling. And it's like they're not playing together or they don't know what to do. That has to be improved. But that's the reality. Right now, the Saints are sitting at 1-3. You heard Tyrann Mathieu, the old honey badger, tell you that there's a lot of football left. This is round 4, as he called it, of 17 rounds. And there's still a lot of football to be played. So what shall we do? Is only thing you can do as a team is focus on winning one game at a time. The Seattle Seahawks, I believe, is next. The Seahawks are next, followed by I want to say the Cardinals are after them. So it's a weird, funky situation when you look at what's going on with the Saints. I'm gonna keep it $1.15 with you, man. Too much funkiness. Terra 6 says all in their territory. Every time we free money right now, we giving everybody a head start. We still don't play clean. 50 million penalties. We could even have people like Brandon Brown. Debbie says if you keep doing the same thing, you get the same results. Latasha says play calling didn't help. Look how long it took them. Yeah, I know, Latasha. I just said that, Queen. I just said that. I agree with you 1,000%. They learn. I just said that they learn really slow. Like you seen Latavius Murray running that ball early on. You should have kept him in there, and he became the feature back. When you see a back that's hot and he got it, he moves up ahead of him and he becomes the guy. Put the ball in his hand. Whatever he's doing, the game he has the it factor to it right now. He hot right now. You got to feed the beast when the guy is hot. And Latavius Murray was average on over 5 yards per carry. But you mean to tell me only thing he got was 11 carries in the game? You got 20 plus carries in the game. All he got was a little bit more than half of those. If he's hot, and Mark Ingram was never hot in this game, Latavius Murray should got the bulk of those reps in this game. He should have had at least 15 carries in the game for Latavius Murray, because one thing people don't realize about Latavius Murray, and maybe they do, is that Latavius Murray gets stronger as the game goes on because people are less inclined to tackle him because he runs so physically. And those defenses be tired when you put a bowling ball in there and he's running into you, and you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with that. But the Saints were really slow in picking up on that because they said he had several running rushes early and then he disappeared. for almost a quarter, and then they brought him back later. And I'm saying, where's Latavius Murray? He had the hot spot. Let him run it. So I mean, it's just they are really slow up here, man. They slow in terms of catching that. And I'm like, dude, this is stuff that you're supposed to be on it. You see Latavius Murray has it. Feed him the rock. Ingram didn't have the day. Ingram should have been supplanted for Latavius when Latavius went in there, and Ingram should really have gotten like 5 or 6 carries. That's it. I don't need Mark Ingram running the ball like that because he don't have it. Latavius Murray had it in this game and should have had at least 15 carries in this game as opposed to 11 carries for 57 yards and a touchdown. You know, this is that real deal. They know it's that real deal. 5 said we can beat the Seahawks family and can't have no. I mean, right now, the Saints have to, right now, can they beat anybody besides themselves? It's one thing I know that the Saints is going to do coming into these games, and that's beat themselves because they're an undisciplined team. Only an undisciplined team will have all them false starts. Only an undisciplined team will come out, look despondent. In 4 weeks, it's been a month worth of games. You're not supposed to be this bad looking on offense, and you had a month worth of games played so far. The rust factor don't exist now. It's 4 weeks in. You're a month into the season. It's 4 weeks, and they're still showing that. They're still showing it. That's not supposed to even be a thing. But they're learning so slow and adjusting so slow in the game on offense. Defense is fine. Special teams need a lot of work done. I keep saying that, Coach Rizzi, what's the problem with these guys run blocking on the punt return and kick returns for Deontay Harty? That's been a problem for years here. And people don't recognize that. The Saints notice that Deontay Harty, he's good enough to get you. He can flip the field for you if you give him some decent blocking. But these dudes out there, they need to be gotten rid of because they can't block. It's always dudes, that's at least 2 dudes that's beating the blockers to be down there to tackle Deontay Harty. But that's no excuse for him to put it on the ground. Can't do it, man. The Saints are consistently good at beating themselves. That's one thing I've learned in a month worth of football watching the Saints play. The Saints are consistently good at beating themselves. 4 straight games, 4 straight fumbles. They had 2 fumbles in this game, and Mark Ingram, 5 fumbles in 4 games. You tell me if that's a problem. 5 fumbles in 4 games. My goodness. Cool Man says, I think Murray deserves to play more. Love Ingram, but he has to be moved. Yeah, Ingram not giving us anything. He's not rushing. Like Latavius Murray is a north-south battle runner. He's the type of dude you put in there, and they don't want to tackle him. He's 6'3", 6'4". He weighs 235, 40 pounds. He falls for it. Today he averaged, 5.1 yards per carry. Why wasn't he giving the ball more than 11 times? That's the question. They've been like, so what's going on with the offense? Why is the offense? The offense is not a passing offense right now. I keep saying it. These people have an identity crisis. Anytime you see a running back getting you over 5 yards per carry, and you got 28 attempts and 22 rushing attempts, what? How does Dalton have 28 attempts versus Latavius Murray and all the rest of the running backs with 22 attempts? No, you're not a passing team. You're a running team right now. You need to run the ball right now. That's what you need to do. The Saints is not a passing team right now. How do you know that, Q? Because they don't consistently pass well. They run better than they pass. They are not a passing team right now. And I've been saying this from game one. The Saints have identity crisis. They thinking that they're something that they are not. They're thinking that they're what they were when Peyton was said. They are not a passing attack. They're not. And even in stretches when Coach Peyton was operating the offense, the Saints were a better running team than they were a passing team. They just was really good at setting up the screen, setting up all this other stuff that they like to do. But the Saints right now have identity crisis because they think they're a passing team. You are not a passing team. You're not. You're a rushing team. Bottom line. Ultimate Street says, Q, I'm still trying to understand our run game as well, bro. It can be great, but they don't run into. I know because they have identity crisis, bro. If they were a passing team like they really believe they were, then you would see them averaging 28 points a contest in winning matchups. This team's struggling to get points, even though they had a second quarter and a third quarter touchdown score today. They still struggled from an offensive standpoint to put points on the board or even get in position for Will Lutz to have field goals. If the offense would have gotten downfield in field goal range, Will Lutz would have kicked them through. The Saints probably would have snuck out of there with a win. But you had 4 punts by Blake Gilligan, meaning that the offense still made it out and punted the ball 4 times. Where was the offense then? Why they couldn't pass it then? They are not a passing attack. I've been saying this. I've been saying the Saints have identity crisis. They don't know what they want to be. They thinking that they're a passing team, but they're really a running team. 22 carries today for Latavius Murray. He should have been in the Carolina game because they didn't do nothing with Dwayne Washington. They didn't do nothing with Tony Jones Jr. You had Alvin Kamara, who was banged up with a rib issue, and Mark Ingram, who had not done anything, and you still running 2 backs and activated 4 running backs and only using 2 of them. What's the foolishness is this? Everything is all slow and despondent. The offense is learning things way too slow. And I'm talking about the brain trust of the offense. I'm talking about Carmichael and his assistants, whoever's in charge of the offense. Pete Carmichael's making these adjustments too slow. You're not a passing team. You're a running team, and you should be running the ball. Latavius Murray should have had at least 15 carries in this game, and the Saints should have had at least 30 rushing attempts in this game, and Andy Dalton should have had not 28 passing attempts in this contest. Andy Dalton should have been kept somewhere around the 20 to 25 mark or 20 mark, and the rest of that should have been given to the Saints rushing attack. So it's not on the referees this time. It's not. It's on the Saints. The Saints are shooting themselves in the foot with turnovers, fumbles that turn into points for the opposite team. This is what the truth is. As distasteful as it sounds, this is what the truth is. Sometimes we have to listen to the truth. Can't run from the truth now. That's living a lie. You running from the truth. We can't do that. Devin sees that. That's why they took away the challenge PIQ control. It's these things we have to be able to be able to change things up. We got to. We have identity crisis right now. That's the problem, family, over the last 3 games. And even some of the first game against Atlanta, when they were able to salvage themselves because of the talent came alive. But that's the identity crisis. The Saints ain't running the ball more than 20-something times a game. How is that even a thing? You know? How? Even when Alvin Kamara's there, the Saints still ain't rushing the ball that much because they think they're a passing team. They're not a passing team. You're a running team first that works the pass off the back of the run. But they don't even have the patience to even do that. DQ says, you're right, Q. I feel like Dennis Allen needs to demand excellence and discipline like Sean did. They said it's more comfortable around the building. Looks like he's showing on the field too many. Yeah, it's really the offense, and some guys just need to step up. Now, the offensive line didn't have the best outing today, but they did a good enough job. And listen, when you mashing out on the Minnesota Vikings defenders and their defensive line, you're going to have success. The Saints defense did a phenomenal job of neutralizing Dalvin Cook. They did the same thing against Leonard Fournette. They did the same thing, but they still stuck with the guys that gave them enough ammunition because the Vikings, they saving fame to this game. What helped them out was the fact that the offense did enough just to get the special teams in the field goal range 5 times, and the guy hit 5 of 5 for 16 points, and that was a direct correlation on the score. That's the truth. That's the one thing the Vikings offense did do was, even though they couldn't score the touchdowns, they still were able to get into position for their field goal kicker to kick field goals. That was not the case with the Saints. What happened with the 4 times the Saints had to punt? Where were they at? Why couldn't we get into field goal range at least half of those times? Would have changed the game. So we can't run from the facts. And now you need straight up 100% gruff truth. And the really gruff truth is that the Saints now at 1-3, they have to take a game-by-game approach, which is what they've been supposed to be doing, and focus on beating one team at a time until they get up out of this hole. That's what it comes down to. It is what it is. The Saints are 1-3 right now through the first 4 games of the season. Now we got the Seahawks, we got Cardinals coming in, and the Saints will have to handle the business. They're going to have to dig in deep. The offense is going to have to make it work. They're going to have to make it pop. They're going to have to get smarter about this thing because it's too many issues that's happening in the game with this team that's too despondent. They're just too detached. They're going to have to learn a lot faster than what they're learning, man. We'll see. Michael says, relax, Q. The offense showed balance this game. Take away the last drive where we had to throw the ball. The run dominated the offensive play calling. No, it didn't, bro. It didn't. I'm looking at the statistics now. Had the run dominated the play calling, the Saints would have won this game because Latavius Murray was averaging 5 yards a carry, 5.1 to be precise, with a touchdown. So no, the Saints in the drives where the Saints failed, they were trying to throw the ball. They had a few rushing attempts in the drive, but they was trying to use Ingram in there, and it wasn't working. So what I'm saying is, it's a lot of like stuff that they're missing on, like stuff that you would think that these guys supposed to be quick on. Like you see Latavius Murray in his first 3 rushing plays early on, he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna be like, I like how the offense jobs behind Latavius. The Latavius disappear, and they get a ball to Elvin Kamara. I mean, Mark Ingram, and he gets nothing. He was averaging 3 yards a carry. What? Then Latavius disappears for almost what seemed like a month, but it was actually a quarter. Then he pops up back there, and then he's still running hard. Then the Saints finally get it, and then they keep him. I'm like, shouldn't have y'all got that already? Damn. Where's Murray at? The offense moves behind Murray. It moves behind him. So he should have already leapfrogged Ingram in the lineup because he was the hot man. You ride the hot hand. So it's like, dude, why did you get that so late? Why? You know? And sometimes I'm not totally disagreeing with you saying, Mike, but I'm just saying we at times just seem like the drives where we didn't do anything. It's like, why was that even a thing? Why did we call that? Why are we feeding players with no rhythm to them? Huh? It's just stuff that you're supposed to know. Let's ride the hot hand. Thank you, Mike. I'm relaxed. Y'all know I'm not really bucking. Y'all know how I usually be when I'm bucking. It's just like I'm really fascinated by the fact that the Saints are in this predicament where the key to the game is them running the football, and I just can't understand for the life of me why the Saints, don't see that. I don't get it. I don't get it. They don't know. All right, Damien says, Big Q, 1-3, haven't gotten into the meat of the schedule, but I'm still confident we could turn it around. One game at a time is all we got, bro. They had a better off, and like a positive to the game, like I said, coming out into the post game was the good positives were the fact that the Saints did do a good job of scoring outside of the fourth quarter. So we did see, pre fourth quarter scoring, which is a positive. Now we just need to let's see if they sink in more on the running game. And that statistics, family, about getting 30 or more carries a game gives you the win. That should be a focus, especially with Latavius Murray. I think Dwayne Washington need to be utilized more. I think Dwayne Washington, because the north-south runners really can help you in a power game like this. They don't need fullbacks to run. We didn't use our fullback that much. I mean, the fullback was J.P. Lossman, who's a tight end. They got playing fullback because they released their traditional fullback. But it's just fascinating, man. The north-south runners, they give you what you need. Thank you, Damon. 504 Chris says, Q, as an organization, we have to be honest. Dalton looks better than Jameis. Jameis is too erratic. I really don't want to see the brothers succeed. I said, I really won't. Okay, I'm sorry. I really want to see the brothers succeed, but I would stay with Dalton. What do you think? Dalton gave us a better offensive performance today, bro. He was a lot more balanced there. I think the one thing that hurt Dalton was the fumble, because the fumble contributed to the loss. If you take away his fumble that went to score 3 points, you would have a tie game right now. So the only bad thing you can say about Dalton, he put some balls where they wasn't supposed to be, but overall, he was a way better fit for what the Saints was happening. And remember, we're comparing a 100% healthy Andy Dalton versus a tore up Jameis Winston, 4 broken vertebrae, ankle issues, all kind of stuff going on with this dude. So, I mean, that's not a really fair comparison, to be honest with you. A healthy dude versus an injured dude. But I get what you're saying. The offense is jiving behind Andy Dalton, and he's doing what he's supposed to do, bro. Just try his best to keep it on schedule. We just need to make sure, man, that we need to really start putting the ball in the hands of the runners who have it, because the Saints it's not shaking and baking for us. Thanks, bro. Cool Man says, I agree. Ingram was off, and it should be in the Murray and Washington because you know how frustrated Ingram was that it wasn't his day. Yeah, he was frustrated every time he ran and got 2 yards on runs or whatever it was. Solomon says that trick punt hurt the Saints too. That's right, Solomon. That's right. That's true. The trick punt, the Saints were supposed to look at it, but the special teams, my goodness, man, the special teams have really been a sore, man, for me. I've been really focusing on those guys lately. Brother Eric says, Q, we have a running, he says, we have a power running game with Latavius. Play action passes will become easier if the passes are. I agree with you, bro. This is all fundamental stuff, man. The Great Saint Think Tank is fundamental as it can be. And when people start scratching their head to say what you do, you got to go back to basics. Basics means you got to dominate by using the running attack and pass act, and the play off the run sets up the play action. That's what the Minnesota Vikings was doing. And it wouldn't hurt for the Saints to take a page out the Minnesota Vikings offensive playbook when several times during the game, the Minnesota Vikings would jump into a no-huddle offense to try to overthrow or throw off the Saints. It didn't work for them scoring touchdowns, but it did help them jive to get them set up the field goals that ultimately helped them win the game. So it's just, when are we going to see the no-huddle offense put in there when your offense is struggling? That still wasn't a thing. See what I'm saying about these people slow with it? How you watch all of these football and you're like, oh, offense is slow. What helps a slow offense if not jumping into a no-huddle offense to throw the defense off and give you an advantage so these guys don't have the opportunity to substitute tired players? Their guys get tired because you're running on them, and then the guy got to call a timeout to get his guys out. Why isn't that a thing? It's just like, before I even get to the referees, I'll be looking at stuff like that. Where is the no-huddle offense? You know, where is that at? Where in the hell is that? You know, it's, bro, I'll tell you, man, these people are slow on the switch, man. They're supposed to be a lot faster than that. That's really taking me back. I'm like, bro, they can't be that slow. What film are you watching that, oh, whatever reason, we got to find rhythm with our offense? Well, what's the best way you can find rhythm with offense, bro? You jump into the no huddle. You use it throughout the game whenever you need to. The Vikings was doing it all game long. They wasn't scoring touchdowns. They got the first touchdown and drive, and then they came back around. They got Justin Jefferson in there on the touchdown, but that wasn't no, the Saints was just caught sleeping on that play. But they were doing it good enough to set them up for field goals to help them win. Man, no, bro. What's really crazy, nah, Swag says you shot. No, I'm good. I'm good because I need my sane and sober brain to figure out what the hell wrong with these people and why they so slow on the switch. I don't get that. Mario says, stop putting Hill in the game, always running the ball. The defense knows when he comes in the game, he's going to run. I know he's not a great passer. Let him throw the ball. I know, Mario, you speaking to the choir on that. But the Minnesota Vikings were backing up like he was going to throw it, and he took it and ran it for a first down. Taysom was responsible for a touchdown rush today. So I agree with you. The Saints need to utilize more passing. I've been saying that for years, man, about Taysom Hill. They don't want to hear it. That's another thing they're sleeping on. Is that Taysom Hill can be more effective as if you give him a couple of passing plays. They don't listen. They don't want to do it. They don't call it. It's the same stuff every week. St. John, what's up, bro? Says if you don't beat Seattle at home next week, might be a long year. You're going to be in a hole, bro. They got to beat Seattle. They got to take it to them. They got to take it to them, fam. Oatbreaker says, I thought we were antisocial. I was just going to watch them play and jump on YouTube. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Cool Man said, it looks like you have Murray, 5 to 10 more carries. He goes over 100 and change the game that keeps the defense off the field. It's not always the player's fault. No, it's not the player's fault. You're right. It's this dumbass call it, bro. There's nowhere in this game that Andy Dalton should have had 28 pass attempts in this game. And our rushing attack with the power runners that were working had, what, 20? No, they had 20. Well, they had 27 attempts. They had 27 attempts in the game. But could you be elite? 11 of the 27 was Latavius Murray. The rest of them, the 16 other attempts was somebody else. 10 of them was Mark Ingram. Ingram shouldn't have got the ball that much. I hear you, Smallville. He's not that guy, bro. He's not. He's not that guy. Latavius should have been running the ball more. But this is the stuff that we'll see if these people can fix it. We're 1-3. We done lost 3 games in the row, family, and it's not looking good. But at the end of the day, fam, we got to see. Drops, bad throws. I think Dalton almost threw 2 interceptions. Yeah, I seen one. I remember that, using Ingram instead of Murray in the running game, play calling. Let the run game open up, pass game, special teams, one scene, one good play. Yeah, and you was naming all of the issues the Saints had. Not one of those did Latasha say was the referees, because you got to go through all of that before you get to the referees. That's how I see it. We look at all of that. So please, that's why the Great Saint Think Tank is the Great Saint Think Tank. You see all these people out here. Oh man, the referees call this, that, and the third, but go through everything. Go through everything Latasha just put up there before you get to the referees. Go through all that. And that's what you got. You got a three game losing streak and a 1-3 team. And I'm pretty sure right now they got games with adversaries will be playing. And Atlanta right now is beating Cleveland 10-7, so they can leapfrog the Saints. Everybody can leapfrog the Saints. And before this nightfall, more than likely, the Saints might be sitting there as Tampa Bay play tonight against Kansas City. They might lose, but in the end, the Saints going to end up being sitting in the cellar for this week until they get an opportunity to kind of fight them way out. In Seattle, it's up 14-9 on Detroit. So they're not going to be a gimme game. So we're going to have to keep on working. Yeah, the coaches, they still far off from doing what they're supposed to do, man. He's still not there. He's still not there. Slim said we can still make the playoffs with this team. I'm confident. Indeed, a lot of games left, Slim. A lot of games left. T-Rob says us being fourth in the FC South is well-deserved. They need to find their identity and need to do it fast. Indeed, bro. Indeed. Fourth place. Yes, indeed. Saints are beating themselves. That's right. That is correct. That is correct. Trey says 25 plus for Murray, 120 yards, at least one touchdown. I usually get him up over 15 carries a game, man. He gets stronger as the game gets longer. That's the thing about the power north-south power running back. Those guys don't want to tackle Latavius Murray in the fourth quarter. They don't. Saints went and gave Ingram. Let me switch over to my box score here and look at it, because Ingram had the hand, but they went away from. Latavius Murray had the game. Look at the numbers here. Latavius Murray, 11 carries for 57 yards. He averaged 5.2 yards per rush. That's over 5 yards. 2 rushes, first down. 2 rushes, first down. 2 rushes, first down. Not so. Saints say, we're only going to give you the ball 11 times, and they gave Mark Ingram the ball 10 times. Mark Ingram had 30 yards on 10 rushes. That's 3 yards per rush. Why was this even a thing? They shouldn't even. That's what I'm saying. That they learn really slow on the fly, because you can see the rhythm of the game and see guys that have it. You got to feed them. So, man, I'll tell you, man, this is strange, but we'll see. All right, Cool Man says, why do they take up roster space for players who they won't use? Why is Washington isn't in the rotation? Say, bro, I'm sick of this. We look as though we can be so much better. I think the Saints. I think that's what's frustrating. Indeed. Dwayne Washington is mostly a special teams guy, but they don't even look his way. They gave him a few carries against Tampa Bay, and he disappeared. They don't even use him as a running back. Tony Jones, they got him. And remember, these are active running backs on active roster. They have 4 active running backs. And they used 2 of them. Last week against Carolina, they used 2. This matchup, they used 2. Taysom doesn't count. He's a tight end. Latavius and Ingram. Where was Dwayne Washington? You need north-south runners in some games. That's why Latavius has success. Mark Ingram is not the same as a Dwayne Washington. Dwayne Washington will run over your ass, same as Latavius Murray. Those guys, the defense in the third and fourth quarters don't want to see those guys. They don't want to see them. So, very interesting. All right, David says, Q, this whole special teams has been horrible. What's going on? I don't know, bro. I don't know what's going on, bro. The special teams is not living up to what they're supposed to be doing. Neither is the offense. The defense is really kind of holding that thing. And they really kind of had a breakdown, too, with the Jefferson, when he came across on a motion. And then Kirk Cousins just hands him the ball and he runs in without being touched for the touchdown. You take that off the board, the Saints win. But a lot of people was upset about the play calling of the referees on that drive, that we overlooked the fact that the Saints defense just they weren't prepared. When Jefferson went into motion, he walked into the end zone with no stretch. Why would the Saints defense stopping Jefferson on that play? If they'd done that, the Saints would have won the game. We'd have won the game. So it's just that stuff you got to look at too. The Saints shooting themselves in the foot. There was some breakdowns defensively. Jefferson really ate Lattimore's lunch. Lattimore ain't let him get in the touchdown. That's because Cousins drew some poorly bad throws in the red zone. One of them should have been a touchdown to Justin Jefferson, but he threw it behind him and he had to adjust to it. And it was behind him. If he'd have put it on him, that would have been a score. but Jefferson finished the game 13 targets. He had 10 catches for 147 and a big catch to help set up a field goal to help push them people ahead. So there were plays you can look at that the defense wasn't on. They weren't as bad as the offense left. Offense and defense left plays on the field for their squad. So at some point in time, we have to be able to figure out how we're gonna get this together. I don't know, man. I don't know how y'all thinking about it. I don't know what it's gonna be, but at the end of the day, I think we got some work to do in trying to figure this thing out. Smallville says, Big Q, this offense is truly missing just a good tight end. I don't know if it's just the tight end, bro, because Jawan Johnson played well. Troutman missed a few blocks today, but outside of that, he caught some passes to get the Saints into field goal into scoring position. Troutman, when he got up the field, he had a sideline catch. Now, he had a few plays when he missed some blocks. I called him out on that, but also gave him credit. Jawan Johnson had catches up the field to help set up stuff, and blocks that were also set up for them as well. So, I mean, it's just we have to stick to what we do best, and that means run the ball. We can't be in a situation where we're trying to pass versus the run situation, and we're not. It's just everything is upside down. It's bizarro. That's why it's not working. That's why we're not getting stable success or what we're doing, because at the end of the day, we looking at all of this stuff around us and we saying, man, we are what we used to do back in the day, and we're not. Michael Thomas wasn't out there as well, and we still supposed to get the win, but at the end of the day, man, it is what it is. The Minnesota Vikings got the win. So it is. All right, so give me just a second, fam. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in some of the Minnesota Vikings family members to give thoughts on it on the post game, and get these guys and get them on in there with the show, so they could kind of do up the post game with us in this thing. So y'all hold on. We're going to open up. So yeah, give me just a second, fam. Damon says, Q, to my knowledge, we never made the playoff start 1-3. Correct me if I'm not certain on that, bro. I'm gonna have to look that up and see if I can find out there. Uncle Paula says we opened up the stream today. Well, bro, I might for a little bit, bro, to be honest with you. I probably will open it up for a suggestion. Usually I'll probably bring it around for the Monday stream here, but I got until my Minnesota family members pop up here. We got one bar and Lumpagus, they'll be popping up here momentarily to chime in on the post game as well. Mario says, "What you think, Q, when you plan man-to-man defense with a minute or so, and you need to play a big pass down the field, let them all getting beat all game? That's Dennis Allen. That's true, bro. But it was not Dennis Allen play calling is a part of it. But remember, Justin Jefferson was putting some moves on Marshawn Lattimore, had him dancing. You know, like I mean, seriously, bro." Because there was a couple of them was man to man, and Laddie Daddy was with him one moment, and then next moment it don't take long with Justin Jefferson. He's a slick, smooth wide receiver, man, and he's a difficult cover for anybody. And Lattimore is a top flight cornerback, so I get you with the Dennis Allen thing. But anytime you're a wide receiver and they throw to you 13 times, and he's obviously the top option as far as the wide receivers go. He's their best wideout. He was throwing at 13 times. He caught 10 of them for 147. He averaged almost 15 yards per catch. He got a lot of that on the 41-yard grab that set up the thing. But in the end, just preference that by the way how the Saints locked down, how Laddie Daddy and the rest of the Saints secondary locked down the Carolinas wide receivers that are pretty good. DJ Moore is a really good wide receiver as well. So, Jefferson was able to get going in a matchup. He didn't score a touchdown, but he helped set up special teams plays, extended drives for him to make positive things happen. So 10 catches for 147 on a 15 catch average. That can't be overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, indeed. All right. Jim Kev says, yeah, we know about Justin. Damn it, Sean, you should have moved up and grabbed him now. Well, bro, that's it's in the past. Jamaica says we had some positive things that happened, but too late. Indeed. The Saints, like I said, there were several positive things that the black and gold did. They were able to score outside the fourth quarter, which is a positive, and it's all good, man. It's all good. Jamal says, "I'm afraid what Jamar Chase will do to Lattimore." My goodness, I don't know. We got a couple weeks off from that, so Terrell 6 says Big Q Laddie Daddy thought D-line was going to bail him out. I know. And he didn't have any safety help over the top either. And that was a perfectly to the credit of Laddie Daddy. That was a perfectly thrown ball, man. When Kirk Cousins kind of laid that thing out, that was a perfectly thrown ball. So it's all good. Okay. All right. So yeah, they look like the guy said they won't be able to make it right now. All right. And I'll just have to schedule them. We'll schedule them for Monday. We'll schedule them for Monday, fam. So that's all right. All right. So I let them know that. So they got something else going on right now. They can't pop up here and make it. So we will see One Bar and Lumpogus coming up on the Monday stream. So anyway, with that being said, let me go ahead and let a few comments, family members chime in on this broadcast, man. I'll take a few calls before we jump out of this thing. I'm gonna give the family members an opportunity to chime in on the show and get up in this thing. Give me just a second, family. Let me see if I can get some stuff here popping here. Give me just a second here. Yeah, family. It was kind of a tough one here, fam, and a loss right here. But give me just a second. I'm opening up the lines and let some of the family members chime in on up in this thing. And like I said, I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm not gonna kind of get your thoughts in, kind of keep the flow going, because I know a lot of people are gonna be frustrated. Kind of get in that thing, get out that thing. You know what I mean? All right, give me just a second, fam. I'm gonna post the link. All right. Give me a second, fam. All right, there we go. I got it in there. I'm gonna pin it. Hold on here. Let me pin it to the top of the section there, and then family members can pop in here. We get their thoughts on what happened with the club, man, and this thing as we go. Now, we did have One Bar and Lumpogus from the One Bar and Lumpogus show, but they'll pop up on Monday. We'll hear from those guys on Monday as well. So with that being said, just pop in, fam. Feel free to pop in and we'll get you in that thing. Remember, say your piece and let the next person say theirs as well. We got over almost 200 people in the building. Please feel free to hit the like button. Hit the hell out the like button as we keep it going. All right, brother Will says, Big Q, why do they keep running on Throckmorton's side? We have more success on the right side. Great commentary. Only thing on that side is Hurst and Throckmorton. Throckmorton is sorry. You go to the right side with Ryan Ramczyk. It always should be running to the right side because your best offensive lineman is there. We know this, bro. I don't get it, bro. That's just like one of those questions that should be asked to the coordinators. You ask the coordinators, hey, bro, why you keep running to the left side and not the right side while your best offensive line? Well, we just feel like we have – no, Andrews is not there. Throckmorton is. Maybe the Saints should consider a somebody else there. Throckmorton had some issues there on that side, and I've been saying Throckmorton is a turnstile. I've been calling Throckmorton out, man. He's a turnstile. He's non-athletic offensive lineman. He got big plotting feet. The one thing he should be able to do well is run block because he's massive. He's a 6'5", 6'6" human being, 300-some odd pounds. He moves like he got super weighted clothing on that he refused to take off. But in the end, he should be able to run block by the very least. So I don't know, bro. That's a good question. That's something that the reporters need to be asking schematic questions to the offensive brain trust at the black and gold. Why do y'all keep running left when your best right offensive lineman is to the right? Why do you keep force feeding Mark Ingram when Latavius Murray obviously and clearly had it going? What is the issue? You know. So anyway, let me bring in a few more people here. We got some people on the line. St. John says, so glad I find these Saints streams. No one to share my grief with. All right. Appreciate you too, my brother. Thank you, man. Now we're going to make it through this together, bro. That's all it is, man. You know, it's just a part of the game. All right, let me bring in Brother Mookie. I see Cool Man, Uncle Paulie, Ricky, and Brother Prime chiming in. Brother Mookie, welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing?
How you doing, man? What's up with it, man? Tough loss, man. This loss right here, man. I feel like we did like offense, like in the second half. I feel like we did enough, you know, because the way that the defense was playing, getting to Kirk Cousins. But then just in the fourth quarter with like 6 minutes to go, the big play to Justin Jefferson, I believe it was second down, which set him up for a field goal. And then there's some concerns about the offense, man, and I agree with you, man. We should have ran the ball more, especially with Latavius Murray. I don't understand why we still run that same power running with Taysom Hill coming in as gun. That's the most predictable play as well. I felt like Andy Dalton did a good job moving the football, but like you said, that there's some unfortunate things that happened in the game where it didn't go his way with that fumble, and also just with the inconsistency of throwing. There's some throws that he could have made and could have put on there, but just the man. It was some questionable penalties that did not go our way, especially in the fourth quarter, late in third. Because I feel like our defense played lights out. But the Vikings did enough to, sustain field position to get some field goals. But I feel like our defense didn't give them enough touchdowns. I feel like the defense did enough to win the game. But it's just the penalties, man. The refs, man. Listen, that was not no pass interference. So I don't know what they was talking about. The man grabbed the man's face, and that was not no illegal hands to the face. I mean, Tyrann Mathieu just bumped him. They called it a illegal hands to the face. It's just these calls, man. It just frustrate me, man. But yeah, man, the offense, man, it's something about the offense that just it's not looking good. There's no way we got a Olave Landry. I mean, I know we was out Michael Thomas, we was out Alvin Kamara, but there's just no way that the offense is not showing no consistency. Like I'm talking about, like open lanes for the running back, especially when we're running the ball, especially when we do a good job in running the ball. That's what the offense has to do, is consistently provide lanes for the running back to run between the tackles consistently, and also, man, just knowing when to pass the ball and knowing what plays to run. I mean, I didn't know. I believe it was like 3rd and 1. I believe we running a screen play that didn't make sense. That was just a broken play as we run the football. It's just simple stuff, especially on the offense end, just really costing this team. I mean, we a bad offensive team, bro. I mean, this is not good. Defense is doing enough, but it just the offense, man, it looking terrible, man. Yeah, it's sad, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's sad, man.
Yeah, Mooka, I'm with you on that, man. The Saints have to rebound and get it together, man. And it's right in front of them. I mean,
yeah,
it's right in front of them. I'm speechless because you can look at the tape and see it. Everything that you need to do is right before you. Your offense is despondent and disconnected at times because they don't have no rhythm. The key to it is using the no huddle
Now,
offense.
Q, let me ask you a question.
They refuse to use it. I don't know why. Maybe they don't know how. I don't know why they refuse to use the no huddle. Look at the Vikings today. The Vikings used it and helped them set up field goals and won the game. The Saints refuse to use the no huddle. I can't. I don't know.
Yeah, the no huddle. We do good when we run that no huddle offense. When
they don't want to use it.
When we run a 2-minute offense, we do good. When we did not do it this game, we did it before, and that actually worked to our favor. But we did not do that this game. Now I heard you sit there and say that we like our identity, like as far as offense is running the football. Do you think we should continue this identity, especially when you got guys like Olave, Michael Thomas, Jarvis Landry? Do you think that the offense, mindset should still continue to run the ball? Because I just think that the reason why the Saints are passing and trying to get it going, especially passing football, because we got weapons where, that they can, run their routes and create separation with Landry. We got possession receivers and Michael Thomas and stuff like that. But the thing is that the offensive line is not doing a great job in holding their own, especially in terms of blocking, especially when Dalton or Winston's in the gun, and it's just not providing enough time for the quarterback to have protection and time in the backfield to throw to one of the receivers. And you got to put it too well. Like the quarterback position is very inconsistent. So that's why, I'm saying, do you still want it to be a consistent running offense?
It got to be. I mean, because even if you decide to keep what you got, you're gonna keep getting the same results. I mean, we not consistently moving the ball through the air. I mean, we not. I mean, even when we had all of our guys healthy, we had Jarvis, Mike, and Chris Olave out there. The Saints were still having drops when they were 3-0. You're like, how the hell is this going on?
That's what I'm saying.
People everywhere.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. It don't make no sense.
Don't make a lick of sense. Don't make a lick of sense.
I don't get it, bro. I don't get it.
And it's all on tape in front of you. I mean, if you put the film on, you can study the Saints prior to this game, they changed up the game plan. I pinpointed the Saints did the same thing in the Carolina and Tampa Bay matchup. They did the exact same thing. They throwing the ball more than with it, like 40-something attempts. Jameis Winston broken ass back, ankle, all kind of problems going on. 40 pass attempts. That makes no sense. I called that out. Say, what kind of dumbass game plan is this when you got a guy who has all that going on and you trying to force him to throw the ball 40 times in the game? And then you got 4 active running backs. You're using 3, sometimes 2, and you're getting 20 rushes, 27-yard rushes. You're not running the ball like you're supposed to. The Saints are not a passing team. And that might sound a little weird to some because you're going back into last year thinking, okay, we operating like what Peyton doing. No, this ain't the same type of setup here.
Yeah.
Even though the Saints have weapons everywhere, for whatever reason, they're despondent, they're disconnected. They haven't found the correct set of plays that they can use to unify the offense, to push the pass ahead of the rushing attack. So the simplest thing from a foundational football perspective, if your offense is not moving the ball, throwing it through the air consistently, then you must use the rushing attack, which is the easiest thing you can do if you're a professional football team, is to put these big plotting ass offensive linemen down here and tell them to move the ball and run behind them. And then you build the passing off the back of that rushing, and then you get your play action going. You can throw your screen. You can do whatever you want once you start getting them going back and forth. But look what the Minnesota Vikings did. The Vikings, they didn't score a lot of touchdowns today because the Saints defense stopped them. But in essence, the offense did enough to get their special teams in positions to get them field goals that contributed to the Saints winning the game. Their field goal kicker was responsible for 16 points today. 16 points. So they got points every time they were down there. They got points. They got points. Saints did not do that. They had drives where the Saints wasn't getting nothing going. They were despondent in quarters. They might have scored a touchdown here and there, but you had 4 drives which ended in punts where the Saints couldn't get nothing going. So at some point, we're going to have to go back to the run. That's the foundational aspect of it. When it's not working, go back to the run. That's how it rocks.
I don't understand why we got to feed Latavius Murray more. I mean, that was working. Latavius Murray actually had a great game today, running the football.
5.2
getting chunk yards between the tackles. We could have fed him more, and I agree with you, man. There's no way that Dalton had 28 attempts, and Latavius Murray only had a little bit, but we should have ran, Latavius Murray more. That was working for the offense. Run, did pass. That was going good. Chris Olave, yeah, he made a big catch towards the game, which gave Will Lutz a chance to win tie the game. But that drop, I understand he was it was a little bit of pass interference, but so that ball hit his hands. And when I played football, so my coach taught me if the ball hits your hands, you got to catch the ball. You know what I'm saying? But he'll be better in those situations. But I believe Cam Jordan, the defensive line woke up. They got to the quarterback. I think this was the best defensive line performance of the season. Pressuring Kirk Cousins, getting to him. I think that was pretty well. Marshawn Lattimore, got to be real, man. He got cooked, man. I feel like in the first quarter he was holding Justin Jefferson, but to be fair, Kirk Cousins wasn't targeting Justin Jefferson as much in the first quarter. But then in the second quarter, Justin Jefferson was beating him with his quick route running. So it is what it is. But damn, man, it sucks being 1-3. I wouldn't expect the Saints to be 1-3 and struggle offensively with the talent of Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Chris Olave. It just disappointed, bro. It just sad, bro. I can't. I don't know, bro. I don't know. And about Andy Dalton too. I like how Andy Dalton, yeah, he had a fumble. There's times where his ball placement should have been better, but I like how he just take the check down pass, not really force the issue downfield. What I'm saying? Doing a pretty good job this game, managing the game. He made the throws when it matters the most. He fought. What was that play that he had? It was like, what was it, third, fourth down? And he found one of the receivers. What was the one? I forgot the man's name. Damn. It was like fourth down. You remember?
Callaway.
Yep, Callaway. So that was a pretty good role. He ought to throw it, but Callaway made a great catch. So, I don't know. What you think? You think Dalton should start next week?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Offense moved very smooth with him
Yes.
Playing the quarterback position.
One week is not going to help James Winston injury situation, man. We talking
Yeah.
about at least a month to 6 weeks worth of inactivity with him getting rest and whatever he got to do, and he shouldn't even be practicing or moving around or doing none of that, according to the medical reports that I was reading on that type of issue that he had. Remember when they first revealed that issue, I had brung up the medicals and read exactly what a person who's going through that need to be, and he was doing none of that stuff. And you're not going to heal like that. He got to go sit down somewhere and allow that stuff to heal, and for him to be football ready, for that pain tolerance to go down. So we talking at least 4 to 6 weeks in my mind of keeping him out of the way. And as long as the Saints keep it real and they run the ball, man, and work behind that, man, we should be all right, bro. But Mookie, shout out to you, bro. Thank you for chiming in. I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Salute,
thank
you,
you, bro. Salute, bro. Thank you. That's my dog Mookie chiming in, always dropping some good stuff. All right, we got Cool Man chiming in. Shout out to the fam. If you're in this thing, please feel free to take the show's links and post it in Facebook, man. Share it with your friends, man. You know they up in there fussing. They're gonna need somebody to talk to. Let them on up in here and get some of this good game. We sprinkle them around up in here. So they don't just be running around here talking about all the refs cheaters. Nah, come get some of this good game we dropping, because the family of the Great Saint Think Tank know what they're talking about. Let's bring in Cool Man. Cool Man, welcome to the show, bro.
What's going on, my brother?
Good, bro. Good. But what you think about the Saints 28-25 loss to the Vikings?
Okay, this the biggest thing to me. My perspective might be wrong, but I'm hearing a lot of people talking about the defense, which they did give us some big plays, but it got a lot to do with coaching to me. And this the biggest concern for me. If I'm not mistaken, I think we had turnovers every game of the season so far. So you look at your defense, you talking about Lattimore this, Lattimore that. Say, bro, you got a fumble by Hardy, Bolton, fake punt. That's 3 times your defense stopped them, and then your defense got to go right back out there. What that do? That put them in harm's way. They tired. They human. It's not Madden. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, you cleared a lot of it up. They got to run more. That's going to help your defense. You got Marcus May out. You got Lonte Taylor out. You got to help them dudes until your team get healthy. Run the ball. Stop trying to put everything in your QB hand. Like you said, with almost, 30 attempts, I think, by Dalton. That's too much, bro. You got to help your team out by running the ball, playing a little small, and get away from these turnovers, man. Come on. They look sloppy to me. So, yeah, I'm not going to hold you too much, bro. I got somewhere to be, but if there's anything I'd like to give to, our people out there is look more at coaching, bro. It's not all the players' fault. The defense doing everything they could do, bro. They stopped like 3 times, and they had to go right back out there. So I'd like to hear what you got to say about that.
Well, bro, but first of all, thank you, Cool Man, for chiming in, bro. Who that to you? Thank you for chiming in, my brother.
Thank you, bro.
And to your point, bro, I think a lot of what we've been seeing with the defense, it's hard for me just to put the defense is playing. It played really well enough for the Saints to have won this game, bro. To be honest with you, now there were a few plays the Saints gave up, like the play when Richard Jefferson, when Justin Jefferson walked into the end zone after the several penalties was called to set up the drive, and the Saints didn't even defend him on the motion, and he just went right on into the end zone when nobody even touched him. It was one of the easiest touchdowns you can ever see in your life. That and a few other plays that happened on the defense was, they didn't play as bad. They got pressure on them, not as much pressure as I would want it, man. We only had 3 sacks in the contest, I think it was. Really, I wanted to have a lot more sacks than that, a lot more pressures than that, in the game, man. And unfortunately, we wasn't able to get that. So, but the offense, man, the offense and the special teams, my goodness, they got to get online as fast as they can, bro. It's a month into the season, and they looking this despondent. To me, it's just ridiculous, bro. But shout out for you. Thank you for your commentary. That Cool Man. Shout out to you, Uncle Paulie. Welcome to the stream, bro.
What's it say, Q?
How you doing, my brother? Good to hear from you.
Oh man, it's good to hear from y'all, man. It's good to be here. It's good to be here.
Yes, sir. What you think about the game, bro?
I think the Saints offense got caught up in Hurricane Ivan going up the East Coast. I mean, Q, this is pathetic. And we just can't blame it all on this season. Last season, the offense looked the same way, Q. I know we had the quarterback derby, Simeon and Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston and all that. But listen, it's the same game. It's same play calling. Last year, the same thing, Big Q. You had Dwayne Washington running good last week. You're going to pull him out and put Mark Ingram in, and he fumbles on the very next drive. Latavius Murray, Q, you tell him the game, the points to win the game week in and week out. They don't listen. They sure don't learn.
Right.
What can you do, Q? I mean, Latavius Murray, did we know? Who don't know he don't play good every time he faces the Vikings? Every time that boy go out there. The last time he faced the Vikings, did he have like 15 carries, 120 some yards? I think 2 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken. Just goes out there and plays like a wild man. Here you got him running good. You go put Mark Ingram. Q, I've been said Mark Ingram need to be on the bench. He don't have it. He's lost it. He's long in the tooth. Why you keep running him when you got Murray, you got Tony Jones Jr., and you got Dwayne Washington? Come on, Q. What you think?
Man, yeah, it's just the feel of the game. I just, how you see guys doing their thing, and you see, oh damn, they got it flowing. We got to flow our offense through that guy. It's like it's slow on that. It's like Latavius Murray started the game off. He had 3 positive runs. Now he had one where he stuffed him because the lineman ain't do a good job of blocking up front, and the defender got through and kind of held Latavius up. But it was multiple guys that got.
It wasn't Latavius' fault by him running.
That was bad. That was actually Troutman, one of Troutman's follies that happened because Troutman was that was one of his blocking issues, but that on that play where he didn't gain anything, it was because of the breakdown from the blockers. They allowed multiple Viking defenders to get back there and get them for a tackle for loss. Prior to that, there was no tackle for loss. That was the only one. Latavius Murray had positive runs every time he carried the ball outside of that run. So he averaged 5.2 yards per rush today on 11 carries. Ingram had 10 rushes and averaged 3 yards per carry. For whatever reason, I don't know why Ingram would have been given the ball. He wasn't giving us nothing, running the ball.
Say that again, 3.5 yards per carry. You get high school running basket average better than that, man. Come on now.
It's what he did today. Latavius Murray had 11 carries, 57 yards, 5.2 yards per carry. That's 2 rushes, first down. And he only had 11 carries. So, I mean, if you're looking for how can we move the offense, fundamental speaks to the Saints using the running attack. Now, if the running attack is not flowing, that's one thing. But if you see their success and with a running back and you're not utilizing them enough, that's on you. I just don't understand how Andy Dalton, who is a veteran quarterback but has never been a starter in the Saints offense, is throwing the ball as much as he is, and the Saints refused to rush the ball, to stick with the rushing attack to kind of eat clock and move this thing. And like I said, I got to give credit to, first and foremost, you talk about the Saints losing, but let's give credit where credit is due to the Minnesota Vikings, because they took advantage of the follies that the Saints had, and they were able to gain out the success. So their kicker hit 5 of 5. That was because their offense set their field goal kicker up in field goal range for him to get 5 of 5. Think about that. The Minnesota Vikings, even though they didn't score touchdowns, they were still present of mind to be able to get their field goal kicker in position to hit 5 field goals today, totaling 16 points to help kick your ass into the losing department and allow them to go to 3-1 and still sit on top of the NFC North. So even though their offense and the Vikings scored 2 touchdowns, they still, despite the when they wasn't scoring touchdowns, they still did a better job than the Saints offense, because the Saints offense in the 4 times they had to punt did not get their team in position to kick field goals. Or if they did, it was in position where this man kicking 60-yard field goals. We expect him to make 2 60-yard field goals in the same game. What is this, Madden?
You kidding yourself, Q? I got to get over Will Lutz too. 2 or 3 seasons ago, Q, Will Lutz would have made that kick with room to spare. But guess what? Even if he done made the kick, Q, to tie the game up, they still ain't no guarantee we still won the game. There ain't no guarantee.
They were playing
Because
for a tie.
they tried to throw the ball. You keep saying it, Q. This is not a passing team. It's just playing on the nose on the Saint family might not want to admit that. But hey, this team, you can't throw the ball worth a flip. And I'm just gonna be honest with you. It doesn't make no sense for the pass attack to be that off, Q. I gotta say a miscue, guy running the wrong way, the ball on the thrown overthrown. But Q, this constantly week in and week out of lack of a passing attack. What's run a curl, run a slant? I mean, if one play not working, you got to change. See, that's Pete Carmichael. See, you know what? It's that same old hard-headed. You said it before, Q. That same old hard-headed Sean Payton. And you can't pass the ball. You struggle with the pass, but you gonna keep doing it anyway. That's so stupid to me, Q. I just don't understand that. If you struggling with your passing game, that's old school football, Q. You start trying to what? You try to run the ball. You put in 2 tight ends, you put in 3 tight ends, say, look, we got to run this thing. Because Q, with any team, if you keep giving your opponent the ball back with good field position, they gonna beat you every time. What you think?
Yeah.
4 points. Blake Gilligan should be the player of the game. He ought to be good and tired. He earned his check this week. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah, it's they got to figure it out, Uncle Paulie. I mean, it's you got to use the run, and they're doing everything they can not to use the run. They're trying to still say that we're a passing team, and we're not. If we're a passing team, we threw the ball 40 times in the Buccaneers and the Carolina game, 80-something times, and it ended up into a loss. We threw the ball how many times this game? Andy Dalton, his first time in he had 28 pass attempts. Now they try to 28 times versus 27 times they rushing. Now people say, well, Q, that's balance. No, that's bro. That's not bro. Not when you got a first-time quarterback sharing your system. You got to go. You got to go with the thing that carries the team, the rushing attack. The Saints are a good running team. They really are. They're not sticking to the run. They're impatient with the run. They're not rushing. And we noticed that. Let's get to 30 carries a game should be the focal point. 30 attempts per contest is the focal point. We need to get there. We're not doing that. We're falling short of that. And every time we rush over 30 attempts per contest, we win the game. Uncle Paul, let me give you the flow for your last commentary, my brother. Then I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up right quick. But guess what, Q? Sean Payton was the same way. When the running game start off slow and dragging and all that, and the Saints would get behind a touchdown or two, it's like everybody hits the panic button and we just start throwing like a fool. It just don't make no sense, Q. And it did too, the defense. We got a 2-headed defensive coordinator, and we still the D-line played better, but Q, all that rotation, all them guys on the defensive line, Street, Tuttle, Granderson, come on. We still got to get better play from our defensive line and our linebackers. I want to see the linebackers play better too. It's just Q. It says it don't seem like there's a sense of urgency. They're gonna have to get it together. Because I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. What happens if the Saints lose to Seattle and Arizona? Where does that put the team? You know, it's gonna come apart time sometime soon here, Q. Gail Benson's gonna have to call Dennis Allen office, and they're gonna have a come to Jesus moment. What you think?
Yeah, Uncle Paul, man, let me tell you something, bro. You're right, bro. We got some splain, like that old sitcom, I Love Lucy, back in the day when Lucy would go up there and screw up something and test something up, and then Ricky walk up in there and he'll look around and see everything messed up.
Lucy,
you got some explaining to do. So that's what we got. Thank you, brother Paul. I appreciate you chiming in, bro.
Who that?
All right, that's Uncle Paul, the great Saint historian. Brother Ricky chiming in. How you doing, brother Ricky?
Big Q, who that, baby?
Who that to you, my brother? How you doing?
Man, everything cool out here in Atlanta, Georgia. The Falcons over here playing right now.
I know, bro. I seen they was winning on my I know they tied up 10-10 right now.
Yeah.
So they happy we lost. I know they happy we lost though.
Yeah. So Cleveland trying to make it a game. Man, listen. The Saints having 2 problems right now. 2 major problems, and everybody is missing these 2 problems. One, we keep putting the ball on the ground with the running backs. mainly Mark Ingram. And two, special teams is killing us.
Yeah.
Missed field goals, block punts. That causes Pete Carmichael to make adjustments that the team can't keep up with.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like to me, a missed field goal is really worse than an interception for two reasons. One, because it's a turnover, and it gives the offense great field position. You remember back in the day when you missed a field goal, the other team get the ball back at the line of scrimmage. Now they get the ball back where you actually kick from. And so special teams is a huge issue. And the tight end position is a huge issue for me too.
Right.
I mean, like, all tight ends are not good run blockers. Really, they're not good pass blockers either. We have 3 tight ends, and neither one of them are good run blockers or pass blockers. I think we should work the waiver wire and see what's out there as far as a tight end. And we need to go ahead and move Latavius Murray ahead of Mark Ingram in the running back position. What's your thoughts on that, Q?
Well, bro, I think it should be considered. Mark Ingram, he had the 2 fumbles in back-to-back weeks, and he had not looked like the Mark Ingram that I remember. And of course, he was averaging 3 yards and 10 carries in this matchup. And I think that the production of Latavius Murray speaks for itself. Hell, he should have been activated last week. That's what I was saying, that the Saints have 4 active running backs. They activate 4 running backs every game, and they only use 2 of them. And truth be told, they only used 2 of them in this game because Kamara was out. They put Ingram and Latavius Murray in there. Dwayne Washington is a running back. He plays special teams for him, but he's still a running back. You got Tony Jones Jr., who they kind of deactivated for this one. But my goodness, man, if rhythm means anything, then Latavius Murray should be the guy that you should be comboing with Alvin Kamara when he gets healthy. But Latavius Murray is fresh. This is his first game. He hadn't played in a long time. He's been basically sitting on the sideline. So he is not somebody that's been a running back that's been overused over the last several years. I mean, especially when he's with the Saints. His first stint, he was
Baltimore.
Underused. You know, and he did well
in Baltimore.
Yeah, he did well with Baltimore. He averaged, he had over 500 yards rushing for him last year. So I mean,
and what about
he should be considered over Ingram, because Ingram ain't giving them nothing, bro.
Nothing at all. That stretch play, and they shut it down every time.
Yeah.
Defense shut the stretch play down every single time. It's almost like his play calling is predictable. Okay, if Mark Ingram is in, they're gonna run a stretch play. Nothing power, nothing up the gut. Right. And what about working Marquez Callaway back into the working him back into the role a lot more than what he is?
I think so, bro. Last year, and we talked about it, like when Coach Payton didn't want to use any or sign any veterans or trade for any veteran wide receivers. He believed in his wide receiver core. A lot of people can understand why. Deontay Harty, even though he fumbled today, the Saints haven't been using Deontay Harty the way that you're supposed to use him as a wide receiving threat. And Callaway has been special. You know, over the last couple of weeks, Callaway's coming there. He looks more reserved. He looks like a bona fide, like his first year, you see, he was kind of screwing in. He playing with a lot of confidence and physicality. That back shoulder catch that he made against that Minnesota defender against the sideline was true professional. And I think that Marquez Callaway should find more more play for them, because when he gets on the field, all he does is show out.
It's produced.
I think the Saints really need to consider, because Troutman came in there and he made some positive plays, he made some negative plays, he missed some blocks. I think Juwan Johnson should be the guy that they go with there, because he looks really comfortable in that system. Now they're trying to get Troutman involved. I guess they want more of a 2 tight end type situation look. but that we have to elevate no matter where the case is. So Callaway, yes, I'm for him seeing more time. Definitely Latavius Murray needs to leapfrog Ingram in the lineup, bro. No doubt about it. Because even though Kamara going up against Seattle, we'll see what Kamara is from a health perspective, but Latavius Murray needs to be considered, man, to be ahead of him. No doubt about it, bro. The North-South runners work with the Saints because these power runners like a Latavius Murray doesn't need a fullback. He doesn't need most times.
Right.
He don't need a guy blocking for him. If you watch some of the plays, watch Latavius Murray positive plays, he was punching them guys out of himself, and then he turned the corner on one of them and was spry enough to kind of jump up, and the guy grabbed his foot. Remember that? And tackled and brung him down. Nobody wants to stand in front of Latavius Murray. Let me tell you something.
Latavius Murray, he reminds me of a young Eddie George, big, tall, and powerful. Before Eddie got hurt, that's who Latavius Murray reminds me of.
But you got another a poor man's Latavius Murray. I guess I can call him Wayne Washington. That's the only team they run the same way. They run the exact same way. And when you have offensive line issues, let's say if they're struggling a bit and you got Latavius Murray in there, that helps out because it forces if the linebackers and the defensive linemen can't do nothing to Latavius, defensive backs, the safeties come down, and that gives opportunities for one-on-one shots downfield. So he helps you out there. So the Saints will have to get Latavius Murray involved more in the offense as get the running attack going, because they're not, even though they rushed the ball 27 attempts and said like, damn, Q, they had balance today. I'm not looking for that. We need to have more running to set up the passing, because
set up the passing play.
You get the shots downfield that you want, the one-on-ones and all that kind of stuff, because they have to move personnel to stop you from running the ball. That's what we're looking at. I'm not caring about them having 28 passing plays versus 27 rushing plays. Say, damn, Q, they was balanced. What more you want? I want them to stick to the run more. We need to run 30 times a game. Anytime you run it over 30 times a game, you win in 90-something% more. I don't know if 93, 94, whatever it is. 90% of the time you win games when you run it over 30 times. So give me my 3 more goddamn rushes. That's what you do.
I tell you what, ask Ryan Tannehill how that works out for him. A dominant running back versus his passing. He'll take that running game all day. Ryan Tannehill sucks as a quarterback, but he has a dominant running game that hide his inaccuracies as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, give me the rushes. Let it open up the pass. And I wouldn't mind seeing Latavius Murray and AK-41 in the backfield together. Because I think that'd be a matchup problem.
I think it'd be speed. That'd be the true definition of thunder and lightning back there. That's what that'll be. The Saints thunder and lightning tandem. Like it was Tiki Barber, a more unwell known thing. We had Brandon, what's his name? That was running. He was and then you had the other guy, Tiki Barber and Brandon. What was his name?
Brandon Jacobs.
Brandon Jacobs and Tiki Barber when they were thunder and lightning. That would be a better look for me, man.
I give you better example than that. Jerome Bettis and God dang it, Ricky Waters when they was at Notre Dame.
Yeah, how about that? That?
All right, Q, man. I just want to give everybody a big who that, man. Don't give up on the team yet. Jameis should be back in about 3 weeks.
Right.
Let that guy get healed up. Let Mike Thomas get healed up because he's truly not healed. Let him heal up. Work Marquez Callaway back into the lineup, and we'll be off to the races, baby.
Absolutely, bro. Thank you, brother Ricky. Shout out to you, bro. You be safe out there, man. And who that?
You too, bro.
Peace. All right, that's brother Ricky always coming in, dropping the facts. We got brother Prime and brother Handsome chiming in next on the Great Saint Think Tank. And listen, do me a favor, family. Please feel free to tweet or place it. You can share the show's links in your in Facebook, on your feed with the rest of the family members, and let them know what time it is. We should be up in here dealing with the Saints falling to the Vikings 28-25. Losers are 3 in a row now and sitting at 1-3. And of course, next matchup will be against the Seattle Seahawks, who are currently Seahawks are actually are currently beating the Detroit Lions at halftime 24-15. So there you go. It ain't no such thing as a tough W in the NFL, man. Styles make fights, and the Saints are in a hole. They got to dig themselves out one game at a time. All right, brother Prime, welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing?
In the NFL, man, styles make fights, and the Saints are in a hole. They got to dig themselves out.
Brother Prime, are you there?
All right, brother Prime, welcome to the stream.
Who that, my brother? You doing good?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
You doing good?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
You doing good?
Okay. There's a couple of things I'm going to say.
You doing good? Yes, sir.
Brother Prime, could you turn
Number one.
Turn you got an echo behind you, my brother.
Number one. Everybody got happy when we got all these weapons at wide receiver and we had Jameis who could throw the ball deep. But you have an offensive line that does not pass block good. They run block much better. Stick to the run. But I'm about to go in a little different area about this. We all know that the NFL has storylines that they want to push up. And if you realize it, we're surrounded by a lot of negative storylines now. Even when we had the offense and we were scoring points, we still had the referees calling bad calls against us. That has not changed, and that's pissing me off. But look at this. Number one, no matter what Jameis does, and Jameis is hurt right now, they're always going to talk about his 30 for 30. That's the first thing. Number two, your namesake of your stadium already came out and say that you shouldn't win no more than 8 games. And look how that's playing out right now. Number two, going to a spiritual level of this negative energy. Number one, we are named after Caesars. What did the Romans do, the Christians, back in the biblical days? They used the Colosseum to sacrifice Christians, saints, a Christian symbol, all right? I'm not a big religious person, but I'm just bringing these facts up, these interesting points up. Also, but I'm going to tell you right now, Murray need to be your number 2 running back. Because when you got a running back that's 6'3", 200 and something pounds, he could wear a team down. And I know we happy about all these weapons we have and everything, but we need to run the ball. And for some strange reason, whenever I see this team play, I don't know, it's like we have Carl Smith back at offensive coordinator again. We are so predictable. I'm going to tell you right now, I've been a Saints fan since 1970, and I'm always going to be a Saints fan. But I'm going to tell you right now, I just have this sinking feeling. If we don't win the next 2 games and go 500, because Jameis needs to rest for 2 more games. If we don't go 500, I think that there's another storyline that's negative that the Saints has. We have a head coach that was a losing head coach in Oakland. We are surrounded. This team is surrounded by so much negative energy. It is not even funny, my brother and fellow Who-Dats. It's not funny at all that all the negative energy we're surrounded by, because I know that the defense played better, but you can't look past the fact that on that one drive, there was 2 very questionable calls that helped Minnesota. And all these Saints haters talk about we cry baby for fans. Any Minnesota fan that's on this chat right now in this room, you need to sit your ass down, because the referees helped your team. Because you know deep down, number one, that was not a hands to the face. That was hands to the shoulder pads. Number 2, for you to throw a flag on Lattimore when it was Thielen that grabbed his face mask and turned his head around, man, come on now. Come on. Yeah, Paulie, I see what you're saying, bro, but it's all these different things that's happening. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I hope we dig ourselves out this hole by winning the next 3 in a row and go 5-4. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we don't dig ourselves out of this hole, I think they should have a coaching change next year because I'm gonna tell you, after this year, the Saints are gonna be forced into a rebuild because you got Jordan, you got Demario Davis, and a couple other more players on that defense that's over 30 now, and I think they're gonna get tired. They're gonna get tired. There's gonna be hard for them to get motivated. And people talk about we need to go out there and get this quarterback from Baltimore. Do you realize how much this organization is going to have to give up this for one person? So you get that one person, but you get rid of all your offensive players, we back in the same boat. Man, I'm telling you right now, all these people that's hating on Jameis is not healthy. How many of you all have ever dealt with this sore back? And you getting out of a chair and you're trying to get up and you just, ouch. Do you realize those full bones control his hip movement to throw the ball plus a bad ankle? Come on, people. Let's be real. Yeah, I'm going to cry, Base Jared. Yeah, I'm going to cry about the refs, damn it. Because the refs help your team. Apparently, you are a Vikings fan. So sit your behind down to all you Viking fans that's in this room. Your team went to 4 Super Bowls and lost all 4 of them. So shut up. Sit your asses down. Shut the hell up. You ain't got nothing to talk about the Saints. Your win today was helped 100% by the referees. A lot of questionable calls. Because your team was getting away with a lot of holding calls that was not being called. And if you offended, I don't give a damn. I'm giving you facts right now. So you Vikings fans, get off this chat site. Your behind is 0-4 for Super Bowls. Shut up. 0-4. 0-4. Yeah, we struggled the last 4 years. That's true. And even Breeze admitted a couple of days ago that if he would have won that championship game, he probably would have retired. We have been screwed for 4 years in a row. But now we're starting to get to the end of these good defensive players that we have. They're getting a little long in the tooth. They're trying to push it just for one more year. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we don't do good this year, I see them retiring. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They give their blood, sweat, and tears. Come on. And Michael Radcliffe, everything is not always on Wednesday. Why y'all hate this man so much? Michael Radcliffe, are you a perfect person? Have you ever committed any bad deeds against anybody? Is anybody that's constantly on the negativity with Winston? Is anybody throwing your life mistakes in your face constantly? Being a failed boyfriend, being a failed husband, being a failed parent, being a troublemaker, being a loser on your job. So get off of it. Stop surrounding this young brother with negativity. I like Jameis. Jameis is a good guy and a good quarterback, but he's not himself right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want to see Jameis come back in the next 2 weeks or the next 3 weeks. Because I'm going to tell you, that back injury is going to take a couple of more weeks. And you see, we don't have an image on the offense because we got all these weapons at wide receiver and like, oh, we're going to pass. No, you still got to run because you don't have an offensive line that's designed to help you in pass blocking. And I still see the comments scrolling on my TV as I talk to you on my cell phone, Brother Q. But all you fans that have a problem with me saying what I'm saying, why are you on our site? I don't see any Saints game, Saints fans going to the Viking sites and talking shit, or going to the Tampa Bay game and talking shit. And anybody that's on this stream that's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, your time is numbered because you were shit until what's his name falling left. He really didn't want to go with y'all first. He wanted to come to us first because he was hoping that Drew Brees will retire. So if you don't believe me, go look it up. Winston can help us right now because I'm gonna tell you right now, even if we get a young quarterback next year in the second or third round, it's still gonna take him a couple of years to develop. It's still gonna take a couple of years to develop a young quarterback. So you need a healthy Jameis. You need a healthy Jameis. Don't look good today. He got what he took what the offense gave him, and I agree with that. But in closing, Big Q, I'm just gonna say we are surrounded so much by so much negative energy right now, and we playing against those storylines of 30 for 30 for Jameis. The Saints been having trouble for 4 years. We have a head coach that was a losing head coach in Oakland. And plus, we have a namesake of a stadium that goes back to spirituality that Caesar used to sacrifice Christians. That's all I'm going to say. No, I have nothing to drink. I'm just a real Saints fan, Devin. I'm just a real Saints fan. Who that? And I'm going to tell you, I'm hoping and praying, fam, that we don't fall so bad where the prediction of us only winning 6 or 7 games don't come true. But if we don't win the next 2 games, I think that's going to happen. And it's going to be a long season. I love you, who that, but all you haters and all you people from other teams, get off our feed. We don't come on your feed and talk shit. Have a good day.
All right, Prom. Thank you, bro. Shout out to you. Appreciate Brother Prom for shouting out in that thing, man. And listen, man, the Saints has kind of done this to themselves, bro. They sitting up here playing unfundamental football, not making the proper adjustments, fumbling, false starting, and then the referees don't already like you, and you keep it close, they're gonna get involved and screw you. And deal with all that, you're supposed to win the game. So I can't really, looking at it in all fairness and honesty, you gotta give it to the Vikings. The Vikings were done it despite the fact they didn't play as well as they expected to play, but they done enough to win the game. So I mean, that's more than what the hell we done. Brother Hanson, welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Big Q. That's a hard act to follow there, man. Brother Prime said a lot.
Brother Prom is upset, man. Like a lot of Who Dat family members, bro.
Yeah. By the way, y'all don't leave Big Q's channel, y'all. I'm sure Big Q welcomes y'all commentary. So yeah, if you're gonna log on, as long as you're keeping it respectful, man.
Well, it's brother Hanson, you said it right on top. Brother Prime is upset, but the thing is, like we give them that work too. We go, bro. When we win, we go over there and we give them that work. You know what I'm saying? So when we lose and we on the short side, it's what it is. Like if we beat you, and I'm gonna go over there and give you some work. We're low on week 1, and I was messing with low. Week 2, it had to come back to me. And then, of course, it's going to keep coming back to you. So whatever you can give, you can receive. So that's the thing. We just got to be fair about it. But what's your thoughts on the team, bro?
Absolutely. So first of all, Q, I don't know if I told you before, but I live up here in Minnesota. So I really, really wanted this win really bad. So it sucks that we couldn't pull it out. Now I got to deal with all these people because first of all, I have a trucking company, and my trucking company's name is Who Dat Hauling. And when they see me, they already know what time it is. Especially if we would have won, they already know that I was gonna give them that work. I was putting that wheel in their back, right? But so now I just have to, be able to accept that too. But pretty much everybody's pretty much saying what I was going to get on here and say. But at the risk of sounding a prisoner of the moment, Latavius Murray did look really good running. Every time I see Mark Ingram running the ball, man, I hold my breath because, man, I just like, Lord, please, I'm yelling at the TV, man, hold the ball, protect the ball. And here Andy Dalton fumbles the ball. So
Right.
You know, a lot of the offensive woes that we've been having the past few weeks, you know, everybody's been blaming Jameis for. Well, guess what? Jameis didn't play this game. Now, we looked a lot better. I have to say that. We looked a lot better offensively compared to what we have been looking. So, you know, you gotta, hope that continues. You know, like if we can continue to running the ball with say Latavius, and maybe we get a healthy Kamara back, you know, I think the offense could be a lot better. But I mean, pretty much Q, it's been the same story, you know, turnovers, penalties, and the refs.
Yep.
And I'm sick and tired of it, Q, because I feel like we're better than that. We can't control what the refs do. What we can control is making the plays when they are there, and not shooting ourselves in the foot and stuff like that. And look, Q, I'm not gonna hold you because I know you got a long show and you want to get everybody in, but I'm gonna leave with this question here, Q. What is going on with Deontay Harris? The guy doesn't look like he wants to be here. And if I was the Saints, now this is just me playing, you know, armchair GM, I'd look to see if I could trade him, or I'd get him out of our clubhouse, bro, because he looks like he doesn't want to be here. He's not changing. You know, when we had him his first year, you can count on it being you know, us changing the field. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, getting good field position. I don't even think he really wants to return a ball anymore. And even when he does, he fumbled. I'm like, come on, man. Like, come on, bro. You know, I'm just looking at his energy. I saw one play where he was supposed to block. Now I know he's a little bitty dude. I get that, but you're on the field, and so if you're on the field, you got to do your job, man. And he looked like he was disinterested. So I'm gonna leave it right there. Q, thanks for taking my call, man. And who that to everybody, and keep y'all heads up. And we're gonna keep rooting on our team, man. And hopefully it'll get better, man.
Well, thank you, brother Hanson. Who that to you, bro? And I'm gonna ask you a question, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's brother Hanson chiming in. And yes, Deontay Harty, he was banged up. He had a rib issue, I want to say, that he was dealing with as well. And he wasn't as good as we thought, you know, he was, and he missed some time. But also another aspect of the game was excuse me for a second, fam. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry, family. I had somebody asked me a question, but listen, the issue that occurred with the Deontay Harty is the fact that Harty is he banged up, and then if you look at it from his kick return, punt return perspective, he hadn't looked really that dialed in, and truth is the punt return, kick return aspect is crappy. It is really terrible. It stinks. It's garbage. It's awful. So I mean, at the end of the day, I just think that, you know, it's just not. I think he's like several other players, if you come to think about it, that they having problems dialing in and getting totally connected to the Saints system. Some guys feel left out. Some guys are trying to contribute. It's just all kind of ways not flowing, and it's not jiving correctly. And you know, you can use Harty in a multitude of different ways, and the Saints simply not are taking advantage of his speed. And like I said, he's kind of being danged up and banged up too, but he did sign. He's on a 1-year tender. So, and I think the Saints are paying him $9 million. So we'll find out this year what the Saints will want to do with Deontay Harty, with Marquez Callaway doing his thing, man. And I don't know, man, but hopefully he can get back and getting rhythm, at least in the special teams aspect, man. So we'll just have to keep an eye out on it, man. So let's bring in brother Boomin. Welcome to the stream, brother Boomin. How you doing?
Man, can you hear me, Big Q?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
I don't sound like I'm cutting hair, do I?
No, sir. You sound good.
All right, cool, man. I'm at work, man. I'm kind of upset right now though, because you know
We did win that one game, but man, we didn't call 3 strikes in a row, and it just seems like communication is what's defeating us. No one is communicating the proper plays. No one's reading defense right. No one is making the necessary adjustments during mid-game so that we can capitalize and one-dimensionalize our opponents, man. And we're shooting at the hip and we're not hitting our targets, man. I can't say it enough. I'm frustrated, but I love the game. Football has been hard to watch all around this season. And it's only been 1 month in. I'm very frustrated with our team, and I think I'm more frustrated with our faculty. We need Pete Carmichael to do a better job with the offense. We need Dennis Allen to start being more risky. And they need to run the ball more, man. They need to run the ball more. Like, you couldn't even stop Latavius Murray. That boy was hitting. He was hitting 7-11s on the dice. I'm trying to tell you, he was picking all the money up. You cannot sit up there and stop what works for you. You cannot. I'm not even worried about whatever anybody else say. There is a lot of football left to be played. But man, these penalties, this miscommunication, poor calls, poor play calling, it has to stop. We are assisting the other team in the beating us. And we have so many components. Man, if this was the game, we should be at least 92, 93 overall. You know what I'm saying? We got so many good players, man. It don't even make no sense, Big Q. And like you said, we have to look at all of these other mistakes before we even look at outside nuances, man. Yeah, the refs was on BS. But no, it starts with us. It starts with us. And Throckmorton, throw that nigga in the trash. He's dumpster juice. Garbage fire. Throw him away. I don't care how big you are. If you just not getting the job done, you a waste of space. And they need to protect our quarterback. They need to protect our running backs. They need to protect our special teams. Need to look. They need to man. Oh, it's frustrating, but ain't nobody doing no protecting. Man, look. If we need to throw our whole O line away, then let that be. Let that be. But I am so frustrated with the way that nobody is doing no protecting when it comes to anything. Like I said, I'm fed up with it, and it's like they don't see it. It's like they don't see it like the referees. The faculty don't see it like the referees, man. How can you sit up here and spot everything spot on about what's wrong, what needs to happen, what they need to do, and they can't sit up here and watch replay or watch tape and figure the same thing out? How many light bulbs need to come on before they get their stuff together, man? How slow are they? Like I said, like I told you before, Big Q, you sitting up here reading this stuff spot on. You sitting up here reading this stuff spot on, and you sitting here and they are not putting the plays together, and it's upsetting me. It's upsetting me to no end. You know, they need to get this stuff together. You need to see through the BS and start pull the players that are doing what they need to do together and bench these other people. One thing that Sean Payton didn't go ahead and tolerate, he didn't tolerate no nonsense. Bruh, if you fumble, you're sitting down. If you're doing something that we don't like, or that's a detriment to the team, we sitting you down. You're not going to get paid. Some of these people need not to go ahead and get paid. If you miss a check, I bet you clean up your act. I tell you that. And that's all I got, Big Q.
Shout out to you, brother Boomin. Thank you for chiming in on this thing, man. And speaking that passion, man, and to the Saints, a lot of pressure on the black and gold right now to get this thing straight, man. And they got a Seattle opponent that they got to deal with next week. And we'll see how they deal with them, man. Right now, they're up on the Detroit Lions at the middle of the third quarter, 31-15. So it's not going to be a easy area as the Saints get into a very difficult portion of their schedule. And really not to span out, but the Saints need to attack it really at one game at a time. And they're going to have to get on the same line. The offense has to figure it out. They did. The positive is they did do positive. They were able to score outside of the fourth quarter. But, you got to stop the turnovers. You can't play this sloppy brand of football and you're hurting yourself, false starts, all this kind of stuff. Then you're throwing the fact the refs are trying to assist in your downfall. And that it ends the way it is. So 28-25, a 3-point win by the Vikings. And like I said, the Vikings did what they were supposed to do. Offensively speaking, they didn't get a lot of as much touchdowns as they wanted, but they did get their offense in place to kick field goals, and 5 of them that their place kicker had. He was 5 of 5 today, and he scored 16 points to help elevate them over that. So we as a team have to play a hell of a lot better than what we planned. Pete Carmichael has to figure out the identity of the Saints. You're not a passing team. I've been saying the Saints have been dealing with identity crises back since I watched them play that Atlanta matchup when they were trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Like they was just trying to keep rolling like they were last year, which is not the case. It's different. You have to be able to, the offense have to build its identity itself, and forcing the pass will not equate to nothing. Having Jameis throw all them passes, 40-something attempts in both of his back-end games, the Tampa Bay and the other game. And then Andy Dalton comes in and throws for 28. They rushed the ball at 27 times, still lose because of the turnovers. And they gave up a lot. They left a lot of plays on the field against the Vikings. So in the end, the Vikings weren't perfect. They didn't have to be in this game, and they deserved to win. They got it 28-25. They improved to 3-1 on the season. The Saints go down in the hole 1-3 against Seattle, who are currently beating the Detroit Lions by 10, 31-21 with 6:30 in the third quarter. So it is what it is, and we just have to keep on rolling and keep on doing what the hell we got to do to make it together. So love Cowboys. Maxia says, do you think the Saints will make the playoffs? I ultimately do think, thanks for the question, I do ultimately think the Saints will pull themselves out of this tailspin. And I've seen a lot of positives today. Seeing what happened and the fumbles and stuff like that. You just can't have that. That's just so detrimental, especially the Saints lose by 3, 28-25 today. And the 2 fumbles contributed because they took both those fumbles down the field, kicked field goals, and gave them 6 points. You lost by 3. So you eliminate the dumbass turnovers. You eliminate the dumb false starts. You eliminate all that. You get yourself on groove, and you do the best you can to find the right plays to do something. And my goodness, the Saints refusing to use the no-huddle offense, even within the 2-minute warning. They refuse. It's just amazing to me that's how you was able to catch fire in the fourth quarter against the Atlanta Falcons, and these people refusing to go. I just don't understand, man. I don't understand what they're looking at. I thought these people were a lot sharper than that. I really do. You see something, you write up on it. I thought they were a lot sharper, and I gave them a lot more credit than maybe they deserve. And I'm talking about from the brain trust, the offensive coordinator should be able to see the same stuff that we see. This is not hard to see. Like the no-huddle offense needs to be used when your offense stammers out and stutters. You need to go right into it. And like I said, I was saying that the same thing that the Minnesota Vikings, you look at what they did today with their offense. When their offense would stammer and stutter a bit, they would jump into the no-huddle offense, and it was good enough to move them in field goal position to kick field goals. So the Saints not learning anything, just keep doing the same stuff that don't make any sense to me. So in the end, I don't know. I don't know what to say about none of that. I thought they were a lot sharper than what they are, but my goodness, they making these adjustments. Like they just finding them out for the first time. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Alpha says Pete is reacting OC instead of forcing the D to adjust to his offense. No audibles to throw off the D. Yeah, they're quite vanilla, aren't they? Kevin said, I'm already, you know what? I don't need this. Ghost says, I feel you, Q. We just not efficient enough at the moment to get it done. Kim said, I don't care how no one feel as a fan. The officiating is horrible. And yes, I know we made mistakes, but it's not excusable to call the game on one side. It's easy for us to say beat the rest, but it's bad. I hear you, Kim. I'm frustrated, but it depends on what level. Baby, we've been dealing with this for years. And I don't know how long you've been listening. I know you've been watching the Sports Coma for a minute, but y'all know how I attack the referees. I don't know if anybody out there that hit them referees and that commissioner harder than I do. You know, I mean, I lay them out as often as I can, but at fair, they do some fair stuff, I call it, but this officiating was obviously corrupt. I said that. But you don't have any friends. You don't have any allies. The New Orleans Saints is his own ally. The Saints have to play above them. And that's the same. You beat, and it's not hard. Like the referees made the calls, but their calls don't give you any points. Like say, for instance, I'm gonna say this, when the Saints went all the way down there, when the Minnesota Vikings kept getting those penalties to help get them closer to the goal line, the Saints were still in position to stop them from scoring. They could have made them kick a field goal there. If they'd have done that, then we'd have had a different outcome here. But what happened on that drive where the referees was calling all those penalties to get the Vikings in position to get a score? What happened? The Saints defense allowed Jefferson, who was in motion, and we all know when you send your best player in motion, more than likely the ball going to him. Whether he gonna grab it at the line of scrimmage behind the quarterback or in front of the quarterback, or whether or not he goes into motion and the guy gonna automatically look and throw it to his side. Either way, you need to be following him. That did not happen. The Saints allowed when they went down there, they scored the touchdown on that penalty laden drive. The refs set up, but they didn't. The refs didn't give them the touchdown. The Saints still could have stopped that shit if they had stopped Jefferson. But what happened? Saints go down there. Jefferson gets the ball and walks into the end zone, going off to the left side without nobody laying a mid on him. That's defense on that. So, like I said, yeah, we know the refs are trash. I'm with you on that. The refs are garbage. They trash. And if people don't get it, they got some blind ass people in this world for real. You know what I'm saying, Kim? And the Great Saint Think Tag know that. When you seen what happened in 2019, that should have put everybody on notice what kind of game this is. I've been knowing way before that. But when all that stuff happened, when them people did that with an NFC championship game, ran over that guy and didn't make that call, and they just stood up there and pretended like it never happened. When then that commissioner disappeared for weeks, so he don't have to answer questions about, you can replay this. Huh? According to the rule book, you can throw this game out or do something else. He disappeared all the way up until the Super Bowl. The day before the Super Bowl, then only took questions pertaining to the Super Bowl, refused to take questions about it. That lets you know. The referees, I keep saying this, people don't get it, that they dress like referees, but they're not real referees. These people do what the commissioner and the manipulators say. And if they want a certain team to win, they'll go out there and they'll call that game to try to help that other team win. Like, for instance, people heard of the term home cooking before. Home cooking means, what does it mean? Home cooking means that the referee will give you preferential treatment in your own building. Well, guess what? The Saints this was a home game for the Saints, and the Saints was penalized 10 times for over 100 yards, and the other team was penalized half of that, 5 for 35. Saints was 10 for 102. Where was the home cooking at? There ain't no home cooking for you. The coaching, the kitchen is closed for you, Who That Nation. We've been know that. Even Peyton realized that. That's why he got his ass off that competition committee, because it's only so long that if you're a grown ass adult and you watching this stuff that you can see exactly what happened. The manipulation hit you in the face. These are not bad calls. These are purposefully driven. The help to try to assist in a certain outcome of a game. The Minnesota people disagree with me. They know I'm telling the truth. They know they had plays that the referees called that was against them to help Detroit or somebody else beat their asses. They know. But see, they counting on you to say, well, that guy has sour grapes. Ain't no sour grapes. That wasn't a hand to the face. The referee, and I showed it earlier, the referee watching the guy like this, and the guy wrapping his hand on Marshawn Lattimore's face mask and twisting him out the way so he can have a better opportunity to catch the ball. The referee seen that whole way. I showed y'all. He was watching it the whole way, then threw a pass interference. How is that possible? It's manipulation. These are not real referees. These are bastard, dumbass drones that work for their paymasters that go out there and do whatever they tell them. That's why they part-time employees. That's why the NFL don't want to even make them full-time employees, because it's easy to control a part-time employee. This all spelled out. This ain't no game. I don't come here and talk no fanciful bullcrap rhetoric to the family members. I keep it real deal, Holyfield, which I'm gonna keep it real. So at the end of the day, the referees, in my estimation, they don't count. You beat them, you treat them like they are a part of the team that you playing. That's how the Saints had success in so many years under Coach Payton. The Saints knew that the referees was going to come in here more than likely and cheat them. So the Saints would blow out adversaries and take the referees out of the game. So if the referee would attempt to get involved, it would be obvious, and you can see that they were clearly, obviously trying to manipulate and help the other team stay in the game. That's how you play above the officials. We've been seeing this over and over again. So to my estimation, my thing is this. The Saints should have still won this game despite the referees' calls and everything. The Saints could have stopped the Vikings once, stopped that drive from culminating to the touchdown had they guarded Jefferson and not let him walk up in the end zone. He was totally uncovered and a blown coverage on the play. Go look up the play. The fumbles by Andy Dalton and Deontay Hardy both contributed to touchdowns. That should not have happened. This is the fourth game. It's a month worth of NFL football for the Black and Gold Nation. The Saints have 5 fumbles in 4 games. That's a problem. The Saints have fumbled away the ball in crucial times each of the last 4 contests. That needs to be addressed, despite the fact that the Saints keep telling you that they're having fumble drills. And what does that tell you? That if I'm focusing on it, it's a different thing if I'm not focusing on it. But if I'm focusing on it and I'm still fumbling, that's something up here. Something wrong here. Something wrong here if I'm telling you, because they were saying they was focusing on the fumbling drills two weeks ago when it happened up against it happened against Atlanta. It happened in the Tampa Bay matchup that stopped us from winning when Mark Ingram went out there and fumbled the ball away. That destroyed the momentum of the game. So what I'm saying is all this is because of the Saints being undisciplined, not paying attention. That's why I say rip all that shit out of there. Take all that shit out of there. Them smoke machines and them flashing lights when they win games. Take all that shit out of there, man. Take all of that, rip up all that shit and pull it out of there. That's why I've been telling y'all that. Get rid of Club Saint. That's what I call it when they start dancing and bopping and bipping because they got one win. Get that shit up out of there, man. Pull all that out of there. It needs to be focused on football and football related. If you telling me you focusing on football, but you still fumbling, something wrong here, man. Something wholly is wrong. Either you lying or you got some undisciplined ass dogs running around there. So I mean, that's that real deal Holyfield, fam. I'm gonna keep it a $1.15 with you. I'm gonna tell you the real deal. Now, insight, and this is a month worth of games, fam. A quarter of the season. We got what? 4? Yeah, we got this is 4 games, 4 weeks of football after this game right here. What did we learn about the Saints after watching them for a month? 4 games. What have we learned? We learned that the Saints are incredibly undisciplined. We learned that the Saints are incredibly slow to adjust toward what's happening from the offensive perspective. They have an incredible amounts of difficulty getting players consistently involved in offense. They have communication issues where plays are despondent. Guys are not realizing they're supposed to block versus when they're not supposed to block. This is 4 games into the season. We shouldn't be seeing this stuff as much. And the offense should have some semblance of a flow here. That's problematic. Now, today alone in the 4th game of the season, at this point, the Saints did show you that they have an ability to score outside of the 4th quarter, but it still didn't culminate in a win. You see? So if all we can do is score outside the quarter, it would have counted as a win. No, you got to also stop turning the ball over. You got to also start doing the fundamental situation. And the Saints, I will tell you this straight up, family, and I don't want to douse no water on your flame, but I got to tell you the truth. If the Saints don't find that they're a rushing team and they keep trying to force the pass, they're going to continue to lose games. I'm just going to keep it a $1.15 with you. You want the cure, I'm going to give you the cure, and most of the time the cure is the truth. If the Saints can't find out the fact that they don't even know they're suffering from identity crisis right now. They're thinking they're a straight up passing team. If the Saints don't understand that they're not a passing team, that they're a running team, the Saints will continue to lose games because they'll continue to lose plays on the field. So that's what I've learned from the first 4 weeks of watching the Saints from week 1 to week 4 is that situation. And that's all based on what they're willing to do, because They are really slow, really, and that really surprised me how slow the Saints is in the figuring out and making adjustments, in-game adjustments. I'm like, damn, can they figure when are they going to use the no-huddle offense anytime this year? You know, are they going to ever give you a 30 attempt rush performance? Because you run the ball over 30 times, you actually win the game. That's the. I know it's weird. And you got 20. Well, Q, we got 27. No, give me 3 more. That's the statistic. It's weird, but when the Saints rush the ball over 30 times, they win a lot of games that way. Saints is still 27 is a loss. So that's what I got from it, family. And the question is, they don't even realize they're not a passing team. That's the cold turkey part about this whole thing that's really fascinating to me, is that the Saints don't even realize they're not a passing team. They still thinking I'm a passing team. Oh, you crazy? How we can pass the ball? We got Jarvis Landry, we got Chris Olave, we got Michael Thomas. We could. What you talking about? Taysom Hill. We could pass the ball. No, you can't pass the ball. If you'd have done that, you'd have beat them, because you had them guys when you was playing Carolina and Tampa. You'd have beat them if you was a passing team. If you was a passing team, you'd have beat Tampa and you'd have beat Carolina if you was a passing team. You're not a passing team. You're a running team. And they deal, and I said this from the very beginning. I said this team has an identity crisis. They don't even realize that's the literal meaning of identity crisis, is you don't know you know what you are. Well, guess what, family? The Saints don't know what they are. They don't know if they're a pass team or running team. They actually think they're a passing team, but you're really not. That's why you keep losing. So at the end of the day, man, we'll figure it out, man, and keep it going. And we're going to be watching the Saints all season long. We have to take it one game at a time. Do I think they'll make the playoffs? I do ultimately think that the pressure will force them, will bend them to do the right thing and to get this straight. See, this is the first month. The second month, they can win 4 straight. I keep it $1.15 because they have enough footage, family, to go over them people have enough footage to go back over the last 4 months or 4 weeks, excuse me, and realize exactly what they're doing wrong. And they can find out, they got enough sample size serving to figure out what they need to do it right. Them people are purposefully not going into any no-huddle offense, even though it gave them the success in the Atlanta game. They refuse to use it. It's totally stupid. This is just something on the coordinator that he just simply missing. This dude head spinning around so fast is ridiculous, man. This boy head spinning around is like he looked like the planet Saturn or something. How his head spinning around with all this stuff swirling around, all the pressure that he getting. I mean, no huddle offense, please. Go to it, order that shit up. Ask the question, hey, y'all, why aren't the Saints using a no huddle offense? Why are you not? Well, you see, have Dennis Allen to ask that shit. Ask some real questions. No disrespect to my reporter friends, but I'm asking if you got access to these guys, ask these goddamn guys why they're not using the two-minute offense. The no huddle, like the Minnesota Vikings did, they helped their offense get field goals that Saints could have used the same philosophy and had success. Why aren't you using that? Why aren't you just sticking to a stupid bullshit vanilla offense and you're not getting nothing going, and then sporadically every 3 or 4 drives you get something going? That don't make any sense to me. So it is very low IQ. It's very slow on the trigger to adjust to what's going on, and you will continue to lose games until you fix that. So with that being said, I'm going to pop out on that. I love y'all, and I appreciate y'all, family, on that. I enjoyed you. And I'll be back tomorrow on Monday. We'll have One Bar and Lupabus from the Minnesota One Bar and Lupabus show. We'll bring those guys in for their thoughts on the Minnesota win. We'll also open up the phone lines once they leave us for more commentary for the Black and Gold Nation. But listen, at the same time, man, listen, we can't be eating our own. We can't turn into a bunch of savage and cannibals and start fussing and complaining with each other. Hell, it is what it is. It's 1 and 3, whether it's the wide receivers, whether it's the offensive line, the offense, defense, especially, it don't matter. When the offense is 1 and 3, the defense is 1 and 3, the special teams is 1 and 3. I don't care what order they all fall under the 1 and 3 banner. So regardless of what we got to do, we got to do something, right? And like I said, you be asking them, but the Saints, and I'm gonna leave y'all with this one from the great Ricky Ricardo.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
All right, we'll leave y'all with that, man. Much love to y'all, man. A little laughter there on the back end there. Lucy being Dennis Allen. Lucy also being Pete Carmichael. So I'm going to play that again one more time for the family.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
All right, y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Appreciate y'all, man, on the stream. Much love, and who that take?
Yeah. boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, fucking like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. You're
listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Saints Central, your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, the WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, and even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, the WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.